Hey guys, welcome to Teas and Kikis. I'm Dakota. I'll be hosting today, like I always do, because Cat Black is a racist bitch.
Yes.
So, I'll be taking care of the flow of the show, so you can just call me Aunt Flo. That's a joke about menstruation, so if you want a trigger warning, I don't know why you're here. And that is the worst opening we have ever had. So I'm going to go ahead and pass this off to one of the youngins that are here. All of the old, decrepit, washed-up clock boxes that are normally panels on this fucking, members of this panel are not here, and I have not had my coffee. So the old people are convalescing while the younger folks take over. This is the passing of the guard, the torch, and the mantle. So please support them in their efforts, and, just love us through this, really, is what we need. Nothing I said mattered, really, so far, because we have 0 viewers. So, can you do me a favor, Seal, and get the link and put it in the chat, and then everybody can put it on all their platforms?
Okay.
Thanks. And, of course, I want to welcome back one of our newest and most awesome panel members, Charlotte. That's where you say hi, bitch.
No, I don't want to. Everybody knows who I is already.
Oh, she's doing it. Okay. Okay.
You're getting a little bit too Beyonce for this Destiny Child.
Oh, no, you did.
More humble.
Girl.
I feel like that was racist. Was that right? Can I get a race check from the people of color in the room? Was that racist? I'm not sure.
I mean, I detected a little bit. I did a little bit.
Fuck you. Illuminati.
I don't want there to be any coconuts tonight, so I will.
Oh, that's the thing you guys have to understand. I'm a wild witch over here. So you guys are talking about coconuts, and I have bones to pick with you. I have ham bones, chicken bones, wish bones. They're all here, and I've got them to pick with every single one of you. So we'll see how far we get. And also, please introduce our newest cast member, who I hope will be permanent, because she seems to be feeling it, and is definitely contributing. Please give it up for Renee, who needs to get back on cam.
Yes, coming on.
Renee has been on the show a few times before, but never for like a full show, and never not on her phone trying it.
Shirt.
Oh my god, I love your shirt.
Yes,
I also love that your pronouns are he/empress. It's very nice.
Yeah.
Rude.
Is that what you said? Seriously? He/Empress. Wow.
Ooh, work. Yeah.
So how does that sound in conversation? Empress went to the bathroom. She's in Empress's house. Go tell Empress what I said. Okay, I could maybe I'll see it for that. So also don't forget we have the fabulous wash-faced Rory over here. Oh wait, alright. I'm gonna actually click on your camera and I'll say your name and then scream hello, okay? Not you, Rory. Charlotte, go.
What? Oh my god. Hello.
Hi. Okay, Renee.
Hi.
Alright, great. Now we have Rory. I was like, I've been talking about this thing the whole time. I forgot to click on people's cameras. Rory is here. And next up we have the fabulous Tori.
Hello.
Tori is here with succinct points and a meat grinder for a computer. So we'll see how far we get.
That's fair. That's accurate.
And last but not least, we have my minion / cohort / frenemy. It is the fabulous Beetlejuice Steel.
Fuck off.
That intro was epic.
The thing is, first thing that happened,
First things first, I'm from Sweden, so you need to just not try and come for me just yet. Okay, girl? I'm already in rare form. I'm tired. I'm trying to put this fucking smoky eye on. I look like Who Shot John. This is just not what we need to be having in our lives right now.
I was actually going to come for Tori, who was coming for me earlier and calling me a fucking referee. The first
Okay, I was
thing.
not coming for you. I said I liked it.
First of all, Tori has never come for anybody, okay? Tori has only been about love and light while he has been here, number one. Number two, you do happen to look like the regional manager Empress at Foot Locker. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, if it was just the hat or just the shirt,
Right.
it wouldn't be so referee, but together, you look like a referee.
And then you have the headphones
You
on,
can
which
get
gives
the knockout. Yes.
the headphones gives you very Super Bowl coach. Like when you
Yes.
speak into the mic, you're gonna have to cover your mouth. Like it's a whole thing. It's a
So
look.
look,
It's a look. It's just a look no one wants. Anyway, you look great. So welcome.
Thank you.
All right, cool. So who has a topic out the gate? Of course, I have a plethora, a myriad, if you will, of topics that I brought with me this week. And we will... Do I hear hangers? Is that you, Seal? Are you changing?
they got insecure.
No, I was actually just taking my necklace off, and I did not want to look unattractive on camera trying to wrestle it.
Well, you should have thought that before you chose that blouse. Anyway. No, I'm kidding. I'm not kidding at all, but I'm kidding. Let's keep it lighthearted.
You know, I might actually just change just because I want you guys to feel bad.
We don't feel bad. We'll feel so
We
much better.
don't.
Take that
No.
off.
I feel bad. I thought it looked good.
I mean, I'm just.
Thank you, Rory.
Someone picked a flower once and gave it to Rory, and she was like, "Can't you feel it? It hurts."
You know what? You know what? You know what?
What? When a wild witch calls you granola, bitch, it's real. Okay.
I'm not that. Okay, I accept it.
You okay, girl? Just,
But
just-
I refuse to accept that that looks wrong on Zeal because they are slaying it out.
They look great. We're all just fucking
Yeah.
around with them. It's not that serious.
I know.
They
I know.
do need to keep track of the score today.
Yeah.
Definitely keep track and let us know who wins at the end.
Oh, you know what it is? I realize now. You showed up for the big game to count all the misgenderings and then hand out the yellow cards and the red cards. That's
Yes. Yes.
I don't have any cards, but I do have a red scarf, so that'll have to do.
Just
That's
wave
right.
it every
Oh,
time.
that's
there's
I was just gonna say
misgendering.
that's so much better. If you just wave that every time somebody gets misgendered, we'll really put this shit together on the show.
Oh God.
All right. Well, who wants to go first with their topic?
I mean, I had a couple, but.
Okay, Charlotte, then go first. I was gonna pick you anyway, so I'm glad that you. If you're gonna volunteer as tribute, then just go.
Okay.
There's no acceptance speech for that. Just start.
Okay. Stop talking.
I can't help myself.
I had been watching the nightly show yesterday, I think it was, or whatever, and they were talking about. I don't remember the name of the man that was involved in what happened or whatever, but there was some kind of bombing, and they were discussing like the death penalty as far as like his conviction goes and everything, and they were discussing like different punishments aside from the death penalty or whatever, or like what the panel he was discussing it with what they thought would be appropriate. And, you know, some, not even subtle, some, like, very ridiculous transphobic shit came up where this one man was like, oh, well, we should just give him a sex change and put him on hormones and, you know, just throw him in prison and he'll have a good old time and all this other shit. And fucking they were, like, kikiing about this like it was nothing, and it was just really disgusting, and they were, like, laughing about putting him through transition and giving him hormones and a forced sex change, and I'm like, okay, like, that's cute. Like, let's just kiki about that, because, you know, it's not like trans people struggle to be on hormones and have their SRS daily, but, you know, let's just apply that to a punishment for presumed cis man, you know. But
what I love
it was
about this story, though, is that to me it's extremely, it's just really beautifully demonstrative of how foolish so many cis men can be, okay? Because you sit there and you talk about how sexism works both ways and it's not real and women don't have it that bad, but you think that people who commit capital crimes should be punished by being forcibly transformed into your idea of a woman. That's incredible to me. That's incredible. So you don't think that being a woman is shameful? Oh. You know what I mean?
Right.
So there's that part, but there's also the other part, which I really would like to get into this with you guys, is can we have a conversation about capital punishment? We've never talked about it on the show before.
I would love to.
We haven't, actually.
I mean, sure. Why not?
First of all, you obviously don't have to answer this, but who here has actually been incarcerated or been through the justice system? Anyone?
Have not.
So me and AJ. All right. Just want to make sure that we have that as the starting point.
The intergalactic justice system does not count.
Oh
Okay.
no.
I know. I've been waylaid into
Yes, waylaid. Yes.
the American justice system. If you really want to call it that.
I don't think that you guys understand the story of AJ. One day she will publish an autobiography. You just won't be able to read it because it will be basically a telepathic hologram on a transparent tablet to some extent or whatever.
Right.
Something futuristic at it.
Comprised of holographs.
Right. So basically, you have to understand that, when AJ was locked up in the Tuscaloosa County Penitentiary.
Wow.
What happened was she went to teleport out of the situation, the dimension, and the universe, and was in such a state of shock, disruption, and juxtaposition that she did not properly telepathically coordinate her travel and ended up materializing on an intergalactic prisoner transport ship.
I did.
It was the dowsing rod's fault.
I would say that is 100% accurate.
Would you?
You were there. It's as if you were there.
Oh, don't bring our Thelma and Louise journey into this fucking story. We're not talking about that just yet, okay?
Okay, we won't. We'll pause. We'll pause.
Anyway, so back to it, just so we know who has and hasn't had any experience with this stuff. One by one, if we can go from, on my screen it goes from AJ down to me, but I think I'm in like the middle because Seal is Z. So let's start with AJ and work alphabetically down.
Okay.
Capital punishment, what are your feelings? What are the applications? Legal, not legal? What do you think?
I'm inclined to disagree with capital punishment morally and spiritually because it is not a human's place to decide whose life is valuable on those sorts of terms, However, I do have to, express like emotional dissatisfaction when you hear of the really, really, really deplorable shit that people do to each other. Your first reaction is like, oh, that bitch just get fucking burned alive. I have to volunteer that I feel that. But like ultimately, I don't think anybody any other human being should have agency to be able to say that another human being deserves to die, as if, bitch, you're so infallible and perfect in design and construction that you can make that qualification. Because none of us do, really. Not in these bodies.
Okay. And then Charlotte, thoughts, feelings, concerns, questions, comments?
I mean, AJ pretty much covered everything I feel about that. So she spoke for me. I really don't.
I didn't mean to silence a fellow.
Oh, sweetie, no, it's
that was
fine.
not my intention.
It is okay. You just
Shut it up, bitch.
It's okay.
First of all, okay, don't you dare tap dance for your intergalactic oppressor, okay? This bitch has been so goddamn harsh on Earthlings of color for as long as I can possibly remember, okay?
Oh my god.
I have been a bit critical, yes.
A bit critical? Bitch, don't play me. You and me go back for eons, okay? I've seen the way that you operate.
Wow.
Okay. I digress.
All right, anyway,
Can I talk next?
Renee.
No, Tori, talk.
Well,
Okay,
I just told you that we're going alphabetical, right? Oh, did you say can you go next?
Well,
What?
Tori
Yeah.
was saying something.
This is
Oh,
a mess.
sorry, Tori. Yeah, go ahead. It's not
Okay.
a big deal. Shut up with that hat on.
You in the hat.
Yeah. Okay, so I think something that a lot of people do not realize about capital punishment is how much more, like, tax money it takes to give someone the death penalty than it does to put them in prison for life. Like, it is expensive as fuck to give someone the death penalty. They stay locked up for years and years. There are appeals after appeals. All that stuff for the court has to be paid for. And compared to if they were just in prison, it's costing American citizens more money to kill someone, like significantly. It's like exponentially. And
Well, what I
Also,
love
there's
is there's this idea that they say, like, guilty, sentenced to death, and then they take them out behind the courthouse and, like, that's it. Like, the electric chair is just in the second bathroom. Like, just come up and we're done. Like, no, girl. Like, it's like 20 years later.
Yeah.
Most times.
It's years and years, and so, like, first of all, it's not even, like, they're basically in prison for most of, like, close to as long as they would be otherwise, and I feel like being in prison for the rest of your life knowing that you're stuck there is kind of a worse punishment than being killed if they, like, savagely murdered someone, like, tore apart their body, burned them, whatever, and then you're saying that it's, like, an eye for an eye by killing them, like, really peacefully with, like, an injection, and then they just die. And so it's really kind of letting them off easy is how I've always seen it. I just think that, like, economically, it's not useful. It's just, I don't know.
It just the capital punishment serves no other purpose than to satiate the egos of human beings. Like, it doesn't solve anything. People still go around killing people.
I know. I hate when people are like, well, if we make the punishment harder, people are going to stop. No, that's not how it works. No.
If someone doesn't see it for your life, bitch, they will take you out. GG. Good game, bitch.
I agree with your assessment of it being expression and an association of the ego, except for certain situations.
Okay.
Because I will never support capital punishment on principle. Okay? On principle alone. But I do support capital punishment in very specific circumstances. However, I don't believe that the government should ever have the right to determine who gets to live and who doesn't, because our government is so literally and painfully and murderously, obviously, completely unreliable, untrustworthy, and corrupt. So allowing a system which already disenfranchises people and ruins their lives to also take the lives of the people it deems inappropriate, then I don't see that ever working out. However, in a perfect world, in a perfect society, I would absolutely advocate for the death penalty only in, like, I would say only in, like, one circumstance, which is...
An example.
Honestly, for me, it's pedophilia. If you are convicted of abusing a child in any way, shape, or form, I believe it should be an immediate death penalty thing. I don't think that, because there is literally no chance of you rehabilitating from that. There is none.
There's also the fact that, like, people in prison take really badly to, like, people who are child predators. So, like, if you put a child predator
that's why I say that I don't support it, because the death penalty is already established for them. Because if they prison, girl, you're fucked. They're gonna murder you.
Yeah, definitely.
But what is there to say about people who engage in those sorts of activities, because that is the history they come from?
I mean, that is mostly how that happens. Like, it's a cycle. Like, people who do that.
Understand that, and I know that that's where that comes from. Okay. But the thing is that there is a certain amount of understanding and perspective that we can gain from why things happen, but the fact is it still happened, and it has to be dealt with.
Okay.
That doesn't void the action.
No, I agree. I just...
Like, in a perfect world, I would honestly say that rape, animal abuse, and child abuse would be the ones that I'd be like, you fucking you're done. But they're so hard to prove, two of them, or they're so hard to prosecute. Do you know what I mean?
No.
So for me, the one that stands out is the sexual abuse of a child. I think that you need to immediately be never allowed to see the light of day again.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with that. But also, like, with capital punishment, like, you have to think, like, historically how many people have, like, been given the death penalty, and then, like, afterward they find out they were innocent.
Absolutely, especially with the advent of DNA. When DNA came out, they realized, like, oh, fuck, like, almost all of our cases were wrong. Yeah.
I'd like to get back to what AJ and the fierceness said. Ego. I can argue both sides. That just even having trials satiate our ego and
True.
let us sleep at night as humans. It
True.
lets us sleep at night. Okay, we gave them a chance.
Mhm.
Now we can cheat and we can connive and we can pay the best lawyer and do all these things to try to cheat this system that we came up with in the first place to make ourselves feel better. But
Right.
also capital punishment. The appeals process is simply an admission of guilt as
Right.
us as humans.
Yep.
We are appealing to, okay, let's not fuck up. Let's not kill an innocent person for 20 years.
Right.
And as Tori brought up, thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars per case are, yay, Cat Black is here. Thousands of dollars are being spent just so that we can go to bed after we killed this motherfucker. So we can go to bed and sleep well at night.
Right.
I
Right.
just want to point out one thing that could be proven inside and outside of a court of law is that was the first time that someone has ever said, "Yay, Cat Black is here." I just want to point out that.
Yeah, that's
Oh, she's gone.
Wow.
All I'm saying is that unfortunately the pot of tea that I brewed today is a very, very dark brew, and not everybody can sip it. So just make sure that you don't pour yourself a cup if you're not prepared. That's all.
Right.
I just love that Kat feels like she's now fulfilled her duty. Like, oh, I showed my face. All right, see you guys next week.
Bye.
Yeah, so I mean, my whole point of what I was saying was that I actually do not support capital punishment whatsoever because of the government that would be implementing it. However, in a perfect world, it would only be that one instance that I would advocate it because there is just a really horrifying, long-standing history of, and obviously it has to be like certain things. Like you don't get the death penalty for statutory rape. That's not what I'm saying.
Well, I got you.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying because that's the shit that I'm absolutely like. It just keeps happening. Like it doesn't.
Well, for me,
That's like the worst thing that you could really do because a child like still developing. Like you fuck
Yeah.
the rest of their life.
And you have proven yourself that you cannot be in society. You've proven that you
Right.
can't be around other people.
How is it okay to rape a 95-year-old lady and claim that it was consensual, yet it's not okay to do that with a child? I would say that what's good for the gander, because there are many cases, many cases where, oh no, I'm not gonna say that online. In my line of work, I see a lot of fucked up shit. Particularly with disabled people and with the elderly. There are a lot of abuses that happen from those that they trust the most.
yeah.
And things really go under the radar because you're an adult. So I would say that abusing someone that is helpless in any way, because we got to put disability in there as well, not just children, because some of these children, you know, the titties pop out and the ass pop out, and I'm 15 and I want to start fucking and sucking.
Right.
All right, I'm going to stop you there. What we're not going to do is victim blame children who've been sexually assaulted.
That's not what he's doing.
No, it absolutely was leading to that. So let's just not say shit like some of these children are 15 and have ass and titties. Let's not do that. Don't even give any leeway to ever have a justification for the sexual assault of a 15-year-old. Just let's keep it bumping.
I want to say, like, I totally agree that, like, anyone who is a survivor, like, their experience is totally valid, including, like, a 95-year-old. But the reason that it's so damaging as a child to have that happen is because you're going through the rest of your life with that experience and your brain is still developing as a child, and that, like, it literally affects, like, the way your brain forms. And as a 95-year-old, like, totally, like, that's not okay to abuse a 95-year-old ever at all. But, like, they've already gone through most of their life, and, like, I don't know, I'm probably not saying that right, but I don't know.
No. I understand because I think that it's trying to weigh what is the actual long-term ramifications of the damage that's been done. The problem is I don't think it ever has to be compared.
Okay, thank you, Dakota.
Because I was saying earlier, what I meant was I really feel like if you are convicted of sexually assaulting anyone or torturing an animal or animal cruelty, to me it needs to be, you cannot be in society anymore.
Right, you can't be trusted in general.
You can't be trusted in general. Because those are things that really can't be rehabilitated. Like, regardless of what people are trying to tell you, that shit cannot be. Fuck it, no. So, my thing is that that's all I was saying.
Okay.
But also, this is a hypothetical because we don't live in a perfect world.
True. I don't. The capital punishment for me is very burn the witch.
Well, here's the thing, though, that I want to know.
And I am not okay. I'm not on board.
That was okay. I know that you feel like you're really cute, just slinging microaggressions around towards witches. That's fine. That's okay. What my real question is, though, how do they handle situations like this in the Intergalactic Confederacy that you're a part of?
Well, if we're talking about that, in the Intergalactic Confederacy, people don't suffer notions like murder or rape. People just don't do that. Those sorts of things. They've evolved beyond it. Everyone is telepathic. Everyone is clairvoyant. So everything is everything is approached with utmost honesty and transparency. So those things don't exist because they already.
Privacy?
Huh?
There's no privacy or private property.
Well, there's privacy, of course. I mean, these things are, of course, projected. Like, if you're interacting with someone, it's a thought projection. Like, if I need you to understand this thing, I can open myself up, and you open yourself up to understanding. I mean, if it's not necessary in that situation, you just don't do it. Like, you don't put on shoes to go to bed. Like, there's an inherent, understanding of what is appropriate and what is not, but at the same time, everybody is on the same page as far as understanding each other. So people don't murder each other.
I understand what you're saying. What I don't understand is why you don't see that as intergalactic classism.
It's not classism.
We come from a bad intergalactic neighborhood, and you're sitting here shaming us for the way that we are.
Yeah.
But it's not. I mean, it's not shaming. It's like you're not evolved. That's not your fault.
Firstborn shaming. This is horrible.
I mean, if you feel some type of way about it, then it is your fault for failing to evolve at a more expedient pace, which is entirely your fault. But the general devolution of the planet is is an entirely different subject, if you will.
You have to. Question for you, dear. You said it's a confederacy, correct?
Oh.
It's a confederacy? No, honey, we ain't talking about the Civil War. You can let that go.
Oh, no, I was going to say she's about to come for your color, girl. She's about to come for your color. She's about to call you a traitor. She's going to call you Don Lemon. Run.
I want to know if there are countries. I want to know if there are countries or polities where you're from. Tell me.
Of course there are countries. Of course there are certain boundaries. But at the same time, that we're talking about a manner of being that has evolved beyond our base interaction.
So you're telling me that we still haven't evolved past nationalism?
I was, yes, you better clock that. You better clock that.
I'm just saying, honey, because a confederacy, this is the fence, you stay over there and I stay over here. A confederacy simply means you and me are going to choose to preserve our border, but they can stay over there.
This again, like you're approaching this from the perspective of a being who is just not there, girl.
Oh, she said you are lower than her. She said you are not evolved. She called you a child.
And it's okay. I respect higher beings.
Yeah, right. But confederacy is used only in terms of the aesthetic of the word, not necessarily the concept it represents.
What I need you to do before you continue speaking to people in a disparaging tone is to check your celestial privilege. Before you come for any of us again.
And you know what? I appreciate your call out because that was my bad. That was my bad.
Damn
and,
right.
in the future, I will try to be
More evolved.
more evolved and more,
I mean, I'm not saying you're awful. I'm just saying lead by example.
She's the least evolved of the future generation.
Okay, there was a point at which I saw it for you, Rory, and that dissolved
That
about
point has
5
passed.
seconds ago. Right. It's past. So
That
now
portal has closed.
now I get to come yeah. Now I get to come for you irreverently and unapologetically. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, girl.
A topic?
Oh God.
I don't know. The
I wanna
Confederacy
talk
was
about
our most
this,
heated debate we've ever had.
I was about to say that was pretty.
Who hasn't gone yet? Besides
Grab,
you
y'all
and
been
I?
dragging each other about the Civil War.
Oh, here we
What's
go.
been happening? You
Ladies
guys
and
are having
gentlemen,
a
you know her, I know her, and none of us like her. Give it up for Creole Lady Mayonnaise. It's Cat Black.
Wait a minute.
Hey guys.
Say Creole Lady Mayonnaise.
Listen.
I need to take a
I
minute for
said
that.
mayonnaise. Don't say mayonnaise. I'm not trying to come for her gender.
Oh.
I saw her butt. I know.
It's a misgendering and a misracialing. But I'm into it. I can get into it.
So sorry.
Sticky, white, and misgendering, just like glossy lips.
Right,
It's like you're. Oh, never mind.
First of all, I just wanted to publicly say out loud that AJ, your look is fucking slaying me today.
Thank you.
I was good about it.
Thank you, sis. Thank you.
I'm like, yes. Just give me
We already
Intergalactic.
had a discussion about calling her sis. We don't call her that anymore. If you want to call her sister, you do it. But she's been calling herself sis for way too long for us to feed into that shit. Okay.
Well, I said sis because I'm trying to reach a level of cishood that she has far been comfortable with.
I mean, listen. I'm people when they talk to me, they just assume I have a womb.
Right.
It's just how it is. Listen,
All
I don't
I'm
make
saying
the
is
rules.
that when people write down the sentence "Cat Black is a woman," they use a B in woman. That's all I'm saying.
WOMBYN thing.
Woman.
Woman.
And you know what? They're right. They're right.
It's 100%.
I mean, all I'm saying is that Cat Black is so cisgender that she was asked to headline and be the MC at the Michigan Wombins Music.
That's so true. That's so true. That is so motherfucking true. So I'm going to talk about this privately with y'all, but I did get something similar to that in my email box, and I was like,
What?
"There is this gender, and I will do it. Thank you so much."
You better get those coins. Yes, rob the brain.
Yeah.
I'm like, do they know? Do they know? Well, they probably don't.
Right. That's how I was meaning to ask you that, like, privately. I guess I can do it now. How do you handle situations where people don't know, but it's not necessarily like in a romantic situation, but like a professional situation?
I just don't. I mean, the thing is like my thing is I don't feel like anybody needs to fucking know unless
I'm going to make it really, really simple for you, girl. All you have to do is ask, how did you find out about me? Like, like a referral thing. Was it a newspaper?
Oh, okay.
So is it like, oh, did you find my trans DIYer channel, or have you seen one of my children's illustrations?
Yes.
Okay.
Where have you heard me from?
Right.
I mean, it hasn't happened to me yet, but if I keep up with my game design project is gonna come up. I'm like, do I not say anything and like get in a situation where I could potentially lose all of my investment?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, the only time when it's really actually been an issue in quotations is like when people find my YouTube channel. Like, it's never something that I publicize on like my art stuff.
Right.
But like, if they find my
either.
YouTube channel.
All right, Ariel, you let Ursula the Sea Witch boost your head up if you want to.
What?
Oh my god.
That's all I'm saying, okay, girl? Don't talk to the RuPaul of trans women who has sacrificed all of her integrity for some white dick and a few more coins. I don't know if you
I'm walking away from that one.
Listen, white dick will change your life. White dick will change your goddamn life. You know what? Everything's better. Ever since I've had some, listen, my quality of life, I'm healthier, I'm happier. You know, I've got more money in my pocket.
You know what it is? I realized the other day I was thinking about it, and I thought, what is it about white dick that changed Cat Black so much? And I realized that, do you know what white dick is actually an acronym for?
What?
Scientology.
You know what? You know what? That's accurate. There's no W in Scientology, but I'm sure we can fit it in Scientology. Science.
You just rearrange the letters. Maybe add a couple. It says Scientology.
It makes sense. Just rearrange the letter. It's fine. I mean, you know what? That's accurate.
Time just to do my eyes. I just want to point that out. My eyes are incredible. The rest of my face looks like a pile of dog food. I just want to point out that happened. Continue, please. Do you have a topic, Kat? Did you bring a topic to talk about?
No. You know what? Yes and no, not really. Not really. Give me I'm sure I can come up with something.
Honey, she was just trying to show up for one of her meetings. She's trying to be very dedicated in getting her child back.
Mm-hmm.
So she doesn't really have anything
we had to discontinue that, series of jokes because it got really, really real really fast. So I'm gonna have to ask you to digress, if you would. Even if you wouldn't, still fucking do it.
I mean,
I'm so confused. What's happening? AJ's swearing. I know it can't be good.
AJ it's too real for her. It's too real for her.
Too real. It's too real.
Too real.
Well, I don't know how she's friends with you, Kat, because you're so real.
They make do. They make do.
Did you just use they when referring to AJ? Wow, you are a shady bitch.
I said they as in more.
I'm waving the red. I'm waving.
I understood it.
I was thinking of like more than one person. I was using singular.
You are. Oh, so now you're telling me that my pronouns are incorrect because they don't follow your cisphobic.
Oh my galaxy.
Your fucking grammar rules. Is that what you said?
You know what, Cat Black? I am sending you out as a misgendering referee. I'm sending you out.
I'm sure that there's somebody that has a clip of me saying something about Gigi. And there's a video that's gonna pop up sometime soon.
I hope so.
You're what, misgendering her?
No, it wasn't misgendering, but I had my moment where I was like, girl, I don't see it for her. I don't see it for her.
Well, if you said I don't see it for her, I don't see what the problem is.
I mean, I don't even know what we're talking about.
Are you saying that you may or may not have slipped up once or twice?
Well, I know for a fact that I definitely have said Gregory Gorgeous like multiple times. So that's
but
not
isn't
cool.
that what? Okay.
That was more of like I don't know. Like I think of Gigi, I also think of the acronym, not the name.
No, I think really what it was, because I remember at the time when this was happening, you came out on the show saying, all right, yes, I've known about this for ages, but the bitch never came out until just now.
Oh, no, that was definitely my thing. But then it's also like my opinion on it has changed with time because it's really easy to be somebody
You sold your soul for some white dick?
Yes. I sold my soul for some white dick. Now my life is improved. But also with selling your soul to white dick and the Illuminati and all that jazz, you get more followers and more subscribers, and you realize that, girl, there's some shit that I probably shouldn't talk about on the internet. So
True.
I get it now. I have like more of an understanding
Did
of like.
they tell you that at the meetings?
Girl, I've been going to my meetings, girl. I've been going to my meetings.
You have. My name is Catherine Black, and I'm addicted to white dick.
I'm addicted to white dick. Listen, you know what? What white dick does for me? You know, girl, it changed my eye.
This is also, by the way, why Cat Black is an atheist. Once in a meeting, she was quoted as saying, "What white dick does for me, no God could ever do."
That is so accurate, though. That's so real to life. What has God done for me that white dick hasn't? What have you done for me lately? What have you done for me lately?
Well, anyway, we were having a show, and then Cat Black showed up. So
I'm sorry.
Um,
Y'all should see me right now. I'm my hair right now. I'm braiding
I was gonna ask
my
you that.
fucking hair.
Are you done yet?
Girl, there are literally more than 14 packs of hair in my head.
You
My
remember
hair is gonna
last
look so
time
cute
when
when
she
it's
did this,
done.
AJ, last time it took her like a week and a half.
It took me
Well,
forever, but
I thought maybe she had gotten more proficient.
But I was doing really
We
well.
are
but the problem
talking
is-
about Cat Black here, AJ. Come on. Efficient is not in our
That's true.
vocabulary.
That's true. I don't. You know what? I don't
I
even
want
know
to hear
that-
about it.
You have to realize a lot of the time was spent with her basically. You know what? Let me not do that.
No, I wanted to hear about it because I'm approaching a time where I'm probably going to have to do it myself. I want to hear.
Yeah. Well, honestly, my problem last time I did it, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna figure out my sections before I put the hair in.
Okay.
So I actually sat down, I planned out my sections, and I got by doing that, I definitely was able to get them done quicker, I suppose. This time around, I was just like, fuck it, girl, I'm just gonna grab sections and go, And in a way that has worked for me because the hair is thicker, and I think it looks better than it did the first time around.
And
But
also because you can't see the back of your head.
well, no, I've been using
my
the
problem.
mirror, and the back of my head looks really fucking good. That's the part that I started off with. But the problem that I'm having is that by just taking sections all the time and doing little things here and there and not really planning it out, I'm putting on way more hair than I thought that I would. So
Are the sections smaller? Have you made the braids smaller?
I think that's the problem. Is I have made them smaller.
You
which
can't
is
do
cute
that,
because
girl.
now my hair is really thick. But
It's gonna take
14 packs of hair,
forever.
girl. And I'm literally, I went to buy 3 packs of hair today at Sally's Beauty Supply, and they do not have the texture that I was using, because the texture I was using, that cheap ass fucking hair, that's 12 packs of hair for $10.
That's
That looks
$10, bitch.
for $10, bitch. That hair looks very realistic. It looks very realistic. It's not shiny.
If anybody knows about realistic, it's Cat Black.
Listen. Like I said, people just assume that I have a womb. It is what it is. Somebody asked me the other day, "Are you on birth control?" And I said, "Yes, of course."
He said, that depends.
Lovely. I'm not gonna ruin this body.
That depends. Are you going to give me money for this abortion?
Oh, no.
You know that's one of the topics today. You know it's going to get brought up, so don't get it.
That's
Okay.
rotten. But I will take money for the abortion. I will.
Okay.
But no, so now I'm kind of mad because the only thing that they had at this fucking store, the only thing they had at Sally's, which I shouldn't have been surprised by, was fucking Sassy hair. I've never heard of Sassy. The Sassy collection. It's shiny.
I think it's like Jessica Simpson, isn't it?
Oh, is it? You know what? I would believe it because it's just shiny fucking hair.
Yeah, I hate shiny hair.
Oh, never mind. If it's not shiny, it's probably by Kim Zolciak.
True. Synthetic. But I mean, it's okay. It's whatever. I mean, I'm braiding it. I'm not twisting it. My hair is like a mixture of braids and twists. I think it's gonna look.
I love that look.
Yeah.
Well, you know what though? It's gonna work really nicely if you do braids and twists and matte and shiny. That's gonna work really nicely.
I cannot support.
It's like your hair is like one of those. What are they called? What do we call them now? What are we supposed to call them?
What?
One of the ones that thinks they're something, but they want to be the other. What is it?
Like a weeaboo?
No, I was gonna make a horribly transphobic joke, and then it was like, you guys.
Like one of them transgenders, one of them cross-dressers, one of them the Mahishis, one of them.
Basically, your hair is a hermaphrodite. Is that what I'm supposed to understand?
I mean, essentially. But you know what? It's a mixture of genders in the most beautiful way.
Right.
I don't believe that, but I believe that you believe that.
Listen, but I can respect the fact that that's what you believe. You know what? I don't agree. I definitely support it. But I can respect the fact that that's how you feel.
Right.
That's how I am most of my life. I don't give a shit, but I know it means something to you. Oh, man. Okay, well, who has the next topic? Well, wait, did everybody get to say what they wanted to about capital punishment? Or are we ready to move on?
No, we didn't.
I did.
Ooh, okay, y'all get back into this capital punishment.
I really live for the fact that we're about to hear about the master plan from Miss Rory, Earth Empress, who's about to tell us how she's just basically like, I don't believe in capital punishment, but if we're going to force feed someone yams until they choke because they were a horrible person, I'm not really against that.
Well, you know what? There's been a recent study that's shown that yams reduce the brow bone. So
And the cartilage.
That's why my brows are gone? Girl, I feel new growth.
Yeah. Well, you know, yams do have a feminizing agent. They just
but you have to use them with rice paper. Saran wrap just doesn't do the same thing. You have to
I was told
rice paper definitely has more estrogen, like
I
for
was
sure.
told seaweed, but it has to be seaweed from a mermaid cove. Is that a thing?
Yeah, no, I've heard that as well. It definitely because mermaids are just, you know,
That sounds very holistic to me, and I'm much more into proven medicine. So
proven medicine. You know what? I'm about real medicine. Listen.
Wait. I need to wrap my head around this. Rory, out of everyone I've ever met in my life, just said the words "proven medicine." I'm out.
Right, exactly.
No, girl.
This show brings out the evil in people. It's the cat black factor. It will make you betray everything you've ever believed in.
Right.
Girl, you will. You know.
Sell out, girl. Sell out. Get that way. Get that money. Girl, it's a double. You know what?
Make a white dick out of me.
So this is the thing about Cat Black is that she's like, ha ha ha, sell out, girl, sell out. She's not kidding. There's no.
I'm not.
You know what? But the thing about Cat Black is this.
Incompetent.
She sold out. Joined the Church of Scientology.
If you. No, keep going, girl.
Okay. She sold out, joined the Church of Scientology, and now she has various ensembles of peplum skirts and shoulder padded.
I don't like skirts.
I wish that was true, girl. I do wish that was true. I want some assorted peplum skirts. Some assorted
capital punishment.
Yes, let's.
I don't know why in your universe assorted peplum skirts and capital punishment don't exist at the same time. I mean,
well, they do. They do. Ask AJ about the connection.
Alright, the connection is if you wear a peplum skirt around me, I'm going to shoot you in the head. Boom.
This bitch
very rude.
Wait, hold on. This bitch came up in here talking like her goddamn name was Asada Shakur, coming up in here talking about the government is corrupt and no human tell another human that they should die and blah 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 blah. She said that, she gave the whole thing. If you wear a peplum skirt, this bitch is Judge Dredd. I don't believe it. See, another futuristic reference. I see you, girl.
Yes. Judge Dredd. Yeah, that has no bearing in the processes of the intergalactic confederacy. That's just my personal opinion, bitch. I will pop you in the face. I will pop you in the face if you wear a peplum skirt.
That's a peplum. No, what you'll do is you'll take your scissors out and you'll cut the peplum off. You're like, no, girl.
Okay. I mean, if it's salvageable,
right now, AJ. Okay, Miss Celestica, whatever the fuck your name is. Okay, listen to me. All right. Celeste oven pizza that you get for fucking at the dollar store. Listen, when I'm speaking.
Hot and ready, girl.
Hot and ready for $5. Cardboard with cheese on it. Listen.
Yes, girl. Oh.
You already know. Now, Ajax, you listening? You got me? It's still futuristic. There's a star on the package. You got me? You listening? Look. Okay. What you need to understand is that I am fond of a peplum and will implement them at my own discretion. If you decide that you want to fuck around with said peplum, you are going to be in a tour of nightmares that will scar you for life, because what is underneath of that peplum will lead you dead.
Get hot. Get hot. Drop hot.
Okay.
You don't know what it's like to have a gut and a hope and a dream at the same time. And how much
You want a little bit of a hip, girl.
a peplum can be the key to that dream every once and again. A peplum is a big bitch's best friend, so don't come for me and my peplums.
And you know what? And you know what? With the mention,
First of all, Charlotte has a fucking peplum on her head right now. So I don't know.
We are not coming from my luscious twist out today. Okay, we are not.
Your hair looks beautiful, girl. I couldn't help it. I looked at you and I was like, girl, that's the shape of a peplum right now. I don't know how I'm gonna let you do
It is a peplum. It's a very beautiful peplum.
Anti-black Charlotte's hair. Did somebody just anti-black Charlotte's hair?
Yeah.
Everybody to put that on record. All white people up in this chat need to give $20 to the reparation jar right now.
Right now.
Yes.
Hey, I said I like it. I love her hair. Usually she's got to pull back, but it's looking like all voluptuous and beautiful.
I
Don't
wear
try
it
to
like
say
that
it,
all the
Tori.
time.
Deposit that $9 in that PayPal, Tori. Don't try to say it.
Well, y'all, I know that everyone has been sitting around wondering what happened to the very, very homosexual grandchild of Mr. Malcolm X, and I would like to introduce you to my good Judy, Miss Gazi Kodzo. Please welcome her to the show. Give her all of your white dollars.
The X family disowned me.
You know what? The thing is I don't think you're joking, are you?
No.
No.
They actually, like, if you know, like, the Malcolm X's family, like, his kids and, like, grandkids are, like, straight up, like, coonery, except for, like, 2 of them. Like, they're all about, like, all black people need to stop saying the N-word if y'all want some respect.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, like, his daughters have been, like, cited saying that shit.
That's shame.
On TMZ, of all places. On
That is not the kind of audience you want hearing that. There are a lot of white girls like, we can say it now.
But no, I'm totally against capital punishment unless you see it by, like, satellite camera, or there's, like, well, DNA testing is not, like, 100%. Is it? Is it not? I don't know.
DNA testing, I think, is actually, it has, like, some, I forget how to actually explain the margin of error, but I think it's basically, like, 98%. So, like, their whole thing is that there is, the reason that it's allowed into law, if I remember from what I read about it a while back when I was researching it, was that you have to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
Mm-hmm.
And because once it goes past 95%, that pretty much takes out the reasonable doubt aspect. That's basically like fair game. That's what they're saying, I think.
Okay. Well, unless it's on camera and the camera says you're guilty, or if Judge Judy says you're guilty, then
Yes, if Judge Judy says you're guilty, you're definitely guilty.
You don't listen. I love Judy just as much as the next Judy, but what you need to understand, okay, is that is not the bitch you want to put the guillotine in their hands. You know what I'm saying? Like,
And put on television.
Judy on everybody.
I
Exactly.
love Judge Judy. I love her.
I do
I
too.
do
I feel
not.
like the world is very crowded for her, I feel.
I do
I was
not.
just gonna say, girl, yeah.
She might,
That's a way to put it. That's a
I saw her at her grandson's wedding or whatever. She did not seem very happy.
Well,
She never
she's
seems
just-
happy.
Girl, you don't want her when she's happy, girl. You don't want her when she's happy. You don't
Right.
want,
Girl.
you want her to be upset.
really happy when someone's suffering, really.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-mm. See, I don't want to say she's like cold-hearted or something, because that's sexist. Because these men can be on the judge and be mean, and we can be like, oh, I love that man, he's so cuddly. But Judge Mathis was seen like at a strip club smoking blunt. So,
Girl, Judge Mathis never seemed nice to me. Never seemed nice to me.
I don't know who you're talking about, but I never thought.
Oh, no, I'm thinking about Judge Joe Brown. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I knew it. Judge Mathis is not. He's fine.
wait, which one am I talking about?
Joe Brown.
No, Judge Mathis seems nice.
Judge Mathis is the one that looks like he may or may not be a church queen, and he's really whiny.
Yes. Yes, I'm very
disappointed.
Judge Mathis. I want him to be my judge. Yes.
No,
Yeah.
Judge Joe Brown is the one that holds court like he's not a judge, but like he's at a family cookout telling everybody what's wrong with their lives.
Yes.
And listen
Very that.
and just talk over everybody. That's exactly what he is.
Yes, that's the
But
black.
he's very like slut shamey though too.
Oh, incredibly. He's incredibly misogynistic in the way that he speaks a lot of the time. Because there's a lot of times there'll be a really legitimate argument between a man and a woman, and he'll immediately side with the man and start shaming the woman and making her look like a fool.
Oh yes, he'll be like, why you come up in my court with your short skirt like that? Why you come up in my court with your titties out? What's going on with that?
Yeah, and it's like, sir, we know that you're doing lines off of the packs of hookers somewhere.
Right,
Stop.
yes. Shut the hell up and calm down.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, but also though he has, and I feel comfortable calling out the misogyny. I don't feel comfortable calling out this other part. But I don't know if you guys know this, but I feel like I saw it on Tumblr. Somebody did a really, really well documented blog of all of the times that he's like really been just blatant with like respectability politics and like the shit, like super being like horribly classist to people of color, specifically black people, and like saying really shitty things to them about like, well, if you would do A, B, C, and D, like he's very like pull up your pants, get a haircut, get a job, like
Yeah.
very, like, oh, okay.
Oh yes,
Yeah,
if you want to win at his court, you just got to be a man and wear a tie and be black.
Exactly. That's very, very true. I still watch it though. I will still watch it.
Bitch, you watch Cops. I'm not really.
Girl, Cops is my favorite television show.
I watch Cops.
I do not watch Cops.
Cops is good, but the thing about
It's
Cops,
like just like
every
junk
time you
food for
watch
your
Cops,
brain.
you see all the shit that police could do, and you notice that like they're way more on point because they're on fucking camera.
Wait,
That's
hold
true.
on, pause. Did y'all see this? Brazil trans woman stripped, shaved, and disfigured in police beating.
No.
Oh my god, no.
I don't even want to share the link. Like they have photos. What the?
Of course they have photos.
Disfigured, what does that mean?
Disfigure means like cut off your ear, like.
Like
I mean, who doesn't want a picture of a disfigured trans woman, right? That's just family entertainment.
Well, did you guys see that post that was going around talking about how, whenever there's like a big tragedy in Africa where people die, they always like
That was one of my
publish. Yeah, they always publish the photos of like dead bodies.
Yeah.
And you were, talking about, kind of the desensitization. I don't know how to speak right now. How people are desensitized.
You always
to...
like when I just said that it was my topic, you could have just stopped and I would have taken care of
Okay,
it.
but you know the fuck
Oh no, girl! Trapped in the right body.tumblr.com. Don't you worry about it.
Why do it, girl? Why? Yes. Get into it. Go in like hair. Yes.
fuck. I'm gonna try to find a link without this triggering photo.
Oh, I'm sure it'll be in all of them because that's how they get clicks. But okay, so one of the things I wanted to bring up today, speaking of capital punishment and the desensitizing to death, is I didn't even know somebody did an article about it. I was literally just going to be like, hey, I was just really surprised that all over my Facebook feed a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, was pictures of dozens and hundreds of dead people in Kenya with blood everywhere and gore, and their corpses just being openly displayed. And there was absolutely no consideration for the fact that not only had a massacre happened, but it was like, hey, these are like dead people. Like, maybe you shouldn't show photos of them.
Exactly.
But like, if somebody was to try and take a picture of, the aftermath at Sandy Hook, they would be completely ostracized and not able to live in the country anymore.
Right.
Even the aftermath of what happened in that French magazine, they don't show their bodies laying around the office. It's
Right.
just like with black bodies, it's just like show it. Like black or brown bodies, like show it, whatever. But I feel like I was really upset because, as y'all know, I have my own blog and page, or whatever, for black people. It's called the YBC, Young Black and Conscious. That's a plug. But I have other like bloggers and people that do most of the posts.
Hold on, Ghazi, that's not a fucking plug. You got to give us an actual address or what social media platform that is.
Oh, okay, it's the YBC.com, or you can go to Facebook.com/the YBC.
All right, that's a plug. All right, keep going.
But when you have I have all these other black people from all other countries like participating, and it's kind of frustrating because you'll see stuff that you don't agree with, and I don't delete stuff, but this person posted a picture of the aftermath or whatever, and I had to delete it, and it's like, we don't need that to have sympathy for what happened. And
Right.
show the pictures of them alive. We get it. We understand what a shooting is. We understand what dead bodies are. These are not dogs. These are not animals. And on top of that, none of y'all have consent from these adults. You know what I mean? Most of these
Or
people,
their families.
exactly. These were young people. Like, nobody has consent from these people's families. And when you share it on something like Facebook, like, Americans have to get out of the understanding that, like, Facebook is everywhere. Facebook is also in Kenya. How many family members in Kenya have seen these photos now? It's disgusting. But as Black people, we need to stop doing it as well. Like, we have our own Facebook and our own Twitter. Just search for a post where you're not seeing dead bodies or beaten bodies. We don't need that to have sympathy for someone.
It's not about sympathy. It's about making it sensational from a media aspect. No one gives a fuck about the situation.
I think Ghazi was referring to that's the justification that is given of why they're included.
No, I got that. I was just saying the reality of it is that it's sensationalism. People don't give a fuck about whether or not it's appropriate or not. They're going to show it because people will click, consume their media, quickly.
Oh, no, I totally get that. I'm just saying you haven't been keeping up very well today, so I wanted to make sure that you were included.
Oh, bitch, I'm always on point. I don't know about you.
But I think
I've been keeping up. I think that you're the one who's a bit, temporally inadequate today.
How did it go last week? How was the dragging sound?
Bitch, you know how it is. You just want to fucking see me do it.
I'm pretty sure that's because you're speaking an alien tongue that none of us could ever replicate. So yeah, we are asking you to do it, girl.
Yeah. Exactly. It's not possible.
I just feel like the next time that I'm in a situation where I get to play a fighting game on some type of gaming console, I'm literally going to be like, God, if only this was the sound effects in this game right now.
Yeah. But I feel like we all understand as being people of color and people who are trans, like, we understand the whole clickbait. People talk about clickbait, but it's us that are really hurt by this whole clickbait thing, right?
Right.
Because they have to misgender trans women, especially trans women of color, to get clicks. So
exactly.
Especially trans women of color who were fucking murdered.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Who wants to read an article that was socially conscious and sensitive? Who would read that? I would, but.
Well, you can understand too. Like, okay, I live in New York, right, and I have to deal with the New York Post, which, if you don't know, is owned by Rupert Murdoch and is one of the most dangerously sensationalistic and ignorant pieces of, quote, journalism or publication that you'll find in America. And
is it because I'm sorry? Is it because so many people read it? Is that?
Well, yes, that. But
Okay.
They still adequately portray themselves as like the paper of the people, and they're very. They're very.
I don't know anything about it.
They're very anti-intellectual.
Okay.
And so that's really where they get a lot of their, loyalty from their readers from.
Okay.
So very much it is, they're doing a current ad campaign on the train, and it's basically like talking about how the whole thing is headlines from them, like in the format of their headline, each little ad, and it's literally like, said something about, like, do you want to hear a story with, like, every detail the longest way possible? Said no one ever.
Exactly.
And it was like, wow. It was like, you just, like, openly admit that you basically don't do adequate journalism.
Did you guys hear about the new TV show? Like, okay, like they were using, it's a Fox show. Tori was telling me about it, and the commercial was literally like two detectives walking up to a trans woman of color who was murdered, taking off her wig, and being like, "Is this or isn't it?" And basically, and then reaching under her skirt and being like, yeah.
Yeah, because he said
for the episode.
He said he needed penile verification. I saw that commercial.
That's
I saw
disgusting. You wouldn't do that.
That's real? That really happened?
That was in a commercial for they were trying to like make you watch a TV show.
Wait, are you fucking kidding me that this really happened?
Yes, this
how
really.
How have I not seen like one petition or action against?
Because it's on Hulu, and a lot of things I personally don't like. I never hear anything about Hulu, but
Yeah, I don't like Hulu. I don't check for Hulu. I don't watch it. So
no, it's on Fox. It's on
Right.
Fox. Because Tori's told me specifically that it's on Fox.
Well, girl, tell me what it is so I can make a video, girl.
right.
Right.
Yeah, do you know what it's called?
I'm like, that's
No, I
media
don't. I'll
fodder.
ask Tori. Tori.
Tori's probably listening right now. Tori, message one of us with the name of this damn show so that we can fucking destroy them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'll make a post, a video, monetize it, etc. You know.
I have a question, you guys. How does it feel? Like, I don't know how like everyone's relationship with their parents, but as a trans person, how does it feel to know, like, if you pass away, that you might not be buried the way you want to be buried? Like,
That
if you have,
scares the shit out of me.
Could we not
Yeah.
talk about this out
Yeah.
of blue?
Okay, we don't need to be. I think that may be a little bit touchy for some people. All I'm going to say is that I've addressed this continuously on the show. I think that every single person that is listening to this, if you are LGBTQ in any way, shape, or form, you need to sit down today, if you have not already done it, and write a living will. You need to get a will together so that they cannot. It is a legally binding document. They cannot. You can find a fucking template on Google, by the way, of like what will stand up in court. So that no one can do anything after you're gone, even when it comes to your name, when it comes to your gender, when it comes to how they report it in the like they will have to follow it. So you need
what's it called again? What's it called?
a living will.
Okay.
How do you like make it official? Like you type it up and then what do you do with it?
I think what you need to do is print it out and get it notarized. I think that's what you
Yeah, that's all you have to
Yeah,
do.
you
because
you
it's
need
official.
like
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's official once you do it, essentially, and have someone say, "Oh, I saw them do this."
right.
yeah, you
And
need
that's
a
all.
witness.
Which is the notary of public.
Yeah,
Which
the
is like-
notarizes it and acts as a witness as well.
Which is actually, it's free. So when I went and got my, which I didn't know, I thought I was gonna have to pay like upwards of $100 for to get notarized. But when I finished my name change documents, the shit was free. I'm like, oh, okay, work it out.
And people underage can do that too, or just
Yeah, anybody.
I think anyone can do it. Well, anyone can do whatever they want. But the thing is that I don't think it's legally binding unless you're over 18.
Yeah, probably not.
Oh, ooh, that sucks.
It does.
Especially in lieu of the current news that actually really, really, really sucks.
Yeah, but I think that there's still something to be said for the power of it being done before you're gone. So just
Oh yeah, of course.
there's something to speak for you when you can't.
Right. So, yeah, at least everybody will know, like, bitch, I did not sign off on any of these.
Right, you're doing this against my consent, and I'm not here to defend myself. That's very
Right.
So, anyway, we can dash onto something a little bit brighter if we want to.
Okay, let's Stacey
what
Dash.
about-
Let's Stacey Dash.
What did she do, Stacey Dash?
First of all, what we need to say is Mrs. Dash. Okay, at least let's get it a little spicy and a little bit.
Okay. Let's
Well,
Mrs. Dash. Let's
On-
Mrs.
She's not
Dash.
black anymore. She is not black anymore. We reject her. She's
Oh,
gone.
Cat Black, we know.
No,
The card has been revoked.
no. Cat Black's twin sister, Stacey Dash.
Which may not be a read. That may not be a read because no matter what you say about Stacey Dash, the bitch slays.
No,
Yeah.
I mean, the
sorry.
thing is like we're basically twinsies.
Right.
Not anymore, but we were.
Stacey Dash has not now, nor has she ever looked better than Lisa Bonet, and at least Lisa Bonet knows what the fuck is up. So I'm gonna go ahead and go with Team Lisa. Thank you.
Yes.
I don't care. Stacey Dash is gorgeous. She's problematic, but still gorgeous.
She literally got like a
It's
reporting
terrifying
job.
now, though. Like she doesn't look good now.
Like no one was checking for her until she started tweeting like all these bigoted tweets towards like Obama, and it's like, you know what? At Fox News, we're gonna give you a show. Like we don't care if you have no like reporting
Credentials.
background, journalistic background. Girl, you tweeted against Obama, and you are black. Here's your show.
Right. That's sad.
And you're black. And you're black.
And
And you're black.
It's
Yes.
so
bitch.
like, it's so like amazing to be a sellout. Like there's so many benefits to being a sellout.
there really is.
There really is.
Like, no matter what you are, if you're a minority, if you're looked at down in society, if you are a sellout, you will have a book deal, you will have a publicist, a manager, and on TV.
Mm-hmm.
It's really immense.
Hi, my name is Cat Black. ready to sell out. I'm ready.
Girl, it's been happening, girl. Just wait for the email, girl.
I have. Somebody,
Okay, who the fuck
girl,
is
you better somebody.
who the hell is cutting their goddamn grass on the show? Who's doing that?
No, let's not do that. Okay, you don't need to be dragging Tori. Tori knows exactly what's up, and he's taking care of it every time that it happens, okay?
How dare you?
What do you mean, how dare you? Don't shame people for something you just did, Caplack.
How dare you? Who do you think you is? Who do you think you is?
Do you guys feel comfortable like talking about like going on to another topic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Zeal, Renee and I were talking earlier like about like expectations placed on us like by cis people and by our own community during our transition.
Mm-hmm.
And like more specifically like other trans women's trans misogyny. Yeah.
Explain. I'm confused. Like, give an example.
Okay, so
of something.
basically, I can share my experience first, and then I guess like you'll understand more what I mean. Like, coming up, like being like a trans kid and being out really, really young, like there were members of like groups that I was in, like in the community, that steered me a very certain way. Because when I initially came out, I was non-op, but I was told, this is how you do it. Like, you have to do it like this. You have to get SRS or you are a man. You have to do like this or you're a man. You have to get FFS or you're a man. You have to want breast implants or you're this. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Do you guys have any like similar experiences?
It's actually funny because a good friend of mine who is a trans woman who also does drag, we were just talking about this earlier today because she made a post on Facebook saying that she has so many issues with dating because there's so many men who have issues with the fact that you're a trans woman who hasn't had a surgery or certain types of surgery, and being really let down about that. And so, you know, I reached out to her and she's fine. But it was really rough because it's very like, you know, that's something that I feel like we can definitely relate to by extension as non-binary people, because, you know, you're obviously going to have people asking Seal, like, well, what are you going to do about certain body parts? And then people say the same thing to me, or, you know, how I display myself in certain ways. And it's like having to qualify yourself under a heteropatriarchal context so that people will respect your identity is really fucking awful. And it happens to all of us. And a lot of times it happens because in our own individual communities, it's done by the people who are usually older and are usually more heavily programmed by this thinking that then police us and want to make it an issue. And I think that it's really prevalent. It's prevalent, I would say, more in binary communities because it's so much more visible as far as what the guidelines are and like how much more unanimously it can be agreed upon. Like, you know, if you identify as a trans guy and you're not on T, there's really very few trans guys who are going to be on your side. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, there's a definite storyline and a narrative that you have to match in some way, shape, or form. Like, you know, being someone like Yiz, who is, I think it's okay for me to say this, right, Kat? Because she's said on the show before that she's scheduled for SRS, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, someone like Yiz, who's very much gender nonconforming, but has the body that she wanted or that she's okay with, you know, that's different. That can still get respect because you're matching the body parts people want you to have, and then you decide to not really be, quote, girly or frilly. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Right.
I think that's something that we definitely see where it's like how you act as a person, go ahead and do whatever you want. Maybe we don't like it, maybe we don't agree with it, but your physicality needs to match our definition.
Yeah, but even psychiatrists to an extent, because
like both trans people and cis people have this view of how you should act
Well,
you
yeah,
know,
but I mean,
and what surgeries you should have.
right. As far as psychology and psychiatry go, there's a reason, and I've brought this up on the show before, that the vast majority of non-binary people who are on any type of hormones have had to lie and say that they were a binary trans person, because there's really no psychologist or psychiatrist who are even aware of the existence of non-binary people, let alone honor it or understand it, or would be able to figure out a way to effectively, work with us. So I think that's definitely a reality of the situation. And then if you're a trans man who decides that you don't want top surgery because your chest may be very small or it doesn't bother you, then that's a really big issue. Then they're like, well, we don't know if we should be giving you testosterone. And there's also a lot of issues with, like, especially trans women who are non-op, who then get all this shit talking about, well, and it's like, I don't have to fit into this, like, 10-point checklist to be trans. I'm trans because I'm telling you.
It's so scary to me that the very thing that was created to set us back is setting us back for the, like, it's just so stupid to me. Like, it's so stupid to me that, like, we cannot just love ourselves, like, totally and completely and do what is healthy for us and have that be, like, accepted. But then again, that's part of being, like, gatekeepered by these people. People.
Yeah,
that they know our fucking story and our fucking existence.
Yeah, like for me, like I didn't start having like top dysphoria until I like made the realization that I can't be taken seriously as a guy and like visibly have breasts. Like it's not safe to do that. And like I feel like I don't know that I want top surgery, but I know that I probably will eventually have to have it to be safe. And like even just binding, like it messes up your body and it's painful. So it's something that's probably gonna have to happen regardless.
Yeah, and I really feel that, speaking of non-binary people and this pressure, not only do we have to lie to get, like, for example, if I would want to start taking hormones, I would have to lie and say that I was trans man, even though I am not a trans man. I did not want to go on T. But, like, if I wanted to, I would have to lie to even, and I would have, and not only would I have to lie and say I was a trans man, I would have to lie and say that I would, undoubtedly do everything, to become a real man. I've known several trans people who are binary trans people and very secure in that, but have been very, met with doctors and psychiatrists who have been very like, but you do not want top surgery, like, or if they ask like, oh, would you want to do bottom surgery tomorrow? And if they don't answer yes, they postpone the treatment for another couple of months, like, and that's one part, but within that is not
That's me. It's me. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Of course, it's
muted.
Yeah, I was muted. Okay, it was not me.
I'm sorry. I just clocked myself. I'm like, what the fuck are they?
Looked down and I said it, and then I was like, he just muted really, really quickly. Oh, wait, it's still happening. I was like, oh, he's still on it. And I was like, wait, why is it still going? Oh, my God.
But something should be said.
I think a lot of what you're talking about, too, about not matching up to the criteria, has been mentioned before in basically this whole idea that if you are not 100% gung-ho for every step they think that you should have, that means that you're second-guessing it and that you're not qualified to have these procedures anymore or the treatments that you're wanting. So that is something that's definitely happened before as well, where they're like, oh, we have to be so careful of, people who are going to regret this, because obviously it's just, to us, it's so not natural. So then you have this whole idea of, like, at the slightest chance of what they see as doubt, being like, oh, no, we have to cut you off from everything.
I feel like with the gay cis community, what I see is like it's kind of embedded in our culture to feel like we have ownership over like the female body, and when anyone's trying to like transition, they feel like I've told like gay cisgendered people like, you know, those things that you're saying are offensive. Like, you don't get to tell someone if they're like passable or not, and they're like, oh no 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 no, if we don't tell them, then the outside world will, and they'll hurt them more. And I'm just like, what?
You're not helping anyone. You're not doing anyone any favors. Please.
Exactly.
Yeah. Not only that, but it's just like a gay man's idea of what a woman is supposed to look like in quotations is very different. Like,
Right.
I always say that there's a difference between being pretty and being passable.
Right.
You know, in quotations, because I don't. That's not a good word.
We've talked about this before. The definition of passable is mediocre, unremarkable, and completely, like nothing special, because that's how you pass, is by being something that doesn't stand out. But these
And you
people
can
are
be a
sitting there
really
like,
basic, like stereotypically unattractive woman and still pass. The problem that happens so often, especially within gay communities, is that passing to gay men is being a glamorous woman.
Yes.
Which most women are not. You know, most women are not walking around with their, you know, everything done all the time. Everything up all the time.
well, that's the thing is, I feel like there's a lot of cis gay men who have this idea in their head that you're supposed to go through some type of, like, you know, movie montage makeover transformation, and then that's how you're now you're a woman. Not because you say you're a woman, but because you fit my ideas of what a woman looks like, when we know that cis gay men are some of the most misogynistic, fucking evil people when it comes to women's bodies and how women's bodies are supposed to look like. Because guess what? They're the ones that are telling you to cram your foot into a stiletto. They're the ones that are telling you to have, you know, the big hair, the whole thing, the whole image, the whole fashion, beauty, makeup. That's so dictated by cis gay men. And so to sit there and act like they need to be listened to about this is bullshit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
But you know what's so like relevant to this conversation right now is I forget who posted it, but there's that video that was posted in the group of that, you know, that trans man competition.
Oh yeah, Julio posted it.
Yeah. And I was watching it and I was like, not that I'm trying to like make it seem like, oh, this is what men are supposed to look like, but all these people, like, if I had no fucking clue, not even because I had a clue, like these all look like men. Like men. Like not like, you know, not like I would never question it or like, you know, have any sort of like, oh my goodness, da 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 da, you know. Those were men, but in the context of that little ballroom scene, that's, you know, you look too womanly. And it's
well,
just, it's
that's
like,
the problem, is that it perpetrates a couple different things. Number one, that you can somehow compete with your physicality is automatically going to cause problems.
yeah, absolutely. That alone, it's like, who looks more like a man? I mean, they all look like men. There's just what you think men are supposed to look like, or what you think is the most masculine, and that's what you're going for.
Right. And then you also add into it that the ballroom scene is, how do I explain this? Like in New York at the Latex Ball, they had this whole presentation from a trans guy who runs this group for trans guys, and basically it was like trying to raise awareness about basically that like trans guys exist and that you should respect them, but also this was the first time ever at Latex Ball that trans men were allowed to walk.
Yeah.
Like that they had their own category, and everybody was like barely clapping, didn't know what to do. Nobody really knew, like, okay, do we like all fall out and scream and like get really rowdy, or like is that appropriate? Like nobody knew what to do. If you don't scream, yes, bitch, work at a fucking trans man who's walking down the runway. So it's like, oh, like what? We don't know what this is. This is also the same scene that is having, quote, femme queens and butch queens walking in. I mean, femme queens and girls walking separately, which also got brought up at not this one, but the one before, the last Latex Ball, where a trans woman got up and was like, "We are so far behind. We are so far ahead of this. Like, what the fuck? Why are we doing this? Blah blah blah." And they were like, everybody just gave this very like, "Great, if you feel like that, that's cute. You don't have to walk, and this is not the place to talk about it." And it was like, really, girl?
It just seems like such a toxic environment, and I'm glad that I've never actually really been in it, because I feel like I'd be a very different fucking person.
I think you just don't like black people, personally.
I mean, that's also part of it. That's actually the large part of it, if I'm being honest with you. I look at black people, I don't want anything to do with that. And
But the
so,
funny thing is,
you
like,
know.
the black ballroom is so embedded into like white supremacy and patriarchy, capitalism and imperialism. Like it's so like that.
Well, people don't realize, like, they think, like, oh, it's so cunty and cute, and because there's all these queer people here, it's radical. And it's like, no, it's not. It was literally considered for decades to be a training ground in how you were going to fly under the radar because you were getting an award for acting like your counterpart. That was the whole fucking point.
Exactly. I mean, like, even, like, the compliments they give each other, or we give each other, because I was part of it, but it's like, you know, oh, you're giving me such white woman teas right now, you're giving me white cunt right now, honey. Like, everything is, like, everything white is right, and then, like, anything, like, black is, like, negative. And then you are supposed to be whoever is, you as a woman are supposed to look like whoever is hot at the time. So back in the day, you were supposed to look like Janet Jackson. Now you're supposed to look like either Beyonce or Rihanna. You know, and it just goes back and back. Like, you're supposed to look like these women in a magazine. And if you don't do that, then you're not really, like, a femme queen. Like, you know, seriously, they gave shit to femme queens, to trans women, just for wearing, like, coming to balls with, like, jeans and a shirt. And going off on them, like, the house leaders going off on them and saying, you can't come in here like this. Like, women don't wear jeans and a shirt. And people are like, are you fucking serious?
See, that's the thing that gets me, and that's something that, like, not to toot my own fucking horn, but I've had, like, these issues with trans women where it's like trans girls get sometimes real, they get real in their feelings about the fact that, like, some girls just don't fucking like to wear makeup. Like, trans women will, like, police each other being like, well, you need to do this with your brows, you need to do that with your face, da-da-da-da-da. And it's just like, you realize that, like, 99.9% of women who fucking leave the house every day will wear maybe a tinted moisturizer and maybe some eyeliner. That's it. Maybe. Like, people don't, like, these girls are not painted like that. And kind of tapping into the point that I think Rory was kind of talking about with misogyny, because I have a lot of points to make about specifically trans women and misogyny. And it's a really hard conversation to have because part of me feels like it's almost a subtle misgendering of trans women, and that's never what I want it to be. But it really sometimes concerns me how when you speak to trans women about being a woman, it's not really this realistic thing. And that really fucks me up. And I think it's just because of where I've been and where I am right now in my life. Like, when Rory, when you're talking about all that stuff, I was, the back of my mind, I was thinking, like, listen, if I gave a fuck about how other people felt about me, I would have never transitioned. You know, like,
I feel the same way.
You can't, like, sit here and be like, well, what are these people thinking? Because realistically, like, these girls are thinking about what's good for them. Like, some of these girls, like, they don't feel, if every part of their body is not shaved, if every part of their, I mean, like, their skull is not shaved, every part of their bones is not shaved down, if their nose isn't a certain way, if their eyes don't look a certain way, if their hair isn't so thick, they feel like they're not a woman. And to me, that and maybe this is my privilege speaking, but it's like, that's just this very misogynistic. It's like, women are diverse. Women do not look one way. Like, you look at a group of women and you can see so many different shapes, colors, and shades. And to me, that's always given me a large sense of security. You know,
exactly.
You don't see girls that have, like, surgery, facial surgery. And what gags me so much about some of these girls, and I'm sure everybody is aware of this, is some girls come out with the same exact goddamn face.
Yes, and they all look exactly alike.
The same goddamn face. And I
because they're going for the same look. And that's kind of like,
because it's like some girls, like, some girls have it, like, it looks better, but you can tell that it's clearly, like, working towards the same goal. And that's all very much, like, if you speak to some of the facial surgeons, like, I forget the exact term, but there's, like, a specific standard that a lot of these doctors work off of. Like, if you go to Dr. O, who my sister Lauren went to, her face is fucking flawless. You know, he worked off of a very specific set of standards. You know, this is a man who sat down and basically said, women's faces look like this. This is what a woman's face looks like, and this is what I'm going to carve onto you, basically. And part of me is like, okay, that's great. Another part of me is like, that's fucking terrible, because there's so many different faces. Like, the thing that really gets me sometimes is I see black girls who go get their surgeries done. Which I'm always like, yes, girl, go get your surgery. Go, you know, get it done. You know, But at the same time, it's like sometimes these black girls, they come out with the same kind of surgery that these white girls get.
Right.
It don't look right. It does not look right.
I always say that when you go to get work done as a person of color, there are just certain features that you just cannot touch without looking completely fucking ridiculous.
Yes. Like there's one surgeon in New York who I've seen. I wish I knew his name. I think he's Japanese, but he does great work on women of color. I believe Fox Giselle went to him, and her face looks great. And there's a couple other girls that went to him, and he's knowledgeable about working on women of color, because a lot of these doctors will try to just give you a white girl face,
right?
Because that is the standard of beauty. So
I don't want a white girl face.
Yeah, so it doesn't even matter like what race you are. They're gonna give you that beautiful white girl face.
I want to just bring up one thing in relation to this though. And I just feel like maybe this is like the femme part of me talking, maybe this is the makeup artist part of me talking, I don't know. I just want to say this sounds very similar to a conversation that we have a lot of times about girls who wear a lot of makeup, or girls who are constantly dressed up. And there are girls who do it because they've been told they have to do it or they're not beautiful. And then there's girls who do it because it's their pride and joy.
Yeah, and I think that's a very different thing.
Like, just to make like one allowance, the girls that I feel like we're talking about right now are the girls who not only get all of these things done, but basically then rag on newer trans girls saying, if you don't do what I did, you're not a trans woman.
Oh, absolutely. These are the same girls, and I've seen it. I've seen these girls go get their surgery. Girl, there's some girls, let me just fucking tell you, there are some girls I've seen where the first day I met them, they were looking rough. But the minute they get their surgery, girl, ooh, girl, you ain't this and that if you ain't got this surgery, this, As soon as they get their surgery, suddenly they're lovely,
Well, the thing is that I just feel like there is certain allowances that we need to make for the fact that, like, there are some people who I feel that I've seen, that I'm friends with, who are surged the fuck out. And the reason for that is not because they felt they had to conform to something, but because for them, there was no natural part of themselves that they identified with, and there was no natural part of themselves that they could love.
Oh, yeah, no, I get that. Like, there's some people where, like, they want that look. Like, there's a girl, Barbie Fox, right? Girl, she has the most animated body you have ever fucking seen. Her boobs are gigantic. Her body is waboom. Her face is very that type of surgery.
Did you say baboom? Because baboom is very transphobic.
Is it? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be transphobic. That's Cat Black, problematic, 2015. But no, it's like, it's very, very, not baboom, I said, whatever. But, it's like, I've seen her, and there's girls that are like that give you that very heavy surge look, and that's what they're into. But I've also seen some of those girls, and this is where I get my problems with it, that they get the surgery and they still feel like they look like men.
Right.
Like, and it's sad. It's so sad.
Because the surgery wasn't what they needed to fix. It wasn't an external problem.
Will tell you, the doctors do. Okay, when you go in for, like, when I went in for my trachea shave, I had I've never really wanted to do anything to my face. But both doctors that I went to and did consultations with were like, oh, you need to get your brow bone done.
Absolutely.
You need to get this done. Yeah, they really try to make you insecure. And
because that's their paycheck, girl. They have to make it like ugly.
And it's really, really, really fucked up. Like,
and your face is fucking everything. Like, there are people that would fucking murder for your face. Like, I know if I went into a doctor's office tomorrow, they'd be like, girl, you need to get your nose done, your lips done, this and this and that. And I'm like, bitch. Like,
there's nothing you need to touch about yourself.
No, talk, but it's like, but that's another conversation to be had, is like, I feel like sometimes girls, they, because a lot of the girls, and this is not to shade anybody, but there's some girls that they jump right into escorting when they figure out that they're trans on Monday, they escort on Tuesday, they get the money that they need by Wednesday, and by Thursday they got a full fucking surgery, and there's really not time to live with yourself. Like, I've talked about this all the time. Like, when I first really like settled and realized and accepted that I was a trans woman, if somebody handed me $1 million, I would have gotten everything done. My lips done,
Me too.
my hips done, my
All
ass
of
done,
it.
my titties done, my
My
everything.
hair done.
Everything.
My eyeballs
My hair done.
done.
I get a full. I have hairline advancement. I get a good expensive ass weave, juicy.
Okay, I get my earlobes bleached.
Everything. I get everything. Because that's what my mindset was when I started. But then actually, when you like take a second and you live in that space, and you accept yourself, and you accept your body a little bit, which is hard. It's easier said than done. That could take years for some people, lifetimes for some people.
True.
But some girls really, really rush into it, and they haven't really settled some of their insecurities. And I feel like sometimes
that exists
go away.
outside of transition.
And they haven't even gotten on Moans. There's that too. They're on like Moans for 2 months, and they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna get Cell."
Yeah, and it's like, and I get that because
let's not even get into the girls who are very pussy on Friday. I'm gonna go fly to Thailand with all my white man money, and I'm gonna go get myself a pussy before I'm even on Moans. Don't forget about that.
before I even change my name, girl.
Right.
Before I do all of this, before I even come out, like. So I'm watching a lot of YouTube vlogs of like trans people, and it sometimes gags me because there are people that are like, yeah, I'm gonna get my surgery. Like they come out within the same period of time where they're coming out, they're planning surgeries, and I'm like, you need to have a second.
And remember though, that's really the storyline and the narrative that gets portrayed every single time that trans people are ever talked about.
Exactly,
Yeah.
and when I was younger, that was what I was looking up to. That was kind of what I was meant to talk about, is how when I was really young, I was looking up to those girls because they were out and they were getting on Moans, even if they were freshly on Moans. Kat even, because I used to watch Kat's videos and Diamond's videos, like, extensively, like, when I was younger. And, like, there were other girls, you guys were much more... like, you knew what you were talking about more than the other girls did, but at the time, I didn't realize that. I thought that was the standard. You know what I mean? So you don't really. That's kind of what I meant. Like trans kids and what is out there for them to see, and like I think that there's something to be said about portraying every person's lived trans experience, but at the same time, there are some very damaging tropes and things out there for trans kids to stumble onto and to be like, oh yeah, I want to escort and I want to get all this done too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's so, and it's, I worry about that because I get why it goes there, because like the representation is so like, that's what you have to do, this is how it's gonna go. And the thing is it works. Like some of these girls that I've known that escort, like I knew this girl, she was like 18, very young, and she's got her full surgery. Like she's got almost everything she needed to get done. Of course, she's not happy. Of course, she still wants to get shit done, and she's going through all this other crap and but she's gotten it done. Like I think the sad part about it is that's a stereotype and it's problematic, but it works for a lot of girls. It works. It's feasible.
It does at some point, but also a lot of times because of the current legal and sociopolitical landscape of what it's like to be a sex worker, a lot of times you are really affirming your identity, and you're really getting done what you want to get done, and everything's great. You've got all this money. Problem is, once you get there, what do you do? Because the dagger is now you are, let's say, in a good situation, 25. Okay, you're 25, and you have no work experience, and you've never filed taxes. Good luck, girl. You know what I mean?
No, it's very,
Well, that's very cool. A lot of girls do that, and then they gag when the government comes for them, and also when they can't get a job.
From what I have observed, is like once there's a point that's reached where, okay, I have everything I always said that I wanted, then, there's an emergence of these issues that you pick out in yourself. Like, okay, I got this done, I got this, and I got this done. Okay, or maybe I can get this done a little bit. Let me work towards that. Maybe I can get this done a little bit. Let me work towards that. Oh, there's also this. Let me work towards that.
Well, there's a lot of procedures that you get that, unfortunately, what happens is it shifts a little something or other, and all of a sudden now you notice you don't like your nose.
Right. There's a lot of
girls I know. There's a lot of girls I know who have told me Because I said, I want to get my brows lifted so I look like a human being, and I want to get my top lip filled. And they're like, girl, you're going to get a nose job. And I'm like, what do you mean? They're like, trust me, you're going to get a nose job. You're going to get that top lip filled, you're going to get your brow raised, and you're going to fucking hate your nose. And I was like, that's actually very possible. Like, from all the
right.
that could happen. Like, my nose I love now because it took my whole life to get to where I like it. But, girl, the gagger is once I start fucking around with some shit on my face, it might not look right anymore.
Yeah, it's very true. And that makes sense. That makes sense.
I mean, I know you can't see it right now because even though I pulled down the fucking drapes, the sunlight is really gagging me and blowing me out, and I look like a Final Fantasy Tactics character with no nose. But you know what?
I love that
That's
game.
the look. I like that look.
Me too. Very passable.
Would never know.
You look like light. You just look like an orb of light.
Well, don't forget that, even Lucifer, the father of lies, can come dressed as an angel of light.
True.
I'm obviously not speaking about myself, because that would be subtle misgendering.
Subtle misgendering. Very subtle misgendering. Actually, not so subtle at all.
At all.
At all.
You guys, I don't know if this is like the same thing, but I used to work at Trump, which is the most horrible place to work if you're not a white straight man. And we had
You worked where?
At Trump, TRUMP.
Like for Donald Trump.
Yeah, for Donald Trump in Chicago, Trump Towers.
Gag. Does he work for Trump? Gag. Gag.
Wait. Two things. First of all, so you worked for the living incarnation of the man.
Oh, yes.
Number two, have you heard the song Up Like Trump by Ray Shremmerd?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
Did you get your life, or were you upset?
I got my life.
Okay, I did too. I just want to make sure. Okay.
But no, like, that place is so horrible, but we had a new employee who was a black trans woman, and literally, like, it's a not 24-hour. I worked in the spa part. It's not like 24 hours, but it's literally closed for only like 5 hours. So anyways, you have a lot of managers during the day because they switch out. And literally, she would have on, like, let's say, like, lip gloss, right? A manager would come in, pull her in the office, and have her take off the lip gloss. The next manager would come in. The next manager would come in, have her come in, and have her put on the lip gloss. Or one manager would come in and say, oh, her eyelashes are really long. Like, be talking to me. Like, don't you think, like, her eyelashes are kind of long today? And maybe I should talk to her about that. And I'm just, like, looking like, are you serious? Because the other woman that's working with us has, like, these huge-ass eyelashes, literally with fucking gems on them. And we're, like, we're supposed to be all uniformed and stuff. But you are talking about, but it's just, like, and I talked to her about it, like, are you okay? And da-da-da. And at first she was just like, oh, no, they're just trying to help me. Like, they're my big sisters, da-da-da. And I'm like, no, they're not. They're catty bitches. And they talk to you behind your back, and they're your boss. Like, they should not. So anyways, like, we went out later, like a while later, like months later, and, like, got drunk and stuff, and she was talking about it. And she was just like, look, as a trans black woman, and she was just like, as even a trans woman, I just need to be happy that they even hired me.
And that's that's a sad mentality that a lot of people fall into, not just trans people, but it's just like, look, I'm working for the man. I need to fucking walk on eggshells.
I don't know, though. I mean, that's the reality for so many people because we have no fucking protections from employment discrimination in over half of America.
Yeah.
Like, literally,
they can literally sit there and call you a fucking tranny and a man, fire you, and you can't do anything.
Oh, yeah.
In over 30 states. So, I don't know. Being like, you know what? Because I've had that conversation with people at my job. I get misgendered constantly every single fucking day. And I have people who disrespect me every single fucking day. And you know what? Girl, I need my coins.
True.
I don't really know what I'm supposed to do.
But that's why I like the banner that we have. I think the way that we have the banner should be the way that people have their name tags, like at work. And I think it would heal a lot of stuff. And then it's just so crazy. And the way that they would tell her, like, straight up, like, this is how us girls do it, or this is how you're supposed to do it, like showing her how you're supposed to put on, like, the makeup and stuff. Like, this is how us girls do it. This is how you're supposed to do it. Like, what the fuck? And, like, saying that shit, like, in front of other employees, like, it's just really, really, really crazy.
Dakota?
Yes.
Will you check in the chat and look at what I posted? It's up a couple things, but
No, that's okay. You don't need to do that.
okay.
I'll explain later when we're not live.
Okay.
I wanted to go back kind of to talking about like what
My
started this.
You want to talk about my face and how this should be an album cover? Is that what you want to talk about?
Well,
Talk about it. Let's talk about it.
Absolutely. But I also want to go back and talk about like what started this conversation and you know the whole putting pressure within the trans community and stuff because as a non-binary AFAB person, I do have in the concept of being non-binary, I am AFAB and white, and that gives me a lot of privilege within the non-binary community. Like, I know a lot of white AFAB non-binary people do not like hearing that, but
that's the majority of the community, though.
Yeah, we have a lot of fucking privilege over the community. Like, we are taking up all the space. But like when I first, you know, started to realize that I was trans and stuff, I first you know, started hanging around the trans masculine people and trans men, and that hurt me a lot in, you know, the beginning of my transition because I went from, you know, expressing myself with makeup and clothing to going like full trans guy just because I was like, oh, I'm not a man, but I still want people to take me seriously as a non-binary person, so I can't, you know, put on lipstick today if I wear this skirt, or I can't wear my hair like this if I do this. Like, I had to think about the way I looked so much because I wanted to be read as androgynous and masculine because that was the way that non-binary people should look. And I mean, it's just a really like, and that thing is still very ingrained within the non-binary community. Like one of the groups I'm in, like a lot of people post there regularly about how they don't really feel that included in the spaces because they are not white, skinny, or AFAB or masculine presenting. And, you know, it's a real problem, and a lot of people don't really seem to realize how big of a problem it is, especially in the non-binary community, because it's non-binary. It should not have, like, a norm for... I don't even know what I'm trying to say, but I'm struggling. But yeah.
It's like not really
It's
a
also
standard.
very hard to critique for us as well because nobody wants to be okay, how do I explain this? Basically, in all minority communities, the oppressive attitudes and power structures exert themselves. So, of course, the white people are the ones that are taking over who has the focus.
Mm-hmm.
I think the gagger is that it's AFAB and not AMAB.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people are like, oh, like, did we call that out? Like, because we're still programmed as feminists to be like, well, let's not do that. But then we're also like, these people aren't women.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like...
Yeah, like, I really recognize that a lot because some people... And, you know, and then we have...
That's why AMAB people like me don't usually try to call out AFAB people very much because we don't want to exert what is... Because the thing is like, we all understand each other. But society is looking at you as a girl and me as a boy. So I'm still getting some sort of male privilege, and you're still having to deal with misogyny in our own ways and through the filters that it gets to us. So
yeah.
Me and a lot of other AMAB people, specifically white AMAB people, are like, you know what? We're just kind of happy that there is a community. Like, we're not like, hey, guys, stop erasing us. You're fucking awful. Like, hey, guys, transmasculine people tend to be really douchey. Like, hey, you know what I mean? Like, we don't want to be that. So
yeah,
I feel like that's why a lot of times that conversation isn't had because we're like, oh, we don't want to, like, what's going on?
Yeah, and, you know, a lot of people are very uncomfortable. And then we have, you know, in kind of the same, like, same corner, you know, trans masculine people or trans men being all like, well, trans women are all over the media. I mean, Laverne Cox, blah, 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 and trans men aren't anywhere. And it's kind of like, it's a valid point. Trans men and trans masculine people don't really, get a lot of, like, most people don't even know that that's a thing. But please do not come and say that trans women have all this exposure and are all
so much representation.
I mean, you are so represented and you are very accepted in society, because that is simply not true. Laverne Cox being popular and still very much criticized and very hated does not mean that trans misogyny is not a thing. Like, let's not even go there. Like, I don't know. I'm just really over all this fuckery within because I am part of, the privileged group within the non-binary, like, spheres I am in, and it's really, and I still get, shut down because I'm not masculine enough. And it's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. I'm just over it.
No, I know. I mean, I get it too. We both get it because of our size. We both get it because of how we choose to express ourselves. Like, you know what? I don't see my body hair as gendered. I actually really enjoy it, and I celebrate it. I'm hairy from head to toe, and I have this giant fucking beard, and I can grow hair, and I grow hair like other people could never, and I like that about myself. I actually want to celebrate that. The thing is, I don't see it as masculine, though. I see this as animalistic. I see this as a crown wrapped around my face. I see it as something that frames my face and shows it off. That's what I see it as, but I don't see it as, like, a beard is the epitome of masculinity. I can't stand that shit. And so... It's really hard for me to hear, and this is why I've found that to be, like, one of the most powerful things I've ever heard was I'm not trapped in my body. I'm trapped in society's perception of my body.
Yeah.
That's what the issue is. Like, I celebrate myself the way that I am, but the problem is no one else sees what I'm seeing. So,
yes.
That's why I don't want to lose weight, because if I lose weight, I feel like I'll go crazy and start getting surgeries and, like, changing and doing shit.
Yeah, I'm really, like, I do not want to even get into, like, trying to lose weight, because I know that will just fuck things up for me. Like, I am so happy with my body as it is now that losing weight would just fuck things up and make me scrutinize myself more. Like, I just know it.
That's something that I'm kind of worried about as well. Like, recently... I've been working on losing weight, and, like, I'm happy with my results and everything, but, like, something that I was, like, I think she understands now, but something that I was trying to explain to my mother is that I'm trying to maintain, like, a certain, like, not like just like a certain weight or whatever, because, like, I feel like if I lose all this weight and then, correct me if I'm wrong, because I have not gone to see the doctor about hormones or anything. Like, I did my research, but again, I'm not even sure what they'll do to my own body. But, I don't want to lose a bunch of weight and then be on hormones and have, like, there nothing for, like, the hormones to do. And because I'm so broad-shouldered too, like, I'm gonna look weird. Like, I can't, and it bothers me because. And it's only on the days where I'm like, yes, like, binary female, yes, I have to be so girly, yes. And then I look in the fucking mirror, and the way that my body's shaped right now, like, I can't. So, like, losing any more weight really bothers me, but, like, I don't know. But, so I understand that. There's, like, a certain level of, like, fat I want on my body, and people don't really seem to understand that. But you look so great, and it would make shopping for clothes so much easier, and that's great.
Well, that's the thing is, like, regardless of your identity, being fat is never going to be celebrated. It's it hasn't been celebrated in, in American history, really. But, the thing is that what really slays me is this whole idea, we've addressed this before slightly, but we've never really gotten into it, that you cannot be considered androgynous unless you're thin. That is the thing. You cannot be read as androgynous unless you're thin. And I can't stand that. Like, I can't stand it. Like, there's an idea of what androgynous looks like if you're AMAB, and there's an idea of what androgynous looks like if you're AFAB, and both are white, both are thin, and both are just doing the most, and nobody has time for it. Like, if that's what you want to look like, great, but stop trying to perpetrate that this is what we look like. Because there's blogs I follow on Tumblr that are supposed to be about appreciation of non-binary identities, and they're supposed to be, this, that, and the other. And it's like one of them is Queer Cuts. I don't know if you guys know that one. QueerCuts.tumblr.com. And it's basically supposed to be, it's mostly non-binary people and showing off their hair. And if there's 100 posts, 98 of them are white, AFAB people who just got an undercut or have a faux hawk or have the same.
And there's probably color in it.
Yeah, they've got like really vibrant dye jobs. And, so
yeah,
cute.
so that's,
That's the aesthetic for non-binary people on Tumblr.
Well,
I mean, I'm into it. I
most of them are dyed. But, the thing is like, that's the look. And it's like, okay, I get it, but, like, are you kidding me? So I submitted mine, and it was just me with, like, when I used to have, like, my big, like, yarn braids, like, up in this big bun knot thing with, like, a head, like, my head was wrapped in the whole thing. And I submitted mine, and it took them forever to post it, and then they finally posted it. And it actually, like, I don't know. I don't really know how I feel about the response that it got, but it was not overwhelmingly positive, I'll tell you that.
What do you mean not overwhelmingly positive? Where they're like, oh, how dare they? How dare they have yarn braids?
No, it wasn't that, because I would say that. What it was like, just the sense of very, like, oh, yeah, we forgot, like, you guys are here, too. Like, very that, like, this, like, oh, we're going to put obligatory shit on here because, this is for us and not for you, and we know that. It was just uncomfortable.
Yeah, I totally get that. Like, that is why I follow this one blog. I don't remember the name of it, but it has, like, Trans Selfie Tuesdays. And, it's the same thing. Like, every Tuesday, it's the same people that always look the same. I mean, they still do, like, I don't believe that they don't reblog. They reblog and post everyone who submits. But the thing is, the people who don't look like the people that are reblogged and posted don't want to submit. Like, I don't want to submit because I'll stick out like a fucking sore thumb, but beside all those fucking skinny non-binary or like some trans masculine, it's mostly trans men who, are very, very, butch and stuff like that. Like, it's always that, and I do not want to stick out like a sore thumb amongst that. Like, I don't really get like, oh, I want to be included in this.
I've been in non-binary specific groups before where there's been selfies and I've posted and had people comment like literally like beautiful makeup, but why aren't you shaving? Or like saying to me very like you look really masculine, and I'm like,
oof, that's like terrible.
How do you? Wow, okay. But
like, horrible. Saying that to someone.
Well, you have to understand the dynamic between AFAB non-binary people and AMAB non-binary people, because the thing is that white AFAB non-binary people run the entire non-binary community. That is it. There are no exceptions.
Yes.
That they also make up the largest part of its constituency, and they are not very kind to anybody who is not them. Like, they fetishize AFAB people of color who are non-binary. That happens a lot. But if you're AMAB at all, you really, really get, like, either completely ignored or you get you just don't get positivity from anybody. You just get this, like, really thinly tolerated, like, we just don't fit in thing.
Wow, I'm really glad I haven't made any attempt to be a part of any non-binary spaces that I've come across. That's
like unless someone is running it,
right,
and that they are, a good person, it's not gonna be good. It's not, because like the biggest Swedish non-binary group I'm in, I mean the last couple of months, like all the people of color have left. A lot of the older people have left because they don't really feel like.
Because it's also
a lot of
ageist. As much as you can't be fat and androgynous, you can't be old. you have to be fucking 16, and it's like, you have to be kidding me.
Mm.
Yeah, I get really
Yeah, and
because like my roommate is really androgynous, and like they're like super 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 thin, and so like people see them and are like, is that a boy or a girl? But then people see me who has like a curvy, very womanly body, and people like yell at me like across the street like, oh, that's a girl with a boy haircut. I got that the other day. They were like, that's a girl with a boy haircut. Why does that girl have a boy haircut? And I was like, shut the fuck up. But yeah, the whole like, you have to be thin to be androgynous, like, it's gross.
Well, also this idea that, like, specifically for DMAP people, facial hair is such a big deal. Like, oh, you can't have facial hair. So, like, if you wear makeup, like, it should be very loud. And so if you do natural makeup, you're not doing enough. Because the whole idea is that you are, like, to be androgynous, you either have to have extremely feminine bone structure and just do, like, beautiful skin constantly, or it just, the whole thing doesn't make sense to me. The whole thing doesn't make sense because they're very, like, it's either that or you have to be Jeffree Star.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, I forgot
It
about
was
that.
problematic as fuck.
Have you guys been falling into, speaking of Jeffree Star, have you guys been falling into the kind of little bit of drama that's happening right now with like Lime Crime and like some of these smaller makeup brands?
Yeah, because a lot of them aren't actually like making their own products; they're just packaging them. But that's been going on. There was bitch slap.
The only thing I know of is that Lime Crime, their server got hacked and a bunch of people's shit got stolen, like as far as their card numbers and shit. I know that happened.
Yeah, well, there's that. That's a big, 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 big part of it. But it's also just the fact that, like, it's being kind of exposed. I mean, this is no surprise, really, 'cause, you know, private label and all that crap. But, you know, it's being exposed that basically, like, they're literally repackaging, like, other makeups. And, like, so if you, like, liked a certain Velveteen before and that was really, like, what you wanted, like, they have something that's kind of like that, but it's not the same thing anymore, which I guess makes sense, but a lot of people are, like, really upset about it. And I've just been into it because it's drama. Like, I don't give a fuck about that, you know, all the crap, but I just, you know, I'm into it because it's dramatic, and Jeffree Star came out and read Doe, the woman who runs Lime Crime, and it was problematic in some ways, but I don't know. It's just
I mean, all I know about Lime Crime is that they're just a shitty company. Like, I used to follow a lot of, you know, makeup blogs before, and, you know, literally all of them were like, oh, don't buy from Lime Crime, like, just don't. You will get fucked over,
Well, there's a lot of people, because you have to understand where I work, which we're not going to talk about, but I work in makeup, and a lot of the girls that I work with wear Lime Crime, and they all, every single one, if you ask them, they all have some type of story about how they ordered something and it just never came. And they had to, like... This is a mess. Sorry, Tori, yeah, go ahead. It's not okay. So shut up with that hat on. What is happening?
What is happening? I'm so confuzzled.
I think it just, like, auto-refreshed my page and then, like, the sound was on. Sorry about that, because nobody's been checking comments. I'm getting into them right now. What was I going to say? Oh. So, yeah, there's a ton of girls at my store who literally have, like, ordered lipsticks and never gotten them. And they had to get a refund.
And apparently the woman who runs it is just a terrible person. Like, I've been following, I think it's, like, a blog called Lime Crime Liars. Yeah, I have it. Lime Crime Liar. And it's just, like, they post every, like, little thing that the company has done that's bad. And it's kind of terrifying, and I feel bad because it's like this women's business, and she's like very, you know, at least when I first heard about Lime Crime, I was like, oh, this is cool, you know, support her and all that crap and da-da-da-da-da. But I don't know, it's kind of all, I'll post the link because there's a lot of tea.
Well, but the thing Line crime is this has been out for a long time. Like people have known about this since probably.
Just
Like,
don't even. Just Google it before you throw out a random year that doesn't make sense. Just
no, at
Google it.
least 3
They had
years
known-
ago. At least 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just didn't get popular until Instagram really took off makeup-wise. That's why.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with Anastasia Beverly Hills. That didn't come out to 5 seconds ago. It's been out. But they've just really taken off because Amrezy is the one that fucking has been boosting them up.
Boycott line crime. It's a gag because a lot of like makeup vlog people, like a lot of like YouTubers like that have done line crime reviews are like totally like are coming out and being against lime crime. So it's like this is so serious. It's like I'm looking at this right now, like Carly Bybel, who's a huge you know.
Is there any way that we could not talk about makeup on the internet? Is that possible? I'm sorry. If you guys want to talk about it, it's fine. I'm just gonna tune out. I'm sorry. Never mind. You don't have to stop.
No, it's fine. I'll go back to doing my hair.
No, it's fucking awful. And also, like, that's my job, and I don't want to hear about it. I just started vacation today.
I don't know. It came up because of Jeffree Star. Because I just think it's a gag when people that have a lot of followers are like really publicly against a company, especially a company that's like supported them in the past.
Because they want to just fucking get more attention. That's what they're doing it for.
Well, but it's partially that, but it's also like a lot of these people have endorsed these products. So it's like, you know.
But that's also cosmetics, though. Cosmetics has always been like that. People are always constantly turning on somebody else to get a better deal or to get out of a deal. That's a big thing. To get out of a sponsorship, that's a really, really big thing. But, yeah, no, that happens.
Yeah.
I am so happy. I just ordered food from my favorite place. Do you guys want to see something really cool that I just got in the mail?
Yes.
Sure.
Did you get Darian's thing? Because I got Darian's thing. I haven't opened it yet, though.
Yeah, I got mine. When did you get yours? I've had mine.
I got mine a couple days ago.
Well, what did you get?
I haven't opened it yet because I wanted to like make a dramatic video of me opening it.
Well, why don't you just do it when he gets on here?
Because it's a letter.
You want to monetize it and get more money.
No, that's inaccurate. How
Has
dare
anyone
you?
told you lately that you're fucking awful, Cat Black?
Every time I speak to you. Every time.
What?
Every time I speak to you, I hear it.
Yeah, you know what? And also, don't forget I'm doing it because I love you and I'm trying to help you. Because I just literally said, Cat Black, you're fucking awful. And literally we jumped up by like 5 viewers. I just want to
Everybody, that's why people, you know, people hear that I'm on, they're like, oh my goodness, Cat's gonna get reds. Like, this is what I live for. This is what I live for.
It helps them de-stress from their work week. You know, it's a good thing.
Cat, but for real, I have like an issue with you, girl.
Oh no! What is the issue?
Your white husband.
Get ready to trim this part of the video. We about to go in.
Oh,
no!
Let me say my thing before you go in on her, because it's gonna take a minute. And this is going to.
Are you gonna come for me about the?
Can I know the fucking thing I wanted to know? Y'all are so rude. This is why nobody likes people.
I'm scared, girl. I've got my twist out, girl. I'm like crazy, and I, you know, somebody's about to read me. I'm vulnerable. I'm a vulnerable
Anyway,
woman.
today I received, and by received I mean UPS is awful in my area and lazy, and I had to go pick it up. My very big sketchbook.
Oh, nice. 600 pages. Nice. What kind of paper is it, though?
It is. Let's see. It says acid free.
But can you do can you do water media on it?
Yeah, I think they said that.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, 600 chances to perfect your artwork. This is going to be Dakota's family tradition book that I'm going to be starting to document my practice spiritually in, which I will then pass down to whoever survives me. and that will be it. So I'm really excited about this. It's the perfect kind of book to do it in. It has 600 pages, and it's really, really good quality. Also, you already know about these, right, Kat?
No, actually, I've never. This is the first time I've heard about it.
Okay, well, everywhere that you look online, I just want to plug this for everybody on our who's watching, who's an artist, and everyone else who just might want to know. These are usually $50 or $60, and they're like 8 or 9 pounds. So, not to mention like how much it's going to be for shipping as well. But I ordered from TCP Global. Yeah, TCP Global, and it was only $25 and change, and that includes shipping.
Yeah, that's very
Didn't
fast.
Ember Honey Raven get one of those?
Oh, I don't know. Did she? Are you trying to clock me right now? Because you know.
I mean, I might be a little bit, but I mean, I might have seen that video.
Maybe that's how I found out about it and how I immediately ordered it before the video was even over. Shout out Ember Honey Raven. That's my girl.
Yeah, she's great.
So yeah.
So you should watch her video about. She made that video about the word fat or whatever, and Seal went on a rant about that one time, and it is a great video that she made. Ember Honey Raven.
Well, Ember's really great. If you guys are looking for witchy channels to follow besides mine, youtube.com/genderterrorism. Sorry, hold please. I will be right back. Start dragging her, okay, Gazi?
I gotta go. I'll be right back. I gotta go pick up some Xanax for my flight. I'll be back.
That is so rude. Drag me. I just want to know, is it about the whole Kardashian thing?
The Kardashian is another thing. Kardashian thing?
No, because like I got into it on Tumblr with people about like the whole what's her face, the one that got the lips done, the one that had
Jenner. Her name is Jenner. Do not miss last name her, please.
Whatever, girl. Whatever. She's a Kardashian. Whatever. But I mean, the thing is like people really got on my case because when I first saw the picture, it was.
Oh, I know. They came into my inbox. They came into my Tumblr inbox, links and everything.
Oh, did they?
Yes, they were like, "What are you going to do about this? Like, you need to call her out." And I was like, I private messaged back. I was like, "That's my sister." Like, and they were just like,
because one girl was like, I can't believe people sent you money and things like that. It was one of those things where it's like, I just don't give a fuck about the Kardashians. Like, so I'm not like sitting around really thinking about, all the anti-blackness that they do, not because I think that it's invalid, but it's just like I'm not into pop culture in that way. So like I'm maybe not as aware about it as some people are. But like when I first saw the picture, the one that was circulating was one of the ones that they had lightened. Yeah. So she didn't quite look blackface to me. When I saw the original one, I was like, okay, girl, I see it now.
Well, most of the messages that I got, it's because I think a lot of people like, you're basically like the darling on YouTube about blackface, right? Because of your video. So I feel like they assumed your response, and then when they didn't get the assumed response, they were upset about that because you are like the YouTube darling of blackface. So, or not blackface.
No, I like that title, the YouTube darling of blackface. Cat Black is actually a white woman in blackface.
But no, like people legit thought I was gonna make like a video about it, and they were like kind of upset that I didn't, and I'm just like, girl, like chill. I feel like they just don't let us chill.
They really don't. I actually had to have a conversation with them. I was like, y'all don't, like, people come to me all day long. I know you know exactly how this feels. All day long to call shit out. All day long.
Yes.
And this was just one of those situations where I was like, you know what? Like, can I see maybe how this is problematic? Absolutely. Am I going to sit here and go on a fucking rant about it like I do every single fucking day? No. Like I said, sometimes people, like, they really don't, like, take into account my mental health. And they're just like, yeah, I want you to go in. And then when I don't give them that response, it's like, oh, you're trash. I knew you was a fucking snake. Da-da-da-da. And I was like, girl, like, my thing.
That's exactly what I got when I said I wasn't going to make a response. Like, I was just like, that's her point of view. And I was just like, y'all really need to stop, like, making us into these rigid figures that do not evolve. I'm like, she might not think it's problematic today, but tomorrow she might. Like, let people fucking grow, you know? And I feel like with me on my channel, I kind of understand the way people come at me like hard, because my videos, I come at people hard. But with I feel like whenever even you come at someone, it's very on a turn of, I'm educating you, I'm taking time with you, let's learn together. And I feel like people do not give you that, when in the thread that I saw, people did not give you that same respect. It was like, you should have got this since birth, Cat Black. Like, you should know this shit since birth.
Yeah, exactly. And like, honestly, I talked to, because I'm part of a Black feminist group, and I posted the pictures, and a lot of people didn't see it as blackface. And when I first saw the picture, I didn't feel that way either, you know. But looking into the issue a little bit more, it's like, yeah, that's really fucked up, because it's not like, because my whole thing is, I really have not been trying to catch up on how Kylie Jenner is appropriating Black culture, because I don't give a fuck. I don't care. But, you know, looking into it, I saw a photo shoot the other day, girl, where she, I think it was for Teen Vogue or something, and she had dreads and shit, and I was like, girl. Because I get it. Like, after looking into it, I get it. Sure. You know, because it's not just the blackface, it's not just the dreads, it's the constant theme.
True.
So I get it now.
But you weren't like using your voice to silence anyone or to dilute other Black voices. Like, you
really wasn't.
Like, you weren't telling other people it's not blackface. You were basically saying, to me, I don't see it. To me, I don't see it. And people totally ignore that, and they thought that you were trying to like silence them. And I was like, she's not silencing you. She has her opinion on it. And what the fuck? Like, continue like all these posts that you're coming and trying to drag her. You could have posted this on your Facebook about how you feel on your Tumblr about how you feel about it. But it's like, you can't win with them. Once they have once they smell like a scent of blood, they're like rabid dogs. Like they're just
and there are so many people that are just waiting for that moment. Because I always have this thing where it's like, people are always like, girl, I knew it. I knew you were.
Don't they say that shit? Like, seriously. My third video, on my third or second video, somebody was like, I told you about Ghazi. I'm like, y'all motherfuckers don't know me. Told them what? Told them what?
Exactly.
And it's like, so funny, like, they will put labels on you that...
Oh, y'all really just turned on my cam without my permission. Just turned it right back on. Okay, that's fine.
Like, they can do that?
No one can do that except for you.
They'll just be like, they'll be like, oh, Ghazi is a misogynist. He's a onk this and this, da-da-da-da. And it's just like, you're so quick to say that because I'm wearing something particular, or I said like, like for instance, in some of my last videos, I say like Black Power, Hotep, Uhuru, all this kind of stuff, just to basically cover and say I see all of them, and what I'm gonna call it. But people like thought I subscribe to it. But it's just crazy because I feel like with you and I, when our videos, we're really trying to like implement change and really trying to educate people and do something productive with our videos. But people really just, to be totally effing honest, and it frustrates me, people really just want us to be entertainment, like bitter Black people entertainment.
Exactly, and that is the frustrating thing, because it's like I went on this point because it's like, people love when I get on Tumblr and drag somebody. People love it. They love when I really go in. And listen, I understand it. Like, when somebody's really going in and you're agreeing with them, you identify with it, and you really want to be there, and you know, so I get it. But at the same time, it's like, bitch, I am a real fucking person. Like, I do not have the energy or the time, or I'm not always in the mood to drag people. I'm just not. Like, and I got put up
in a dog fight. Like, I'm not a fucking pit bull in your dog
fight. Exactly. And that's the shit that gets me too, is because the kind of undertone of it, the subtle thing that they're kind of almost saying, is very like, we like when you're you know, an angry, sassy Black girl. You know, we like that. That's good. We like when you're, you know, going in like that. And it's just like, bitch, listen, like, to me, my whole thing was, bottom line, I'm not going to get upset at fucking Kylie Jenner for what, you know, whatever. I mean, yeah, I can see how people can say it. And like, I even told her, I was like, listen, if you make a post breaking down why this is problematic, I'll fucking reblog it.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I do all the time. Like, I reblog people's points on things like that all the time, because sometimes there's issues where like I haven't really, like, I do this with Seren all the time. Seren will make a point about something, that like I haven't really sat down and like really thought about or really like considered or really like even cared about. But Seren has this point, and I listen to it and I agree with what she's saying, and I fucking reblock it. Like, my thing was like, if you have an issue with it, tell me what the issue is so that I can fucking support it. Like and I told her like, I'm not going to pretend that I'm upset about this. I'm not going to. People want me to just be mad at everything. I'm just like, when I looked at the picture, of course now, like looking at the original picture made me feel some type of way. When I looked at the picture, like I would be lying to my followers if I said that offended me. I just would be.
Yeah.
I just would be, and I'm not going to pretend.
That would be a popular video though. If you did it, it's like, do you want me to sell out? Do you want me to sell out? Like.
No, exactly. Like, yes, I could have made a video about it, and yes, it would have gotten views, and maybe I would have got in, but I'm not going to pretend like, oh my God, I'm so upset about something, just for that. Like, for what? For what? Like,
it's like you win or you lose, but like, what I was looking at one of your Ariel, I think it was Ariel videos, you were calling one YouTube out, and it was so frustrating to me that this person like leaves a comment and says that you need to focus more on like uplifting the community rather than dragging other people. And I'm like, are you serious, motherfucker? She just made 25 videos before this, uplifting and educating the community. Like, does anybody know how to click that little tab that says video? Like,
it gets me. Like that's one of those situations where it's that whole Ariel Scarcella thing taught me so much about like basically how you have to just learn how to walk away from some people, and that's like a lesson that I'm learning in many ways. Is like, you know, some people are just never gonna fucking hear it. I'm still planning on making that RJ video, by the way.
Well, we actually just got a comment about him. So do you want me to read it to you?
Let's get into it.
I just want to not hear you talk anymore. Okay, let me find
That's rude. I don't appreciate.
So Allison B, parentheses Allie B, who I think I've seen comment before, and if I remember correctly, hey, I really like your comments. I thought I'd come in real damn early. You beautiful people have talked a lot about white gay men and their appropriation of black women. Well, rather a caricature or a specific type of black woman. But I wanted to hear your thoughts on the gay males constantly bashing or acting in disgust of vaginas and childbirth. I've seen so many gay men say how disgusting they look or reference fish. What made me think of this is something our good, non-problematic friend RJ Aguiar said in a recent video, likening his espresso to Oprah's vagina in color. Yep.
What? Yes. Did he really? Girl, I'm about to fucking go in.
What? Link me.
Girl.
It's about to go down.
Oh, y'all, people of color are just so happy to be angry.
Dakota, stop it. You ain't black. Dakota, stop it. Dakota.
What was that?
Stop acting like you ain't black. Like this is not how your family be. Stop acting like you ain't white woman. Girl, you know.
This is this white woman. Leave me alone. Okay, so I'm aware he identifies as bisexual, as do I, which is why I wonder if it's something he has picked up from gay males around him, or, I don't know, what do you wondrous peoples think? And here's the link, and here's the timestamp. So I'm going to play it. Oh, it's called Italian Love. So now I really get to go into.
Yes, go in, let him have it.
Dragging season.
But before we start, let's just say that this is not about hating gay or bisexual men.
Yes, it is.
This is not about hating men. This is not about hating men.
It's not. Listen.
For all of you, mute your fucking mics so we can hear it. Y'all are awful. God. I mean, I love everyone, and I'm so happy to be here. Okay, here we go.
We have a little espresso machine. I have like my espresso this morning. It's on Instagram. I love it. I like my coffee like darker than the inside of Oprah's vagina. So,
It's disgusting. Actually, I think it might be pink inside there. Now that I think about it.
I don't know. Darker
I should not be thinking about that this time of morning.
Guys, it is a beautiful.
This is why no one likes white gay men. This is why.
See, the thing that gets me, though, is I like how I think his boyfriend clocked the fact that no, actually, it will be pink inside.
They're trying way too hard to for laughs. That's not even fucking
Wait,
funny. That's just
wait.
disrespectful.
I have a question. I need an answer. Are you okay, Kate Blanchett? Did you fall down and can you not get up?
Oh, don't call me Kate Blanchett.
What is that fucking angle? Where are you and how did you get there?
I like, you know what? She's out by the pond right now with the blue light.
Can you
Just
please
hold
post,
Fairy Kingdom. What's wrong with you?
post the link of the video in the chat because I'm gonna trim it. I'm gonna trim it and post it on my Tumblr and go in, and then I'm gonna make a video and go in.
I mean, I'm glad if you make a because I really
wait, I'm so sorry. I just want to interject here. Sorry, Catherine, I don't want to interrupt you. I just thank you so much, Gazi, for posting my video when I sent it to you. I really appreciate the support from a friend.
Was nice? Were they nice?
Girl, I haven't looked at it since like yesterday, but it was over 2,000 views already, and it was doing really well.
Right.
Oh yes.
It's very important.
Who was yesing? Oh, that better be Rory. I was like, don't let that be Kat. Kat doesn't get to yes.
I mean, no. That's not Kat. That's somebody else.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Yes. This is so ridiculous.
Yeah.
Are we done?
Much better. If you want to unmute Tori and join the conversation, you totally can. We can just have it just be us. There we go.
Yeah.
All right. Maybe you have a topic. Are we going to discuss this? What are we going to do? I'm going to get to that link right now. What's happening? Cat Black is the devil.
I have a little topic I could bring up.
Again.
Ooh, yes, Tori. What do you want to talk about?
Okay, so I saw this article on the Tumblr, and
Tori, give me 1 second. Sorry. Okay, here you guys. Kat, Gazi. Here's the link, and the timestamp was just 1 minute, so it's right around there. Literally, if you go to like 1 minute. Sorry, keep going, Tori.
okay, so this article was about this Californian school board member, and she said, I guess they were having budget issues, and that they should give air conditioning to the school with mostly white students and not put air conditioning in a school with mostly Latino students, because the Latino students are used to hot weather, and because they don't have air conditioners in their home because they're poor, so they're used to it, so they shouldn't have it at their schools.
That's dumb. That's all I'm gonna say. Like,
Yeah.
fuck her.
Yeah, it's disgusting. And then, like,
Fuck her. Get her.
yeah, like, people called her out on it, and she was like, well, I don't really see a problem with it because it's a fact. They don't have air conditioning in their home, so why should they have it at school? Like, they'll be fine.
I mean,
That's so
I'm not
fucked up.
gonna. I mean, I'm basically a living stereotype because I am half Finn Swede, half Swedish. I love the cold. I barely ever freeze, and I fucking love snow. And people walk around me all the time with coats and stuff, and I'm like, ooh, whatever. But like, even if I could manage without heat for like the rest of my life. I mean, fuck off. Yes, the fact that these are poor people, like poor Latino people, that's just fucking awful. I fucking hate this bitch. Give me her name so I can fucking send her a hate mail or something.
I could probably find her name, but
I'm gonna send my poop in a package to her house, And because Sweden is so far away, it's gonna take a really long time, and it's gonna get real gross and icky. Nicely
I don't think you
together.
can do that. I think that's considered like biological terrorism.
Well, fuck, I'm a biological terrorist then. Fuck her.
Well, ladies, and
Yeah.
folk, that was a Teas and Kikis exclusive. You heard it here first.
But yeah, also it was they're elementary school, so like it's children, like young children. Yeah.
Someone's a
And
sloppy
even like
bottom.
the name of the school, like the white school is called John Sweat Elementary, and then the Latino school is called Los Juantas Elementary. So it's like obviously just such a divide.
Where
But you
was
know,
this?
Segregation,
it's in
yeah.
California.
Well, of course it was in California. Cat Black lives there, and discrimination is on the uptick now.
It is.
True.
It is. It really is.
Once the
But
white
yeah, so
her move into Orange County, she's very okay with all of it now.
yeah, but yeah, just so you guys should know that you know, the Latinos they're used to heat, so they don't need air conditioning, and that's you can save some money.
Cool. Anybody got a topic?
I mean, I kind of have one, kind of. But,
Well, go ahead.
I'm really
Well, I
missing
don't know.
my bones. Darian's gonna be here in a minute, so go ahead.
Yay!
I don't know if anybody saw, but there's a trans man by the name of Adian Dowling,
Oh, yes,
I think,
Aiden.
who's like in the running to be on a cover spread of Men's Health magazine.
Yeah, to be like the first trans man ever. It's not like official yet, but
Yeah,
it's
no, like he's just like in first place with the voting right now.
Yeah, but when I saw the post 3 days ago, he was in like 9th place, and then like later that day, like 2 hours later, I saw he was first, and he hasn't lost it yet.
Not at all.
yeah, he's probably gonna get it. Like it's getting really big, a lot of publicity. Which I love his videos. I've been watching his videos for a
Yeah,
while.
he's a great YouTuber.
Yeah, he is. And he's super attractive. So
Yeah, he's also yes, he is.
He's fucking hella fine, Jesus.
yeah.
He can do me. You can get it.
I don't think that he wants it, but I think it's really nice that you would offer.
I don't know. I have a way with men. Listen. I do.
You
I mean,
have a
he is
way-
married, and you are
Way
also
with
married.
white dick.
I think that it's really about the fact that you think because you're a white woman and he's married to a white woman.
What do you mean? What do you mean think? What do you mean think? What does this think?
I don't know how to break this to you. For a white girl, you're really tan.
Listen, I like my tan. I like getting a nice juicy tan.
Yeah, but it never. And you never go outside.
I mean, self-tanner, hello.
Yeah, like I just wear a lot of it. Listen,
Kat,
the blacks look really great. Their skin is nice and I like it.
Kat, can you name one brand of self tanner for me?
Cat Black's self tanning serum.
Sounds legit.
Mhm.
I'd buy that. I'd buy that. I'm pale as fuck.
I mean, listen, you see my tan. You want a tan like this?
Listen,
You better work, babe.
no, if you buy a black beauty product, it's going to be full of bleach and estrogen, so it's going to really.
Yes, bleach and estrogen. It's gonna be called Passable. Passable is gonna be the name of the brand.
Passable, the new scented body oil by Cat Black.
Mhm. And it's literally, listen, you want to be cute, you want to be pretty, be white, like me.
Fishy is the glow serum.
Mhm.
Fishy will make you glow.
It'll
It's
make you
got
glow. And
glitter
it's literally
particles
just
and
olive oil.
fish
It's like
scales.
it's just literally just like cooking olive oil and like and like a little bit of salt or something, just a little bit of like little like beads. Just it makes you glow. It makes you glow.
But it also has fish scales and glitter in it.
Mhm. Oh, absolutely.
That yams haven't been brought up yet. I'm not going to lie.
Well, yams are ground up. Okay, this is the thing. The base is yam juice. The yams are ground thoroughly into a paste.
In Africa, there's like a
the red
little
base
village in
too,
Africa where they
for
do
the
that.
Oh, using an authentic African yam press.
Authentic.
Authentic.
So we balance out the tone with a little bit of extremely genetically modified avocado.
Avocado.
Oh, so you got it from Chipotle.
Yeah, we literally it's guacamole packages from Chipotle. That's it.
Right.
That's all. See, it helps balance out the tones of the yam to really give you, you know, a nice.
Creamier. You know, it's muy authentico.
Well, I mean,
Yes.
I understand eating both. You know, you can't just take blockers.
You have to do both. You have to do both. Listen, it's called passable for a reason, girl. Listen.
But you also need fish too, because it's not just about being passable; it's about being
I'm kind of
fish.
really into this idea because this keeps coming off more and more to me as like Cat Black in the role that Sharon Stone played in The Catwoman starring Halle Berry.
Oh my God! Yes.
Yes, it's very that. It's very that.
Black as like the fucking CEO of Bioline.
Yes, violin. I forgot that was what that movie was about.
Can we watch that movie later? Can we watch the fight scene?
Like I was just really confused for a moment because it was like.
If you actually want to rabbit later, I'm not even joking. I will totally be down for watching that movie.
I really am down for it too. Like I really love that movie.
Just like at the end when she smacks Sharon Stone in the face with like a lead pipe.
Yes.
And when she sees her,
like, oh my God, it's so good.
the claw marks on her marble face. That's my favorite. It was like patriarchy being destroyed.
But the thing about it, though, it's so beautiful, is like every single scene that Sharon Stone is in, not the whole movie, just Sharon Stone, it switches to like RuPaul's Drag Race season 1.
Yes. It's glowy. Everything is just glowy.
Yeah.
Just a soft, like a light Gaussian blur.
The first time that I saw it, Sharon Stone walked on screen and I was like, is that an angel? Like, what is her role in this movie?
It's almost like the lighting they do for Tilda.
Yes. But Tilda doesn't need it. It's just an aesthetic. It's a look.
Yeah.
That's just what Tilda's face looks like.
Right.
It just gives off that glow naturally.
Iridescent. Like, see, what happened was she was endowed with glitter and shimmering liquid for blood.
It's iridescent and it's shiny, but it's not glossy. Passable.
It's not, girl. Girl, you know why? Because it was finely ground silica crystal sheer metallic cat black patent pending 2015.
Not far enough. Thank you so much. So who else has a topic? Oh, what's going on? I can pull one.
Pull one. Pull it.
All right, let me grab my phone. Because what I do throughout the week, when I see stuff that I'm like, ooh, we have to bring that up on the show, and I see it on my phone, I screenshot it. So I have a bunch of screenshots in here that I can pull from. Let's see. Selfie. These are just a ton of selfies, actually. I'll find one eventually.
So that's cool.
Fucking zeal.
Oh. These are a couple snippets that we can just kind of sound off on quickly and then move to the next thing. Did you guys hear that Nancy Reagan was quoted as saying, "I want Hillary to win"?
No.
Yeah, which is giving a lot of people more firepower to be like, maybe we don't want her. Also, in what is quite possibly one of the most horrifying pieces of news to ever hit the LGBT community, Fox is going to be remaking the Rocky Horror Picture Show.
No!
Oh, wow.
No! What? No.
That is actually terrifying.
Like,
that's real? They're really doing that?
Like,
it's authentic, yeah.
Oh my god, no! It was like one of the first movies I saw that made me realize that, hey, gender nonconformity is a thing. Fuck off, Fox.
Yeah, me too.
They're gonna ruin it.
Oh,
they
yeah.
are going to ruin it.
I feel like, why do we need a new one? That's the thing, is why do we need a new one? We have the old one.
Nobody asked for it. Like, nobody asked for it. And nobody asked Fox. Oh, God.
This is so adjacent.
Oh, God. I want to throw myself on a couch and just be like, oh, what has happened to
Also, in
the
a
world?
case, South Carolina police officers were cleared in 200 shootings over the past 5 years.
What?
That's fucked up.
I'm just going to keep going until one of these sticks.
Yeah.
Let's see. Did you guys hear about the story about the grandmother who accidentally poisoned the entire family by serving hot chocolate that expired 25 years ago?
No, but that is so bad.
What?
Go in on that. I want to hear about that.
I mean, terrible. That sounds really terrible. Tell me more.
Oh, no, that's it. I checked. It's real. But you know what? It's just really a fill-in-the-blank kind of situation. It's easier that way.
Mm-hmm. That is the entire story. You really don't need much more.
Oh, God. Poor
Was
little lady.
Do it on purpose? Or is it like, whoops, my entire family died? That kind of thing.
I don't know if they died. I think everybody was hospitalized.
Oh. That's
okay. Also, another rumor has surfaced. Janet Jackson will be coming out with new music this year.
I'm so excited.
What was said all throughout last year, so I'm still hoping, but not as ardently.
One of these days. One of these days.
I listened to Velvet Rope for the first time the other night. I was telling AJ and Dakota about it, like all the way through, and it's honestly some of the most amazing, like, everything, like, ever.
Well, you're like, this is so good, and then you find out that it was like, oh my god, this was 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, we don't have to get into Janet. That'll just take up the entire rest of the fucking show. Let's see. Oh, did you guys hear about the United Nations memorial that was just unveiled?
No.
Commemorating all the people whose lives were lost through the Atlantic slave trade?
No.
Yeah. You should look it up. It's the Atlanta Black Star is the one that reported on it, and I was reading all about it. It's actually a really fascinating story because they're saying that this is the decade of African peoples.
Hmm.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means either.
Is that like Black History Month, just like on a larger scale?
I mean, African peoples, that's, you know, from the UN, that's pretty big.
Yeah. So it's apparently there was a huge ceremony at the unveiling. So there's that. Also, I wanted to bring up something that I read the other day. So I would love to get your perspective, Seal, from somebody who lives in Europe. What is the deal with the European Union, the financial, seemingly annual crisis, and Germany? Because it seems like Germany's in charge, but not necessarily in a good way.
I do not know. I'm gonna be honest with you. I have no idea what you're talking about, and I do not really care. Like, I'm not really into all that stuff because, I don't know. It bores me.
What I read was, and this is something I've kind of noticed as an ongoing thing, that, specifically Greece, but also Italy and a few other nations in the European Union have been doing really, really bad financially. And there's austerity measures that are implemented by Germany. And Germany's sort of like profiting over, out of the chaos that's like kind of getting everybody else. Also using that to like maintain control. And it's kind of scary. So they've been basically horrible to Greece, who has been drowning in debt. And so clock this: Greece just filed a brief with the UN to sue Germany for, I think it was a couple $1 billion.
Yes.
these are the reparations that you owe us for invading us during World War II, fucking up everything that was here, and causing the consistent issues that we've had since then.
Yes, Greece work. But yeah, a small interesting thing just about Greece, because I have family connections there, because my brother's father is Greek, and he, I've been to Greece a couple of times, and I was there last summer, and then we, hung out with my brother's father, and he was like, well, I can't really, make money. Like, he and everyone he works together with, like, he worked at a hotel, and the owner of that hotel owned him something around, like, 20 or something thousand euros. That's a lot of money. And now he has had to move here to Sweden because living in Greece is impossible now. Like, he used to have like a wine orchard, and he used to like have a pretty good life, but now he can't even live in like his home anymore because people just don't make money, and everyone has huge debts, and people are losing their jobs. The only people who can work are the people who, do tourist stuff, and even them, they can't, like, profit of it like the same way they could a couple of years ago. Like, it's literally the worst. It's horrible, and nobody can do anything about it. So I'm just saying, yes, Greece work for suing Germany. So yeah, that's really all the insight I have on that matter.
Work. Well, don't ever say I didn't do anything for you. You just couldn't keep up. All right. Also, I don't think we brought this up on the show. I was just joking, by the way. Thank you for giving that, because there's only so much you can read from American news sources and feel like you actually have any understanding about the situation. So I don't think that we said this last week, but it's really important. Malta became the first country to outlaw surgery on intersex babies.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
and that's a huge deal, because Malta is such a small country, and it's a huge deal. Like, of all the countries in the world, Malta is the last one you'd expect. Like, oh, coming out of the woodworks, yes.
So yeah, that happened, which is great, because there's a lot of ongoing growth. And certain, like a surge now that we see of intersex people feeling comfortable enough to blog about the struggles that they've had after suffering through the ramifications of quote-unquote corrective surgery when they were born. I'm checking around to see what other screenshots I have. Let's see. Some of these I don't even know why I screenshotted them. What was I thinking? Like, one of these is Teletubbies in black and white is the 10th circle of hell.
Yes.
Like, someone, like, took a bunch of Teletubbies footage and made it in black and white and, like, really grainy. And you watch it and you're like, this is the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. Let's see. By all means, anybody else jump in if you got something.
We could talk about how every episode of SVU that's ever dealt with trans people has been a complete fucking travesty.
Well, I think you just
talked about that.
Oh, we have. Oh, well, you guys may have. I have.
No, I feel like you just talked about it. I think you just brought it up, and that's good. I don't know if we have to go episode by episode because we have gone through that quite a bit before.
Oh, did you see Tori's? Tori commented in the comment section and posted the link to the commercial for the thing I was telling you about.
Oh.
Like the
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 transphobic
problematic-
as fuck commercial.
Yeah.
Huh?
By the way, I don't know if you guys know about this, but this was a little while ago. But in the London suburb of Stamford Hill, there was a anti-Semitic attack on a synagogue where like 20 kids, literally like about 20 kids, attacked the synagogue, yelling threats, beating worshippers, and vandalizing the property.
Wow.
Basically, the UK has seen a record number of anti-Semitic instances in 2014, and the assault on Jewish worshippers it came right before they opened an anti-Semitism hotline, which was meant to provide support to victims.
I mean, this is.
What are you doing, Seal? Because it's really loud.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll stop.
That's okay.
No, but I mean, this just goes into the whole thing I've been talking about with, how Nazis are making a comeback in Europe. Like, you can't even say that they are, slightly racist people or slightly fascist. It's just full out Nazis. They are gaining power in European parliaments, and
I don't know if I necessarily even believe that they were ever gone. I just think that they were like.
Yeah. It's just that they have been hiding long enough to make people, kind of, because it's not, a lot of Holocaust survivors are starting to die out. More Holocaust deniers are, rampant and up and going and talking about how the Holocaust never happened.
Well, that's
and,
something that we've never talked about on the show, and I would love to get into it because I brought it up a couple weeks ago and then we never actually got to it. What is the whole thing with Holocaust deniers? How does that happen? What is going on? Who are these people? Can someone explain this to me?
Well, they are basically Nazis who, just people who do not want others to think, oh, that would never happen. Stop feeling bad about the Jews. Like, people are just, like, trying to make it like, oh, that never happened. It's just a thing by the government, blah, blah, blah. Like, I've never even really got into it because I don't really even know what their arguments are. I just know that the few people... Bullshit. What?
I said that they're bullshit.
Yeah, like, it's bullshit, and the people who are, they hang out wherever they hang out and, do their bullshit while the rest of the world just, like, ignores their existence. But, lately there has been more, or not even deniers, more like just like, oh, it wasn't a big deal, or not that many people died, or, blah, 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 blah. Like, they're just making it, trying to make the Holocaust, like, less of a deal or something, I guess. I don't know.
Well, these people sound horrible.
Well, they are. So,
All right, well, all you other fuckers that are on here, are you going to bring anything up? Ghazi, Kat, anybody? Hello?
I'm here. I'm here.
Hello?
Hello. I wish I had something to say. I wish that I had something to say. I don't have anything to add. I'm sorry that I'm being so terribly uncooperative.
Kat?
Yes?
Shut the fuck up and talk about something. Bring up the topic.
Well, I have a question, but I feel like it's embarrassing.
Hold on. We're going to get to your question in just a second. Seal, what we're not going to do as bratty teenagers is come for our elders. That's what we're not going to do. Okay? All right. Kat, what was your question?
Okay, well, I kind of alluded to it earlier, and maybe I'll get into like full detail privately with people, but I was basically approached to be part of a video in support of Hillary Clinton.
Right.
Now, I personally, for so many reasons, really don't have a good grasp on if I'm, for or against her. I haven't really looked into it. That's terrible. I know it's bad. People are going to probably drag me for it later. But I was just wondering what everybody
fucking suck it, because we're literally still not even close to the fucking election, so you have time.
Yeah, which is kind of how I felt about it. So, but it was an exciting approach because I was like, the person that emailed me, which I'll probably talk to you about later. I was like, oh, this is a big deal. This is someone who, if I work with this person, who knows what could happen. But at the same time, I try really hard to not like.
I am going to be the passable trans fish Condoleezza Rice. I'm going to be the next Secretary of State. It's going to happen.
Yes, exactly. That's literally where my mind was. It's like, you know what? I'm gonna wear a nice pantsuit. I'm gonna sit in front of my computer. I'm gonna have a nice clear background, and I'm gonna say I support Hillary Clinton for blah 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 blah, and smile. But I was like, but do I though?
Well, what is the project?
Well, it's basically just a collaboration video, feminist, where everybody's basically talking about how amazing it would be if Hillary Clinton was in the presidency, and it's definitely probably a video that.
And they realized they only had white girls, so they called Cat Black.
Because I'm a diversity salad.
Yeah.
And they're like, you know what? We covered so many things with just her.
They said, you know what? She grew up in a very diverse neighborhood.
A very diverse neighborhood. She's very agreeable. She looks good. She looks right. She's the right type of person. Which I'm joking, but that's probably true. It's probably true. But I don't know. My thing is like, I guess my question is like, do you guys have any real issues or feelings with Hillary? Because I don't really have any, aside from the fact that I think it would be pretty fucking cool to have a female president, but I don't think that's a great reason to vote for someone. Do you know what I mean? So.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's dozens of issues with her, but depends on your standpoint, Like, I
just want to know, is she for the blacks? Is she for the queers? Is she for the trans people? Is she for all of that? Because if so, she has my vote.
Well, the thing is that you kind of have to sit yourself down and say, do I support our current everything? Mm-hmm. If I do, then I will vote for her because she's marginally better. And even that's subjective. But my whole thing is like, look, either he's going to win or the Republican is going to win. So I'm voting for her.
Mm-hmm. No, I see.
That's my whole standpoint. I'm sorry. I know she's awful. I know that everybody's like, don't support the oligarchy and capitalism, and oh my god, you guys don't like her. She's really not as good as you think she is. I'm like, I was never under that impression. But I am under the impression we literally have a two-party system that's not changing in this election, and we're only going to have a Republican candidate and her. So I'll be damned if I'm going to allow that asshole to get in over her.
Yeah. No, and that's kind of honestly the way that I voted in the past is like, do I want McCain? Abso-fucking-lutely not.
Right.
Obama.
And I think, honestly, if you were disappointed with Obama, it's your fault that you believed he was some kind of fucking messiah.
Well, the thing, you know what, the minute that I heard he was the president, I was like, you know what? I already know how this is going to go. There's going to be issues. He's, like most politicians, not going to follow through on everything. And by the end of his presidency, it's going to be very well, you know, we had a nice run with a black president.
Right.
And, you know, it was nice. And never again.
There was a politician recently, a Republican politician. I don't know if he was a senator or a representative. I don't know. But he said something to the effect of, I think we've had enough of, what was it? Something to the effect of, like, a, like, diverse representation.
Was it a minority candidate? Is that what they said? Because I've seen that a lot.
Yes.
Minority candidate.
I think we did that for long enough. Something to the effect of that, where it was basically like the most thinly coated and veiled old white guy saying, all right, we gave you guys a black president. It's time to get back to business as usual.
Yeah, it's like, you know, this is fun. This is, you know, we threw you a bone. You know, here it is. Because it was like, you know what? I knew they were going to blame him for everything that happened and then act like George Bush didn't set that foundation.
Right.
Everything. You know, and then the things that they were in favor for when Bush was in presidency suddenly are now terrible ideas because Obama did it.
Right.
You know? And that's kind of how I saw it going.
You're Cat Black talking politics. Jesus.
Well, that was my thought process because it's just like I think I had the thing where it was like this was too easy. This was too easy. I know that there's a catch with this. You know?
Yeah.
I've always felt really like conflicted about voting because, first of all, I don't feel educated enough about politics to be able to make a really like good decision, and also because
this is why I'm going to stop you there because I hear way too many people say that, and I want to tell you something right now. The people who are voting Republican in this election are not educated about politics either. They don't know their ass from a hole in the ground. They haven't researched their candidate. They are only voting because that is what their church told them to do. That is what their constituency told them to do. That is what their community is doing. That's what they know they have to do as white people. That is exactly how it's done. So if you feel, hey, I'm trans, and this is the person who probably doesn't want to kill me, and that's all you need to know, that's fine.
Yeah, that's totally fair. But like also like the whole thing which is not supporting the whole system overall.
Right.
Like neither of there are only two candidates, and neither of them are at this point going to be someone that I really support. So like it's hard to like vote when you don't like either of them, which is why they're third-party candidates, you know, just to like take votes away from them and show that this is something that people would want. So really in this election coming up, that's probably what I'll do. But maybe I honestly don't know yet. It's far away. I need to think about it more.
I don't want to be an alarmist, but I do want you to understand that every single vote that does not go to Hillary Clinton, and mind you, I have told you, I don't support her. She's not the candidate that I want. I really feel like we could do better. Yada, yada, yada. Okay? But the truth of the matter is that every single vote that does not go to her is going to the Republican, and we will all suffer for the backlash of electing Barack Obama. We are all going to suffer for that if the Republican gets in.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's definitely, honestly, my bottom line feeling.
That's exactly how I think about it.
I mean, that's how I felt about every single election. Is like I mean, the idea of having McCain in the presidency, like I was literally like, if he wins, I'm leaving.
Me too.
Like, I was like, I
wasn't doing it like in a dramatic.
Yeah, no, exactly. Me neither. I was like, no,
it won't be safe to be here.
Yeah, it's not going to be safe for me.
Because I wasn't scared of McCain. I was scared of Palin. Because we all knew McCain was not going to live through that presidency.
Yeah.
Look at Obama.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, Barack's looking like he's looking a lot better now. I think he got some work done. I think he got
Yes, he got a little bit of tech, girl. Yes.
He's super gray.
He's gotten pumped a little bit, and he's definitely got his hair dyed and shit, and he looks a lot better now. But like for the whole middle of his presidency, it was like, whoa.
It was rough.
Well, that's a presidency. It's also fucking 8 years. Like 8 years will fucking change you.
Well, you've seen the before and after.
Yeah, but you can't imagine how much stress he's under 24/7. Like,
oh, absolutely.
That will age.
Have you guys ever seen the actual photos of before and afters for presidents?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Bro, they're horrifying. Bill Clinton gagged me.
Bill Clinton's a fine-ass man.
No, but I'm saying if you look at Bill Clinton when he got elected and after he was done, With his 8 years, girl.
You can get it. You can get
He
it.
has never looked the same.
You can get it.
Did you guys see Monica Lewinsky's TED Talk?
I didn't get to
heard
watch
about
it yet, but I heard it was really good. Was it good?
It was not what I was expecting. Really, she talked about, it was generally her message was anti-cyberbullying, which is not what I was expecting. That's pretty much what she talked about, how like she was basically like the first person to like go viral and have the whole world know who she was just by the internet, and how like cyberbullying is a problem and people shouldn't harass each other.
Good for her. Good for her.
Yeah.
No, Kat, you're not listening. I don't think that was very good for her.
Yeah, no, it was not
It
good
was-
for her.
That was facetious. Thank you very much.
But yeah, it's just not what I expected her to talk about.
Okay, so I'm gonna go over some comments.
I just want to quickly say, as the
Sure.
resident European, I just want to say that I have never, and I probably will never understand the two-party system, but I also want to be very clear, because I've seen a lot of people on Tumblr be all like, oh, if only we had more parties to choose from, da 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 da. It doesn't get better if you have more parties to choose. All you get is more shades of shit to choose from. More, oh, but maybe this one will be better, but they hate black people. But okay, this one maybe, oh, they hate queers. Like, it's just going to be harder for you to choose. And politics sucks. Anarchy, communism, down with capitalism, fuck the system, blah 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 blah.
Yeah. See, like, I've never voted before. There was only one like major election that I could have voted in, and I was like, I don't know what to do, so I just didn't. I don't know.
So wait, to go back to my initial question, not to derail, should I do this video? Because I've been feeling very like, should I endorse this or should I not?
Well, I think that the only person who can tell you that is you, but I just think you need to know going into it that you don't really lose anything if you don't do it.
True, very, very, very
You don't,
true.
because they're not paying you, right?
They're not paying me.
They can't pay you. So you're not
they
losing
could.
anything if you don't do it. It's it's just something that could have happened but
Yeah,
didn't.
it's very true. Yeah, that's something I always have to say to myself is
Yeah, because you're like me. We both are the same, where we get very pressured, where we're like, oh my god, I have to do it, just because an opportunity arose in front of us.
Yeah.
We realize, like, if I walked past this, would it really kill me? And then that's how you kind of want to think about it. Do I think
you're
it would
very
be
right about that.
important? Do I think it's important that you do it? I think that's up to you. I don't see the harm in you doing it. I think that you should do what you need to do, really.
I mean, I think you should just do like some research and decide how you
Right.
Yeah, as long as you
Oh, look who just
feel
decided
that you're being honest.
up. Speaking of white feminism, look who it is.
We need to fix the wage gap.
We do.
Oh my god, I wish Gazi was here. Gazi, are you here? Can you hear us? Gazi.
I don't think so.
I need you to come in here and scream about 26 cents. 22.
Gazi said that they were leaving. Or he was like, gonna be right back.
Oh yeah, he said BRB, yeah. Okay.
But that was a while ago.
That was almost an hour ago.
Yeah.
So Gazi pulled in AJ, I see.
No,
If Gazi pulled in
actually
AJ would have just left. I'm just realizing AJ's raggedy ass isn't even here anymore.
Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate when you say raggedy ass. Just embrace it and go full.
Raggedy ass.
Raggedy ass.
I can't. Have some decorum, sir, and get off camera. Nobody wants to see that.
Oh.
Stop being so mean. Don't be so mean.
This is a body positive space.
It's fine.
No. Oh. By the way, hi. I haven't seen you in a really long while because I've basically passed out all the time you've been on the show.
Wow.
Basically, it's been like, just as you came in, I'm like, I'm so done with this show. I need to go to
There you
bed.
go.
I hate
It's
everything.
I'm offended.
I mean, I don't understand why you're not thinking all of those things anymore, because I'm thinking them about you.
Well, it's nice to see you, Zeal.
Thank you. Nice to see you too.
I got your package. I haven't opened it though.
Oh, wow. You're late.
I am late, but I'm also like, I wanted to do like a dramatic opening video.
I don't think all that's necessary.
Like, would it be like I open it and be like, oh. Would I open it and it's like, oh, okay.
This is it? Oh.
This is it? Oh, okay. Guess I didn't really warrant a video.
No comment. No comment.
No comment.
Mm.
Did you guys hear that shit about Michael Bublé?
No.
Yes.
What's he doing?
Hold on. Let me get it. I'm trying to find the actual thing. Hold on.
Does he have a transsexual girlfriend? Is that the news?
Michael Bublé, singer accused of body shaming woman in Instagram photo.
Oh.
Bublé poses arms crossed with a woman behind him whose butt cheeks protrude from her shorts. The caption included several hashtags seemingly noting the woman's appearance. And the first thing that comes up is his big apology with a photo from himself. Okay. And a giant, faux apology that has 76,000 likes.
Of course. Leave him alone. He's every mother's dream.
I was going to say, everyone's grandmother loves him. I don't really know that he can, get in trouble, can he?
No, it's like, you know what? He's a nice boy. He's a nice boy. He is a nice boy. Listen.
Really?
Don't get mad at him.
Really?
He's a nice boy. He's a nice boy.
Listen, and then there was just nothing. Okay, girl.
Girl.
Wait, so what have y'all talked about in the show today?
Racism, the whole
Black people.
The
Black
gays.
people, blah, blah, blah.
You realize that black people are the new trans women on this show, right? Like, we just go over the same shit every week.
You know what? It's true. It's time to get some white people in here.
I mean, I'm just saying that I think it's a little bit racist.
Definitely. How dare you?
If anybody is qualified to represent all Anglo-Saxons, I think it should be me.
Aside from the queen herself.
Aside from the queen herself.
I'm someone who at least has my shit together.
I mean, this week's show is Mayonnaise, so I think we should honor that.
Fine, I'll get back on cam. You don't have to fucking beg. Hold on. Let me touch my lip up.
So, did anybody watch Drag Race this week?
Yes, let's talk about that.
Yes!
Why are you cheering, Seal? Why are you cheering?
Can we
Because I never get to talk about Drag Race.
Well, actually, I didn't finish watching it. I just realized I didn't finish watching it.
Oh my god, you're all awful. Okay, so can we just talk about how Kennedy Davenport as Little Richard and Ginger Minge as Adele made me almost piss my pants.
Yes, Ginger Minge is
good.
I don't know. Maybe it's just me being a negative Nancy, but I really...
It is. You don't even have to say what it is. You're right. That's exactly what it is.
I'm just really bored with the whole thing. Is Ginger Minge as Adele was funny, but it wasn't Adele, and it was still doing the whole haha, she's fat and eating. That's
yeah,
so
no,
funny.
I agree with you on that. I do agree with you on
Yeah,
that.
like she was funny when she did the whole, when she did the whole when she and Little Richard did the whole when they sang and stuff. But whenever she acted stupid and ate, it was just like she's just pushing on all the same fat stereotypes that always get pushed on, and she's not the first one who has done it on Drag Race. Like Latrice did it when she was Aretha Franklin, and who else did it?
Well, no. Latrice did not do it.
Matthews.
No. You need to calm down because you don't know what you're talking about. Because let me explain something to you right now. Aretha Franklin famously paid over, I think it was $40,000 because she didn't want to leave the venue that she was at, for someone to bring her a fucking plate with some fried chicken on it and some mustard. That really happened. That's part of her being legendary. And guess what Latrice had as her prop? Some fried chicken with some mustard. So that's not what that is at all.
Well,
Let them know.
I used always.
I just think that you're just trying to find the negative in it because you just enjoy bringing sorrow to the world.
Mm-hmm. No, I used to always get really uncomfortable when I see fat people with food and we're laughing at them. Like, that is always, even if the joke is something else, as in Latrice's performance, I did not know that about Aretha Franklin. That is legendary. But like, the thing is, it's still, even if it was no harm intended, it still enforces this whole thing that we should laugh at fat people when they're eating. And, you know, maybe it is me as being really fucking negative and easily affected, but I'm so tired of it.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the fact that you have an issue with it. What I'm saying is that I would have an issue with it too if it was a skinny person in a fat suit, but it's somebody who's fat, who has to live as being a fat person, who feels comfortable making this joke. So I don't really feel comfortable telling them that they're wrong.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Like, if this was, like, Violet dressed up in a fat suit trying to be Adele, I'd be like, you're awful, shut up. Do you know what I mean? But it's Ginger Minj, who, like, literally has consistently made good points throughout the competition about how hard it is for her and Jaden to get, like, praise on the runway, because all these other skinny girls are literally putting on a fucking corset, walking down the runway and getting praised, and they're trying to turn full looks and getting clocked for it. So I don't really know that that's the person that I would come for about it. But it's everybody has their own thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it was still fucking hilarious, but it's just like the image of a fat person with food is just always gonna bother me. But she was funny, and I really feel like the double win was well deserved. Like, especially when Richard, I didn't
finish it. I only watched I didn't finish the entire thing, but who won?
Ginger and Kennedy both won. It was a gag.
That is a gag.
That's the first time they've ever done that. RuPaul literally was like, Kennedy Davenport, congratulations. And you could I feel like everyone immediately was like, oh, wow, because Ginger did really good, but so did Kennedy. And then she was like, Ginger Minj, congratulations, you're also the winner. And it was like, oh, wow, you know?
Yeah, I just really love it all the time, every time they show when people make stink faces, like when they announced that Kennedy had won, and they showed Ginger Minj being just like this really strange smile, like, oh, I'm so happy.
I noticed that camera shot too. It was like 2 seconds of like her face just kind of like tightening.
It was just basically her just being like very pageanty, like, I'm so happy for you, girl.
Yeah. I really feel like
very that.
Ginger Minj is the best at that throughout this entire season of Drag Race. She's the best at being just like, I'm very happy for you, and then she goes off screen and is like, you know, I'm happy for her and all, but you know, I should have won that shit. Like, shit. Like, it's always like
it does it in a way that's not Chanel from season 1. Because they did a supercut of Chanel saying, I should have won the challenge, and it was the funniest thing I've ever seen.
I had dinner with Chanel a couple years ago, and like that was a lot. Chanel was dragging everybody. It was a lot. Oh my god.
Who do we think is going to be like top 3? Because I'm not going to lie, I was gagged that Max got kicked off. I was
going to bring that up.
It was obviously a setup. Like,
that's what I feel, because Jaden, there was no way that Max was going to beat Jaden in that lip sync. There was no way. Jaden was winning that lip sync no matter what happened. We knew that. So I walked into it kind of like either they're going to really fuck over Jaden right now and act like they're going to like edit it and make it look like she did horrible, or Max is just getting the chop because of something that happened. I don't know. But it was such a gag to me, though, because I was like, wow, I really thought she would get farther. Because I'm still so gagged that Violet is even on the show. Like, how did I get this far?
I'm gagged that Pearl is still on the show.
Who?
Like, Pearl. I'm gagged that Pearl's still on the fucking show.
Pearl's going to be top 3. We all know that.
Yeah, but like, why? I mean, she's getting better, and I feel the same about Miss Fame. Like, Miss Fame is becoming more likable to me, and so I could get it.
But I said to Darian when we were talking the other day, I was saying, you know, if I wanted somebody who turned incredible looks and was, you know, not a great performer and didn't really bring anything interesting, I would have Fame, not Violet.
Yeah, so true.
Like, and y'all know, like, I lived with Curtis. Fame is my sister. But the bitch turns a cute look and doesn't claim to do anything else. She will not be the person telling you, I'm a performer, I'm this, that. She's like, no, girl, I am a model, and I turn it, and I'm beautiful, and that's it.
Yeah, and...
But for some reason, it's not, like, in the same way that Raja did it. Because Raja was sort of like, oh, I'm very model-esque. But Raja performing is, like, amazing. Like, mind-blowing.
Well, Raja also, like, has...
Wait. What is the mind-blowing Raja performance that you saw that I've never seen?
Raja came to Florida once.
Okay.
And, like, really, really turned it out. It was just Raja. Like,
she's usually so fucking stoned, she doesn't know her own lyrics, and she just walks around collecting money.
Oh my god.
That's legendary, though.
No, that was Detox.
It is legendary. She earned it. I'm happy for her, but I'm not going to sit here and act like she's an amazing performer.
Well, Sean and I got
She did
our
her own song at Mickey's WeHo. There's video of this. She did her own song at Mickey's WeHo and didn't know the words. And just like called it out on stage. I was like, you win. You win.
Well, I think I told you about, like, seeing Detox perform in a large, like, a huge venue at a university, and there was, I mean, it's part of, like, her act, but it was like a 2 or 3 minute portion of a song that's like 4 minutes long. She literally just opens up her pocketbook and stands there.
Okay, you have to understand, like, that's my good girl. She had her New York debut at my show. And
I'm not dragging her.
No, I need to explain this, though. That is literally one of the most legendary drag numbers that has ever been done. It is one of the only, like, current existing drag numbers that every single person knows. That's Detox, beautiful, fucking incredible, hilarious idea. Because what it is, if you know the movie Mannequin from the 80s, that's what she's doing. That was the soundtrack, the title soundtrack for the movie. So it's I don't know if you guys know the song by Starship, by Jefferson Starship. Nothing's Gonna Stop Us Now.
It's actually, I was eating lunch at Burger King today, and I know, fucking drag me for it, but like, as I was sitting, minding my business, trying not to puke because there were a lot of gross older men there, suddenly I hear something, and it is that song, and all I can think about is Detox. I'm like, yes.
So she wears a Terry Mugler suit in like cobalt blue. And, no, it's actually Terry Mugler. Like, she paid good money for it, and it's vintage from the 80s. It's like cobalt blue. She has it belted. It has a peplum. So get your life. Where's AJ? Oh, she's not here. Yeah, and she literally just only sings Grace Slick's part. And I forget the guy's name from the group. But whenever the guy sings, she's posed like a mannequin with her bag open and walks out with a bag full of tips.
Yeah, it was great in that huge venue because literally Detox is just standing there with their bag open for like a minute, and people are like running from across the room to just throw money into it.
That's everything.
Yeah,
that's life.
Just, like, like, that really inspired me.
Like, I need to.
Yeah, that's a really, really good number with a great concept that I was like, oh my god. And yeah, that was her, I think that was her first number in New York, because I don't remember at what order she did that in the show, but I believe that was the beginning.
That was her last number in Florida.
Well, that's usually her last number, but it was her. No, I think it would have been her last number. I don't know.
I was so pressed because Detox literally just gave me her phone and was like, yeah, like the tracks are in order, so play this, this, and this, and like she names the actual songs, but on her phone it's like track 1, track 2. Like, I don't.
I can just imagine you two being so frazzled and being like, excuse me, Miss Talks? I know what is which.
No, so I asked her manager, and he helped me, but like who I did do that with was fucking Tyra, but I rant about Tyra a lot.
Well, that's because Tyra's awful. Tyra stole that fucking season from Raven. Wait, it was, well, no, she didn't steal it. It was given to her, okay? And should not have been. And then she fucking sat there and just wasted it. Like, you won RuPaul's Drag Race, and what happened? You got new teeth and got arrested for having way too much weed on you. That's cool.
I'm sure her kid can, like, safely, like, go to college now without worrying about too much stuff.
Well, wasn't he gonna have a reality TV show?
No, not that I know of.
A documentary.
That was not that interesting.
I don't know who would want to watch that because
well, it was like
I know
Atlanta Queens.
about Kat like
she can literally barely string a sentence together. How is she gonna have a whole reality show?
I know it's probably terrible, but I saw like an advertisement for it. And it's about
Tumblr ages ago.
I feel like that may have either been fan made, which obviously it couldn't have been because the bitch doesn't have any fans. Or he totally could have just been World of Wonder, like trying to find out if it would work. Because World of Wonder is kind of known for that. They literally greenlight almost every project that happens. And
they really do. There is no shortage of fucking content. They say you have you have 500 subscribers. Well, you can become part of our network. I'm like, girl.
We have no standards.
We have no standards. We want all content.
I feel like you're dragging T.S. Madison right now, and I'm very upset.
Sometimes I have those little segments, and they work, you know.
Some of them are awful, because I love Chad Michaels, but I just realized that they're doing share tweets with Chad, where Chad just literally is dressed as Cher reading tweets.
That sounds actually legendary.
Huh?
That sounds actually legendary.
It sounds great, and the execution is awful. It's not what you think it is. It's just basically Chad Michaels dressed as Cher, reading tweets that people address to Cher, and then reading Cher's responses. And it's not funny.
Because those tweets are really funny. Like,
is Chad funny?
Not necessarily.
Not
no
a comedy
comment.
queen, but
Yeah. Well, that doesn't totally surprise me because
I think the thing is that Chad's really funny, like in a group.
Yeah, I can see that for sure.
I just really, really need more Ginger Minge in my life. That's really all.
I love Ginger Minge. See, to me, the only person who's there still.
I think Ginger Minge is going to win. If everything goes back and she doesn't become Delta Work, I think that if you really think about it like this, right? You got to think about it like the archetypes, because that's all that they do. You got to do it from the stereotypes, right? Not archetypes. Let's not make it that deep. So, hold on, my back is like literally giving out on me. I need to lay down. So, just look at my altar and just enjoy the ambience.
Word. Let's get a tour.
So basically, what I'm thinking is that she's going to be the first big girl to ever win.
I could see that.
Because the thing is that they had the first 2 seasons, they had black girls. They had one that was like international, quote unquote, and then the second one being an American pageant girl. And then you had Raja, who was like the only androgynous girl to win, who also covered like people who are brown but not black. And then you had Sharon, who was like, all right, the white girls, we finally paid attention to you, and we did some like stupid white girl shit. Then you had Kate, who was like the only theater queen.
And then last season you had Bianca, who's the only comedy queen. So they're literally going through every single like genre of drag. So they've still never had a big girl win. I think she could take it.
I was surprised when Bianca got the crown last season. I thought it was going to be Adore the whole time.
That is what's so funny to me, though, is because like the people who don't know Bianca personally were like, "Girl, I can't believe Bianca won! Like, good for her!" And we all literally, we all found out she was on the show in New York, and we were like, "Oh, so you won?" And she was like, what, girl?" It was so funny too because I went to brunch with her once, and she was literally telling me, she was just like, "So when I was in the hospital, you know, the other patients, some of them were nice. I made friends with some of them, but you know, some of them were awful. And then the nurses were kind of good to me. And the doctor was not what I thought he would be." And I was like, "How long are we going to keep doing this?" I'm so confused. This metaphor is so complex. So, yeah, I mean, so who do we think is going to go home next, though? Because I really feel like, you know who I could not believe it up until, like, the past 2 episodes? I didn't see it for her, and not because I didn't like her, but because I was like, she's just not remarkable. I really like Katia a lot.
Yeah, you know what? I was going to say, Katia is somebody who I'm like, you know what? I like her.
Right?
Yeah.
She kind of was, like, unremarkable, like, not really rememberable, but then, like, recently she's been kind of like, oh, you know what, girl? I see it for you. You're
She's very grounded. Very grounded.
Yeah, like in her interviews too. Like she always seems
funny.
like, yeah, she not the whole like, oh, I'm going to say something funny for the camera. She just seems like she's one of those people who just blurts out things and they come out funny. Like she just seems like a very genuine person, and I really love that they showed, you know, that little touching moment with her and Miss Fame.
I thought that was really great that they didn't try.
Yeah, like a lot of people probably needed to see that.
Right,
like a lot of people.
Like struggling with her sobriety and needed some support. I think that was really important.
Yeah.
Wait, who do y'all think they're gonna bring back? If they didn't bring back Trixie,
They're gonna bring
back Trixie.
They're gonna bring back Trixie.
Yeah.
Wait, what did you say? If they don't bring back Trixie?
Yeah, if they don't bring back Trixie, like who would be next?
Then I would say it's between Tempest and Max.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be so great if they brought Tempest back.
Yeah, I would have loved to see more of Tempest, but it would be.
By the way, Tempest is a fantastic performer. I hope everybody knows that. I just want to put that out there.
Yeah, I was really disappointed that she went home. Like because I really wanted to see more of her because she seemed like such an interesting like performer and character. Like I looked up some clips of her and she seemed like really fun.
We should get her on the show. She's like always online.
The way that it all went down, my issue with how it went down specifically was that I just feel like there was a lot of ageism with Tempest and with Mrs. Kasha Davis.
Yeah.
I'm so gagged that Candy Ho lasted as long as she did.
Yes.
In New York, we all call her Candy Who. We all literally call her Candy Who. Because like half of the episode, it was like literally every episode you forgot she was there until they hit the runway. And like there's again, like, oh hey girl, we didn't really.
And it's like and they're so right with that read where they're talking about how she just only she just only wants to be pretty. Like when she did her like death look, I was like, of course.
She never was pretty.
Yeah, she's never pretty.
I mean, I feel like
I just rolled my eyes. I was like, of course you're gonna do a fucking vampire.
Well, my thing with her was that it was just literally if Violet was from Puerto Rico, she'd be Candy Ho.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like Candy Ho kind of feels like I feel like one of the slots on the show is just the Puerto Rican queen that Candy Ho fills. Except she's not as nice as the other ones, like in the past.
No, she's not good at all.
And she's not. She doesn't have like an ounce of originality. Like she's just like.
But did you notice though that she's the only Puerto Rican queen they've ever had that spoke fluent English with barely an accent?
Yeah. Like it's probably spent the day in Puerto Rico.
They're saying that Pearl's from Brooklyn, the same way that they said Milk was from Brooklyn, the same way that they said Manila Luzon was from New York, the same way that they've said almost every single New York queen they've ever had, aside from Mimi M. First and Bianca Del Rio, every single one moved to New York like 6 months before being cast. So I wouldn't be surprised if she's not from there. And they're just like, oh, this is our Puerto Rican queen, and it's like, what? Did you think there was only like Nina Flowers and Madame LeQueer sitting on the island, like waiting to get recast? Like, what are you doing?
The thing that's just, it's so funny to me because when I think of all the Puerto Rican queens, they all have a thing, you know? They have a thing that's memorable about them, you know? I mean, most of the girls that we still talk about to this day have that thing. What is Candy's thing? What?
Being unmemorable. She's very good at it.
Yeah, she's good at it.
She would be a great assassin. Nobody would even know she's in the room. She just walks up and gets you.
People would not even notice being killed. Like, they would just be like, oh shit.
Right.
I'm being fucking shot in the head. What is this? Oh, you're Candy who? Like, that would just be it.
Candy who? She would say her name. She'd be like, I'm Candy Ho. And she'd be like, Candy who? Candy
those
who?
are your final words too. Like,
Your final words, Candy who?
as a murderer, that would be so demoralizing.
Yeah, it would.
Candy who? You die.
It's like, I'm killing you right now, and I still don't remember who you are.
But so Dakota, you're absolutely right about ageism being really rampant on like this season specifically. And with like Tempest,
they never have older queens, but this time they had two really, really talented, well-known older queens. And then it was like, oops, like, oh, well, we let Bianca win last year, so... And Chad Michaels won All-Stars after we snubbed him for fucking Sharon so Sharon could win. So it's like, are you kidding? Like, are you actually kidding right now?
it really like it's kind of weird because if you look at like Tempest
just singing "Nothing Compares to You" with my face like just like floating.
Yes.
Yes. Do it.
Word. But like Tempest is now like playing into the ageism on her Facebook on occasion, whereas like before the show, not at all, didn't happen. But now it's like tactless jokes about being old, being geriatric, needing a pacemaker, like all these different things.
Well, because I honestly, you know what I think it is? I'm going to be completely honest with you. I think Tempest didn't understand what she looked like until she saw herself on TV. I can guarantee you that's what happened. She saw herself, because there was a couple scenes where she looked beat up. Like,
yeah,
very much like somebody who's been doing the same face for 20 years, hasn't changed it, and doesn't realize how much they've aged. I can just see that about her. And I'm going to tell you something right now. I think she watched the show and fucking gagged and was like, oh my God, I look old. And
yeah.
I think she's just making jokes about it to feel better about it. But again, I don't see the problem with somebody who's older making jokes about age. They've earned that.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah, I guess I was just kind of like...
Victim blaming? Yeah, you were.
No, I
just, yeah, you were.
Just like the pigeonholing. That
Also, this like refugee look that you're doing right now, it kind of works.
Thank you. I got this couture.
You're either that or the
shawl.
village killer. Pick one.
Well, I got this from the Red Cross, so...
Word.
That is so passable and like terrible at the same time.
I need to really try to scrub my nails. This doesn't look good at all. Have you guys ever used nail polish, like a certain like color, and it stained your nails?
Some really cheap black nail polish.
Can you see what I'm saying? Like, I feel like it stained them. They're like not as clear as they were. I don't know. I've actually never showed any of my bare nails. That's so weird. I guess I trust you guys. Jesus.
Have you all talked about Hillary Clinton?
Well, I'd love to hear your opinion on it, if you don't mind. As the only man in the room, I really need to hear what you think.
See, now I feel some type of way. We don't have to talk about her.
You should. We're talking about electing a woman as president, and you think that we need to hear your thoughts and feelings?
I feel very attacked. I just feel very attacked.
I actually thought about you the other day because I saw a post on Tumblr that literally said, I just came here to attack people, and I'm having a really good time right now. No, wait, no, I just came here to attack people, and I'm having a very good time right now. That's what it was. They like literally just switched it. I love it. Ugh.
That's wonderful.
Anyway, come on. What are you guys? Are we done?
Are we done?
We might as well be, right? I don't know why we have to like have an 8-hour show every week.
We need to watch Catwoman now.
I mean, if you guys just like want to hang out, I'm totally cool with that. But I just don't know how much more of a show we really need to try and give because it just.
Yeah, I mean, we've been scrambling for topics for like the past 2 hours.
What about the comments?
Well, it's just not a very talkative day. I feel. I think that we've had a nice show. I think we talked about a lot, but I just don't think it's a very jam-packed day. Do you have something you want to bring up, Darian? Since you only got here like 6 minutes ago.
Well, I was genuinely curious about Hillary Clinton, especially when we were talking about white feminism when I came in. But we don't have to talk about it now. A student came out to me yesterday, like blatantly, and like that was kind of great. I don't know how else to frame the situation, but I'm really happy. This apparently like.
What do they come out as? Who do they think they are?
Well, I guess it's like anonymous, so it's not like weird for me to share details. So I supervise like an art club, and I'm like the club sponsor. So I just hang out in this room, and all these like students, they're high school students. They all like draw and paint and do shit for like 4 hours after school. And this one student was like drawing 2 amazing like hyper realistic portraits, and like one of them was of like Bruce Wayne like putting on his Batman mask, and it was really, really good. And so I came over and I was talking to him about it, and I said like, oh, that's really cool. And he's like, yeah, thanks. Like, do you like Batman? I'm like, yeah, of course. And the next portrait was just of like some random man, like some random Japanese man. And I'm like, oh, and who's this? And he like hesitated, and then was just like, no, I'm not. And I'm like, oh, like you don't have to tell me everything. Like it's a really beautiful portrait. I just wanted to know, but it's fine. He's like, and his like 2 friends were kind of just like looking at me and like saying like, you should just tell him it's okay. And apparently it's like some Japanese gay online media sensation. And the student was just like, yeah, like I love him. Like I'm absolutely in love with him. And I think he's so beautiful. So I drew this. And then he seemed like really, really embarrassed. And then another teacher walked in, and he like promptly turned over the portrait, because I guess he might be well known in Japan. I didn't know who it was. But he didn't use labels, but he just kind of felt comfortable telling me that he was like in love with this person, but yeah, I got my life, and I tried to let him know that I thought it was cool and okay, and that he's a good artist.
Did you tell him that you're also a friend of Dorothy?
No, that was. Oh no!
Look! It looks like the show is ending.
No.
I'm so mad, like at the use of the term "friend of Dorothy," and that just gets you the chop immediately.
Oh my god.
Oh, welcome back.
I got that. I asked, did you tell him that you're also a friend of Dorothy?
I didn't actually.
So cruisy. So cruisy. Did you guys go behind the bathroom and have sex?
Wow, Pat, can you not? Like, is that possible for you to just not? Is that okay?
These are like my high school students. Like, please, right. I don't feel comfortable like joking about that.
That's like not even something that you can joke about with a fucking teacher. Like, let's not get him fired.
Well, I only came in for half of the conversation.
You bitch.
You're awful. So anyway,
I thought you just met someone and said, "Are you a friend of Dorothy?" And I'm sorry. That's terrible.
you know what? It's okay. It's totally handled. Obviously.
Yes, it finally happened. Yes.
Also, I just want to point out that if Seal was on cam, they would be waving that red kerchief as if their life depended on it. I'm sure of it.
Yes.
Right. So
Yes.
anyway, Catherine, no, because what I was going to say was, if you got that really strong sense from him and you knew he was trying to say it, it might have been like cool to be like, oh, he's really handsome, like not like he's really hot. I really want to like sleep with him. Just be like, oh wow, that's a really good looking guy. Like just so he knew he could say it to you, maybe. But then also, I feel like then you just came out to the whole school.
Yeah, I don't like. So most of that art club is like that, like kind of early mid-teenage girl that's like obsessed with like two boys like having some romantic love story.
What is that, by the way? Can someone explain that to me? Because I still don't get it.
So I mean, the genre is either called BL, standing for boys love, or I'm just gonna talk about that. Actually, I'm not gonna talk about anything.
Are you falling into yaoi right now? Are you really?
I was just being like,
no, like
we're really going to talk about yaoi.
Some of us actually had friends in high school, so if you can explain this to me, that'd be great because I don't know anything about it.
No, but it's a genre that's marketed mostly towards young girls and young women, but a lot of different people consume it.
Oh, I'm sure.
And it's just kind of like just an obsession with like youthful gay people having love affairs.
Where it's basically like, okay, think about how problematic you think it is, and that's exactly what it is.
See, I feel like it's less problematic and more just kind of like irksome sometimes. I don't feel like there's many. I'm sure there might be some, but I don't feel like there are many like gay people, gay boys and gay men that feel oppressed by it. But like, I can't speak for everyone, obviously. But anyway, so at my school, I've almost resolved to just be as campy and as flamboyant as possible, and I just don't have to tell anyone. Like the people who feel comfortable sharing things, like what was just shared with me, will, and everyone else will just be whatever about it. Except my coworkers, I might come out to them lately.
Right now, you're starring in your own version of Kikis, is what you're telling me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah. It just, like, coming out to students, I only know one person who's done that in Japan, and yeah, most people just...
How did it go? If you say it's not well.
It was just kind of, like, neutral. Like, it didn't seem like much really changed, but I could be wrong.
You generally are. You are a man. Anyway, hi, Chloe. Welcome.
Hey.
Hey, Chloe.
Hey. How's everyone?
How you doing, girl?
Hi, Chloe.
Dakota's done.
Dakota is having some kind of trouble.
Some kind. Yeah, I left work when you started talking about RuPaul's Drag Race. So I've been so I just been kind of in my car since then.
Aww.
Chloe.
Chloe, so I remember you were talking about that man you were dating before. I think he was an Anglo-Saxon, a male Saxon. And
yes.
You know, I just want to make sure your genes stay in the community.
I'm not going to be passing around any genes.
I have a man. He is from Africa. He does need to come to America by any means. So you will have full control of him.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
You
that's
sound like you're selling a slave. You sound like you're selling a slave.
Look. Sometimes I internalize whiteness. I can't stop it. Okay? Look, they sell each other too, okay? They sell each other.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
No, but seriously, like, remember I was having a conversation with Chloe on Facebook, and I was going back and forth with my friend from, like, Africa, and literally, like, I was like, wait, who am I talking to real quick? Because y'all were having, like, the same conversation about, like, how India, like, internalized whiteness, but y'all were, like, all, like, the same, like, so intelligent, and I was like, oh, this is perfect.
You're basically matchmaking over Facebook. Oh my gosh.
He said, oh.
It's like it reminds me of like my dad and one of his coworkers. It was kind of weird where like when I lived in Alaska, and if I was like at school and I'd be like, oh, I want to go to lunch, and then I'll call my dad and be like, hey, you want to go to lunch? He's like, yeah, sure. And sometimes it's like, sometimes he's already at lunch with other people, and he goes to lunch with his black coworkers, and basically all of them except for like a few are Nigerian. And like one time there was like this one woman there, and then she was like, I really like her. And then my dad said like, oh yeah, like my dad actually had met her son. And then she's like, yeah, I really like your son too. Like, and I think at the time that woman's son was dating a white girl, and she wanted at any cost to break up that relationship. And I was just very uncomfortable at that lunch. But that's my story. I'm done.
Chloe, I'm wearing my Welcome to Night Vale shirt for you.
Oh, awesome.
Aww.
Yeah. And I'm seeing them live in a couple weeks.
Where are you?
Cincinnati.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they're doing their big tour. I don't know if they're coming anywhere close to like Albuquerque or something, but I have travel plans. Like I'm gonna go see Ghazi, and it's gonna be fun.
We'll see.
Well, yeah, we'll see. You're very awesome. Yeah. Oh, okay. So I had a topic, I guess, and has anyone talked about Gwyneth Paltrow yet? No. Her challenge? Okay, so Gwyneth Paltrow, she accepted the food bank challenge, where people were limited their family food budget to $31 a week, about $1.38 per meal, and so she accepted the challenge, and she posted what she was buying for a week's worth of meals on Twitter.
I got my life when I saw that cilantro girl, but go on. Sorry.
No, yeah, okay. So basically, all of her groceries cost like $29, and there's a dozen eggs, a head of romaine lettuce, cilantro, onion, avocado, ear of corn, a tomato, a head of garlic, bag of brown rice, bag of black beans. There 7 limes, jalapeno, some tortilla, and some kale. And it's like, what are you gonna do with 7 limes? Like
one a day.
Also the thing is, it's like I think someone said about like all of the food that she got was like calories a day, like, and it just made no sense. She's like, I did it, I bought groceries, and it's like, you're gonna starve.
You have to do a meal plan if you're gonna do that. Like, you don't actually just like, she's just trying to prove a point, and it's kind of messed up.
It is really messed up. But it's like, what do you like? Like, does she think that like food stamp recipients get like free tequila or something? Because I have no idea what she wants to do with all of those lines. Like, she doesn't even have enough to like she has way more than like if she's gonna I'm gonna make guacamole.
Well, girl, she has enough to blind herself.
That is true. But I don't like. It was just hilarious to me, so that was my topic.
She should have just got a bunch of yams and call it a day.
Oh yeah, she has one. She has one yam. One yam. I forgot to mention the yam.
Okay, but wait.
Girl, you know what?
It was an African yam because you have to have the African yam because those have estrogen.
See, the thing about the African yam is it can power you if you rub it into your forehead. You can absorb the estrogen, and you will run for a week.
Mm-hmm.
This is so legendary. I need to put up my nameplate.
Oh, cry.
Sorry about that. I'm finally back. Do you guys want to see some really cool stuff that I just got from my friend who was cleaning out a storage locker?
Yeah.
Getting shit. Like, how are you always getting shit? How are you always getting stuff? Like, what the hell?
I think we know.
It's just part of her journey through life.
White privilege.
You know what? They do makeup. They do a lot of makeup. And they're very, very good at what they do. Very, very good.
This is ridiculous. Shit.
You are so proud.
I don't get shit.
Here's the thing, Gazi. I think a lot of it is that, like, if you were just maybe like less aggressive, I feel like people would like. You know, the thing is, you're really intimidating, maybe to some people. That could be
aggressive in the face. Aggressive in the face.
I'm very aggressive.
Going off in your videos, Dakota, you go off in your videos harder than I ever have. Okay. You be doing the clapping in the face. You get into people's personal space.
Wait, oh, honey. There's your white people video? Oh, my God.
Gazi, you've literally slapped around a jar of mayonnaise.
That is true. That is true.
I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I felt personally threatened by the portrayal of Larry.
You know how many people probably like called the police on me like right then, like there's a black man slapping a man. This is
what I live for is like, you know, the police picked up the phone and we're like, we know what that is. We'll be on the way.
We understand that exactly.
Exactly.
I'm surprised you don't get emails from people, Gazi, to like for products. Like
I do all the time, but I have to get a P.O. box because I'm too scared to give people my actual address. Because literally, like, okay, I have another profile that isn't me or whatever, so I'm like in a lot of groups, and literally I see like posts of people saying like, we can find his address if we like act like a company. So I need to,
oh shit.
Yes. So I need to get like, you know, black folks, child, they coming for me, child. So I need to get like a P.O.
downfall of black men as we know it.
Yes. So I'm gonna get a P.O. There's this old white man that owns like a P.O. box place by me, and I'm gonna talk to him and have him like open up my mail. So if they try to send me anthrax or something, like it's on little Jimmy, like not even me.
Yes.
Yes. Child white.
Yes.
Huh?
Nothing.
Is this child white?
Oh, the old man. Yes, the old man is white. His name is Little Jimmy.
Little Jimmy.
Yeah, he's a short old white man. He's like literally like 5 foot. But everybody in the community loves him. But I'm sure he has life insurance, so he'll be fine with some little anthrax.
Okay, 2 things. Is he Italian? And life insurance is not health insurance. I just want to point that out. You know that,
right? He'll be fine in the sense that his funeral is already all paid for. So I don't know why he should worry.
Yeah, he's not going to be fine. You're just saying that he's not going to be a burden to his family.
His next of kin are fine, yes.
Life insurance, health insurance, car insurance, it's all the same thing. White privilege, okay? I don't know. Yeah. I got Obamacare, okay? Obamacare.
Okay.
But no, show us, Dakota. Show us what white privilege has sent you in the mail.
I don't know who the fuck you think you're talking to right now, but I know for a goddamn fact it's not me.
I know it ain't me.
See, this is how she really acts. Where the bring back the whiteness. See, you trying to See, this is how Dakota be talking when she's not like on the phone with like a bill collector or like at work.
Bro, you don't even know. You do not want to see me on the phone with AT&T when I can't afford my bill that month, girl. I am very much a white woman who is in distress.
Yeah.
To help me. Girl,
I have been a faithful, done business with you for years.
Yeah.
And it would be really
out. Just say you're outraged. Like, I am outraged.
That's all you have to say. I'm out.
No, not I am outraged, but this is an outrage.
Objectively.
Can I get your name so I can report you to your boss? Can I get your name?
Let me get your name. What's your number?
Can I speak to a manager?
Wait, didn't like Ariel, like Gestapo or whatever, pull that stunt out when like all the trans people like calling her out, and she was like, "You guys need to stop. I have anxiety. You guys need to stop." Like,
and then we all literally said, "Can we please speak to your manager?" And it just didn't.
Let me see your prescriptions, girl. Let's see the prescriptions. Show me the receipts.
Let me see the
receipts.
Let me see the receipts, girl.
That was so hilarious. She was like, "I'm gonna release 3 more really oppressive videos that are going to really hurt y'all, but my anxiety let me do it. Like, let me get my heart to you."
I think it was on your channel recently, and like it's literally gotten worse. Like it's not gotten better. Like
doing it like
is she still doing trans videos?
Yes. Let me go right now because I remember I was on there last time. It was like you wouldn't even believe the videos.
She's a YouTuber. It makes money. She will never stop.
She will never stop. She'll never stop. But like let me just go and read these. Like one of them was like trans man with a lesbian girlfriend. I was like, that's fucking terrible. What lesbians thinking about gay men? That's a good one though. Interesting. Let me see.
Very much. Hey, Ariel, stay in your lane.
Stay in your lane. Oh, I have to go on Girlfriends TV, not our Elsker page. That's what the problem was. God, I don't want to go to your website. Take me to.
She's so ridiculous.
I like her YouTube aesthetic, though. It's cute. That's cute.
Oh, hi.
Anyways, back to Dakota's code switching. So Dakota really gives me that tea. Like, she'll be with like her child or whatever. Like, Daquan, get your ass from that goddamn cover. And then the phone rings, and she's like,
No.
Hello, this is Dakota. Hello.
No bright suburban mom says as they all say, get your butt over here.
Get your
hold the leash. You know those white suburban moms who have their kids on a leash.
Suburban moms, but it has anything to do with me, girl, because it's definitely not me.
That's cat's aesthetic. That is cat's aesthetic.
Like, if you literally say please to a child in front of me, I will scold you. I will.
Yeah.
Come over here, please. You need to grab that little fucker by the arm and yank him over because he's not listening. If you twice, he won. Okay. Act like you love yourself and your kid and fucking discipline him. You know what? That was one of my topics. We need to talk about that.
Yes. I knew it. I knew she was going to bring that up. Dakota is the one that be working at the store. When your child be like grabbing things off the shelf, Dakota's that woman that be like tapping her lap like, ooh, Lord Jesus.
Ooh.
No, I literally, you know what? I said to a woman the other day, I'm not kidding you, at work. This woman had a kid who was screaming. Literally. Okay. And I'm talking about that I'm under 4 years old and I can hit frequencies Mariah Carey wishes she could still hit. Okay. And I literally walked over. I said, ma'am, you're going to have to leave if you can't keep your child quiet.
Yeah.
I can't help it. He's a kid. I looked at her and I said, yes, and dogs who can't stop barking have to wear muzzles. So if you're going to bring it out in public,
her face too. Did you like put your nails around her face? Like, well, you know what, girl, guess what? You let her know.
She literally said, "I can't believe you just said that to me," and I said, "That's cute for you," and I walked away.
Well, you know what? You're just gonna have to find somewhere else to shop. I'm sorry.
I just don't give a shit. Like, how dare you? I can't stand.
We have a website. You can buy these products online.
I've made multiple statuses about this as well, where I have said the reason that children are so small is because you're never supposed to hide behind them.
Yes. Yes.
So
I'm really excited to be a dad. Oh my god.
Well, now that we're talking about it, I want to know what everybody thinks about, like, how would you discipline your children?
I give them a strong woman. A strong woman. That's how I do it. Take them in the bathroom, take them back to the car. You know, you're to act up.
That's the thing is, like, okay. Because that's how I was raised. Okay, I just want to point something out. This is how I was raised. All right, my parents, if you got in trouble, they spanked you, and then they left you, so you could like have your whole fucking fit and be upset, and then they came back in, like 10 minutes later, and held you and hugged you and kissed you and told you that they loved you and like, just so you know, we're doing this for your own good. We don't enjoy doing this. We don't want to do this, but this is what happens when you do A, this is going to happen. And we told you that, and we told you that a bunch of times. So you have to listen if you don't want this to happen. Like, that was the whole thing, is my parents always explained why it was happening.
Yeah, but like for me personally, when my dad used to whip me, like, and he would say, "I don't enjoy it," I said, "I know you enjoyed it. I know you." Like,
Liar.
I'm not gonna say, because if you didn't enjoy it, you wouldn't fucking do it. You wouldn't fucking do it. And I know for a fact that like the foundation of my issues with my father are from him spanking me. I know for a fucking fact. Because it's like it's not, because I was always a very self-aware kid. Like, yeah, there are times where I fucked up. But I was always very well behaved. And I've seen my dad just go off on, especially my little brother. And it's fucked up. It's fucked up, especially considering my little brother, you know, has his issues. He has, you know, some mental, physical, you know, issues that he has to deal with. And like seeing my dad, you know, basically beat my little brother because he wasn't acting a certain way, that, you know, can't be healthy. True. You know, so I don't know, like, I feel very, very jilted about it because on one hand, I know that if I did something wrong as a kid and I got spanked, I knew that I wouldn't do it again. Like, it's effective, sure, but at the same time, it's violent. And I don't know, I feel like there are more and more ways for you to effectively discipline your child. Like, for me personally, and I know this is not going to surprise anybody, but like when I was in high school and my dad used to like turn off the fucking internet, let me fucking tell you.
Yes.
Let me fucking tell you. I had a full breakdown.
Yeah.
The most dramatic, flinging myself on the floor, crying, leaving the house. I'm running away. Breakdown, because I literally could not deal with life without my fucking internet. It was like me. My fucking Zynga was my life.
Hey, Kat.
Yeah?
Here's a question.
Mm-hmm.
How is that different from you now?
Exactly.
Well, no, I'm just saying that's effective.
It's effective for you, girl. But like,
again, I'm also a suburban woman. So
I'm just picturing like the Windows XP, like no networks to connect to, popping up in your computer, and you just do a death drop immediately. You're just like, I'm done.
No, I did though.
But like that's really unfair, Kat, because like you are going to be, you know, a black mother with a white husband who, of course, is going to make lots of money and take care of you. Like Dakota is going to be a single black woman. She doesn't have the time to get creative and shit. Okay. Like, she needs to take care of you, to beat that child and then get to work, okay?
You're going to be struggling. And,
you know, all I'm saying is that Obamacare pays for my child to have strep throat, not anger issues.
But no, I'm totally the opposite. Like, people are gonna be really shocked because like I'm this militant like black person, but like I'm going to be a straight up like white hippie woman like raising my child. Like I'm gonna wear like long dashiki dresses with bangles, and my locks are gonna be like turned up, and my children can do whatever they want on this land that I will buy for them. And that's just that. I don't want to
Oh my
inflict.
god.
I don't want to inflict authority on them. I want them to be free radicals. I want them to be so radical and like just free that if they do go into like white supremacy or like capitalism, that they will go crazy. Like people will think that they're part like animal. Like I just want them so connected to Mother Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Did somebody
I don't
say
know.
So
That is a look.
that is a look.
definitely an aesthetic. By the way, I just googled Xander.
I am absolutely, if I have kids, I will discipline them the way that my parents disciplined me. I have no issue with that. My issue is it has to be how it's gone about. It has to be, it also has to be what it's over. Because I got severe beatings for violations of, what the church said. And you know what I mean? Like, by all intents and purposes, for anybody else to have been my parents, I was a great kid. I was smart. I was fucking on my shit. I knew what was up. I just questioned authority constantly, and I was never going to be a Christian. So that's why I was a horrible fit for my parents, and why they had to just stay beating my ass constantly.
I think I was very similar, and that I was good, but at a certain point, I couldn't pretend to be a fucking Christian anymore. And
It's like I was never good at pretending that I was gonna, you know what I mean? So like for them, it was like, and I think I've told you guys this before. When I was like 11 years old, I was either 9 or 11, I can't remember. And my mother found a book on astrology and a book on world religions under my bed where I had hid it. And she practically kicked down the door because I think I was on the sun porch. Like I think I was on, because we had like do you know what a sun porch is? It's like just like a room that's like
No, master, what a sun porch is.
what is that's very southern. That's very southern.
No, I don't actually know, because that's what we called it, but I've heard other people calling it a Florida room. It's just basically like a back house that has a lot of windows.
Yeah,
like a sunroom.
Yeah. So that's
I feel like just like Latin Americans call it a Florida room.
I don't know. I just know that it's ours was not cute and very.
What, you thanked for an astrology book?
I think we called it a sun porch because it like moved when you walked. But anyway, she came out there and she grabbed me by my hair and dragged me out through the house while hitting me in my face and threw me on the front lawn and proceeded to go into my bedroom, grab everything that was in my room, and in a few trips bring it all out and throw it on top of me, shaming me in front of the entire neighborhood, and kept me locked outside afterwards because she could not suffer a sinner to live in her house.
That's
oh my god.
That is not how I would discipline my child.
Of course not.
That if you tell a kid to do something more than twice and they don't do it, you grab them, you shake them up a little bit, you smack them on their butt, and then you show them that you are being dead ass serious so that they get it. Because I know for me, punishment didn't mean shit to me. You could take away anything you wanted. I already was living a life I didn't want to live. I was already fucking having to go to church and having to do all this shit and having to deal with all. Honey, go ahead, take away a book. That's whatever. You know what I mean? I already have to hide the shit. Like, it didn't mean anything to me. What meant something to me was knowing that I had like fallen short or like disappointed my parents or had let them down. Because I'll tell you something right now, getting yelled at was worse than getting spanked. Because my dad, if you think I'm loud, my dad is fucking 3 times louder than me. And he would get in your face and scream at you. And that was just like the most upsetting thing that could possibly happen. And so those are things I would never do to my kid. But do I think that, like, whapping them on their ass when they need to, like, really pay attention and keep it together is a bad thing? Absolutely not. Because a parent who can maintain their child's attention is the parent who, when their kid goes to run after a ball in the middle of the road and screams stop, the kid actually fucking listens and the kid's life is saved. That's just how I think,
I mean, I think that it's like effective and for some people, but like I know that spanking probably worked on my little brother. For me, it made me fucking hate my parents. Like, not only because I was getting spanked, but because I knew that I wasn't I was a very smart kid. I didn't do anything that was that fucking terrible, but it would spank me, like, for bad grades or, like, just little shit, And I don't know. I feel like, I mean, I'm not a parent, and I don't know if I ever want to be, but there has to be other ways to do it. I understand that, if you have less resources, that's something that's available to you. And it is effective. I mean, it does work. I just would hate to raise a child that resents me the way that I resent my father.
See, that's the problem, though. Is that I refuse to think about raising kids like that because every single person in my family, every single person, whether they are 9 years old or 70 years old, every single one fucking hates their parents. Every single one. So I've never seen it as an option. I've always seen whatever you do to your kids, whatever you do, they're going to have a fucking problem with it because that's how life is. No one, and then once you get older, you realize that your parents are human, they're fallible, and you love them anyway. So, like, I'm not going to sit here and try and strive for perfection. I'm going to do the best that I can. I'm going to make sure that my kid is able to get, if I have a kid, I'm going to make sure my kid is going to survive childhood in one fucking piece, and I'm going to just give them the morals and the values that I carry, and that's it. I'm not trying to fucking create the perfect person. I think that's where a lot of people go wrong.
And, like, kind of, like, I don't know, I'm witnessing now my parents raise my stepsisters, and they're, like, quite a bit younger than me. They're, like, elementary school age. Like, one of them just entered middle school. And, like, my brother and I, we were kind of raised the same way, discipline-wise, like you were mentioning, Dakota, without religion. Religion was not brought up in the house at all. So it was very, like, girl, I told you this 2 times, 3 times, so here we go. But it happened when I was really, really young, and then after that, it kind of just molded me into this person that, like, I don't know. I guess it, like, set a foundation to where it wasn't necessary after a very early age.
Oh no, that's what you do want to point out. After I was probably 12, I can rarely think of when I had hands put on me ever. But it was this thing of establishing I fucking mean it. So if my mother was being really serious about something and just went like, she would literally just be like, she'd just snap and look at you, and you knew, okay, this is really fucking serious right now. Not because you were afraid of her, but because you respected her, because she had taught you to respect her.
And, like, to contrast it, like, with my stepsisters, I don't mind dragging them at all. Like, they're a goddamn mess. My parents are, like, really fucking up, and it's, like, it's so awful because, like, so they don't get any sort of, like, spanking or whooping or anything, and they just kind of get, like, weird verbal threats that never really materialize in anything. And so as a result, especially with my stepmom, they loathe her. Like, I'm sure, like obviously there's love there. Like, they love her to some degree, but they do not respect her at all. Like, at all. And that leads to them hating her as well. So it's like, at least in my mind, like, I don't make the equivalence of spanking leading to, like, my kid possibly hating me, because it's like, it can still happen based on your parenting style, I think. And for me, I'm kind of like, I'm learning a lot watching how my parents are messing up with my stepsisters, and, like, emotional manipulation, I guess, kind of works to some degree. Like, letting someone know that you're disappointed in them, and, like, they get right to it. Because my students, anyway, they really, really, really don't like disappointing me. But if I let them know, then it's just like, shit, like, wow, like, I really need to try harder. I really need to do better. It works 90% of the time. So, I don't know.
I mean, I don't know. For my part of it, every single person I know who's still at this point, after, the age of 23, talks about hating their parents or being upset about it, are the people who never got hit once. And to me, those are people that I have a hard time respecting because they don't understand boundaries. That's something I've really realized. So, also, I feel like there are certain people that I've noticed that like don't really know how to like deal with other people very well, and a lot of times you can. You know what? Let's not even go into that.
Yeah. I know my brother and I were like wiling the fuck out in a grocery store once, and I was probably like 3, my brother was 4, and my dad just grabs us and looks us in our eyes, and I guess says in like a big voice, he might have been yelling, like, if you act this way, I just won't take you out anymore. Ever again. You can mess it up right now. I will never take you out again, and I mean it. And like the way my dad says things, it's like, oh shit, this nigga does mean it. Okay. And like, and apparently, and he even like tells that story to random people sometimes talking about parenting shit, which is really embarrassing for me. But he's like, yeah, and my kids just like, they just didn't fuck up in public anymore. It was great. Like, I only had to do that once, and it worked. Which doesn't work for every kid, obviously.
That's very
I'll tell you right now, though, girl, my mother was the disciplinarian. But my father, though, woo, he had one phrase. He had one phrase, and I've joked about it here on the show before. But my father had one key phrase. If this man said to you in public, you'd be like carrying on, acting a goddamn fool. My dad would go like this, laugh now, cry later. And you knew he was going to let you go. Everything was going to be fine. We're going to just do the rest of the day. And he wanted you to act like everything was normal, but you just knew, like, I'm going to get my ass whooped when I get home, and I don't even want to be out anymore. Let's just do it now. Because my mom had no problem pulling down your pants and spanking your ass in the middle of the food store. Had no problem. Middle of the grocery store. And she'd literally look at, and I just will never forget one time, she whooped my ass so good in the middle of, like, aisle 17, and literally screamed at me, who do you think's embarrassed now? You're the one with your fucking pants around your ankles. Like, she was so overwhelmed with, like, having my dad not helping her and, like, just having, like, my little brother and me and, like, the whole thing. But just very was giving, like, because what happened was she literally told me, like, you know, I couldn't have something, and I threw the only tantrum. Like, I, like, threw myself on the floor, and I never acted like that because I knew I was going to get my ass handed to me. But I decided today was the day that I was going to act like the other kids that I knew at school who talked all that shit about their parents, and they, you know, because I just assumed everybody else was raised the same way. So I was like, well, damn, if they're that ballsy with their fucking parents, maybe they're doing something I don't know. So I acted the same way that I had seen somebody act at school when their parent came to pick them up, and they didn't want to go. So I did that shit, missing. I got about 8 seconds into my floor performance, and my mother picked up by the back of my fucking shirt and just started wailing on me. And just literally was like, oh, you think you're going to embarrass me? Well, who's embarrassed now? And drops my pants and just starts wailing on my ass. I was like, just so upset. I will never forget that. And that's just what she did. She was like, what, you think? Because my mom was a badass. Whereas my father would do that shit where he'd get you mentally. Because he'd be like, oh yeah, all right, laugh now, cry later. And you were like, fuck. So you'd get home hours later thinking, okay, everything's cool. And then about 20 minutes after you were all settled, oh, he forgot, we're in the clear, he'd come in busting down the fucking door and let you have it. And it was just like, oh my God. So, yeah.
That's scary.
I'm still gagged over you were 8 seconds into your floor performance.
Yeah. Like,
I mean, you just have to understand, like, my parents threw me out of the house. Like, that is a real thing. And once you can get over that, the rest of it just doesn't make sense to be upset about anymore. And I was never upset with the way that my parents disciplined me. I was only upset with why they disciplined me. Because, like, why am I being punished for not having the same beliefs as you? You know what I mean? So it was that kind of shit. But shit where it was like, you know, because a lot of times my mom would get you too. My mom was so funny. Oh, you know what was really funny? One time, I was like 3 years old. My little brother was like 1, and he was on a heart monitor because he was premature. So they had him on this heart monitor in the house. And, you know, my mom walked out of the room. Before she walks out of the room, listen, don't touch the fucking heart monitor. Don't touch anything on here, blah, blah, blah. As soon as she walks out of the room, I am just going to town apparently on this fucking thing. So apparently I hit something or unplugged something, and it basically says like my brother's heart stopped, like it's like going off like the alarm. And she came in and literally just let me fucking actually, I don't even want to tell the rest of that story because I just realized that probably isn't good to tell on the show. But I do have one other one, though. One time he was in the high chair. This is probably like 6 months after that. One time he was in the high chair, okay, and he was eating, and I had an empty soda bottle, like a 2-liter, you know? Like, I had like a 2-liter, and it was empty. And so I was bopping him on the head with it, right? So I'm like bopping him on the head, and he just starts crying and getting all upset because he's always been whiny. And so he's just crying and crying and crying. And so my mom walks in the room, and I'm like, oh, shit. And I drop the bottle, and she immediately goes for me, but I'm too quick. So, and she says this right now. I'm telling you, this is exactly what happened, okay? I don't remember, but this is how she tells the story. She says, and this little asshole knew me so well already at like 3.5 years old that he ran down the fucking hallway in a zigzag because he knew what was coming. So I'm running down the hallway trying to like juke like this because I know what's coming. Picked up the bottle and she whipped it down the hallway and it went like this behind me, and the cap got me and knocked my ass flat on the fucking floor. And apparently split my head open a little bit. I almost needed stitches, and then she was like, "Oh my god, I'm the worst mother ever." So, but yeah.
Okay, that's serious. Oof.
No, I mean, it wasn't intentional. She didn't know that was going to happen. She just threw it. She didn't know it was going to happen. But it's one of those things where it's like, you know, I was made to try the adults in my life. I was that child that was there to challenge them and bring them to the brink of insanity, I think.
Like, I don't get the whole like spanking your child for like not subscribing to your beliefs. Like, I just don't. Like, that was just not in my.
I don't agree with that. I think that was really where I like. I'm like, okay, I would never do that. But the rest of it, I'm like, all right.
Like, literally, my mother let me like tap into or play with like any kind of like religion or spirituality like my whole life. I think because when she had like me and my sister, she was going through like her separation with my dad, and the whole family was kind of pushing them together to be together because they're both like Roman Catholics. And I feel like she had a lot of like doubt because we went to like all these crazy different churches. Like, one of them like knocked my mother out with like the spirit of the Lord or something and put like a white sheet over her. It's like one of the most traumatic moments of my life. Like, I remember we just moved to Atlanta. I was about like 5 years old. And literally they were like just slapping my mother on the head being like, the blood of Jesus, the blood of Jesus. And my mother's kind of like me. Like, she's like, I don't believe this shit. Like, you need to get off me. But I think she saw that, like, I was crying. So to get them, like, off of her, she, like, pretended to, like, go down. And then they put, like, the sheet over her. And I was like, what's going on? And my mother's friend was like, oh, no, she's going to heaven and talk to Jesus. And I was like, my mom is, like, I freaked. It was the craziest time of my life. And, like, my mother told me, like, I held on to her like for like a week straight. I couldn't sleep in my own room because I really thought she was like gone. But like, I just saw like so many different religions, and as a young kid, I just decided like, everybody's fucking crazy. Like, everybody's fucking crazy. Like, we went to one place that had like a snake. Like, I was just freaked out. But it's just weird to me because I feel like a lot of people, a lot of kids, or a lot of people my age, I'm finding out were punished for like their beliefs, and that just sounds so like primitive to me. And it's just like, what the fuck? Like, that exists?
Yeah.
Well, indoctrination has to start somewhere.
That's true. And like, I come from like a Caribbean background, so like basically everybody.
When you whoop your kid, okay? There's a reason they say that. You know this when you're from the South. When you whoop your kid real good, right? They really need it. What do they say? You put the fear of God in them.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason it's called that.
That's true. It's great. Like, and then like my parents come from the islands where it's even worse. Where literally like the reason why these preachers and missionaries got away with so much is because they were seen as above the parents. They were your parents' father. So literally, like, they could beat them, abuse them, sexually abuse them, and the people of the town or the island wouldn't do shit because it was like, that's the father. If he says he didn't do that, then he didn't do that. And you're lying, and then they would beat you for lying. And these are like the stories that my grandmother would tell me about like neighbors and stuff, and why she was so afraid to have the kids even know that she even had kids. Like she literally like kept her kids at home because she saw what it did to like her brothers and stuff like that. But it's just really messed up how like we let these, let's call it what it is, corporations dictate how we like have family time. Like just family, like so fucked up.
Indeed.
I don't know, my mother only had to hit me, I think, about twice in my entire childhood. And the first time she didn't hit me, we were in the store, and it's like similar to what Darian was talking about. And there was a child that was screaming bloody murder, and she had me in the little seat thing in the carriage, and she just looked at me. And she's like, if you ever act up like that in the store in public ever, I will beat your ass.
Yes.
So, and like, I don't remember how young I was, but I was really young, and she said, I just looked at her, and I said, okay, and nodded. And then I guess after that, we had gone to the store, and my dad was with us, and I had this like beaded necklace or whatever, and I kept smacking him in the head with it. I'm going through the store, smacking him in the head with it. And my mom was like, well, why are you letting him do that? Blah, 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 blah. Shit, casually misgendering myself. And
well, I just did it earlier, and it really gagged me when I did it. But I was like, "Fuck, I'm already in the story. Let me." Just like really, I was like, "Oh no, what am I doing to myself?"
It's hard because like sometimes when I'm used to talking about myself in the past tense while I'm misgendering myself, it just is easier for me somehow. But whatever. Anyway, yeah, I was like smacking him in the head, and like they never did anything about it. But I remember the one time my mom really ever beat me was at my grandparents' house with a belt, and she like was beating me around in a circle and had me like by my hands, and I was running around, and she beat me with the belt. And I think it was because I freaked out because my grandma Antoinette wouldn't give me any bread and butter. Like every time I went to my grandma Antoinette's house, I was like, Grandma, can I please have some bread and butter? And she said no, I guess, and I was freaking out. And she was beating me around in a circle with this belt, and my grandfather stepped in and was like, Carla, that's enough! You need to stop! And I was like crying, and yeah. But my mom really never had to hit me, really. I don't know. I was a very quiet, observant child. Didn't do a lot.
See, that was my little brother, but y'all have to remember too, like, I grew up with a little brother who was a fucking snit. So, you know, I was not really, you know, it wasn't a great situation on that front either, because you're talking about a kid who was a double cancer. Like, all he cared about was everybody else's approval, and, like, said nothing, couldn't be bothered. You know, like, always just kind of, like, let me get in trouble, and was the first person to let them know that I did something. You know what I mean? So...
That sounds like me. I remember I caught my little brother on the phone looking at hentai.
Oh, God.
This is back when we had, like, I remember I caught his ass, and I remember this to this day. I had this distinct moment where I caught him, I looked at it, he looked over it, and he saw that I caught him. His face looked terrified, and I just smiled, and I ran back to my parents. And said, "This kid's looking at porn."
I picture you just being like, "This is not about hating straight men," and then you just run, you just start running.
This is not about me hating your interest in pornography, your interest in anime porn.
Hold on, wait. Somebody asked an hour ago, XXX, bitch, please, XXX, whoever you are. Legit question, is Dakota an only child? I'm the oldest of 5, bitch, please. So if you have any other questions, please post them in the comment section. Thank you.
Is anyone else here an only child? I'm an only child.
I was until they adopted my little brother.
It's so funny that we can see it all over both of you. So fucking obvious.
I'm not even going to deny it. I'm not even going to deny it.
I'm almost like really like 100% about that. Like, I always know when somebody's an only child, and I barely ever get along with them.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Well,
Good thing I have a little brother.
I was basically like how you probably would think I was, like when I was little. Like I was a little revolutionary. In middle school, like I put like a coup together, like a whole bunch of kids to like basically like get this teacher out of there. We had like older kids that would come from like, because we were in a private school, older kids from the high school would come and like watch over us during like free time, and the older kids would basically be like really abusive towards us, like putting us in timeout for like nothing. So I was like, nah, F this. We're gonna organize. We're not gonna eat our lunches until we get like the teachers to make sure that they're not mean to us, like all this kind of shit. And I guess like we had this white like old woman substitute teacher that like really like hated me for it, and she was just like, "Here, little." She used to say that I was like a gang member, like you in this little gang, and it was literally like a bunch of my friends, and we would have like this chain, like the peace sign chain. I have a picture actually, and we had this peace sign chain, and we were basically like the peace posse, and we just make sure that all the kids were good and fair. And one time, she was doing some shit, and it was like really annoying or like really like hurtful or something. So I had all the kids like in class like bang on their desk and say like, "We're not taking this. We're not taking this." And this like old white woman straight up like came to me and she was like, "You stop it right now." And I was like, "No, we're not taking this." And I forgot how old I was. I was probably like 9 or something. And she grabbed like my Power Ranger pencil sharpener and like, smacked me across the face with it.
No, she didn't. Did you have her job? Did you have her job?
I ran to the principal and was like, "I need to get a phone. I need to talk to my mother." And she was like, "What's?" She's like, "Tell me what happened. Tell me what happened." I was like, "No phone. I need to call my mommy." And then when she heard me telling my mom what happened, and my mom was like, "I'm coming." My principal literally, like, I've never seen like a white woman run so fast. Like she ran to like the side where the young people were and was like, "You need to leave. Like you need to leave. His mother is coming. She is a Caribbean woman. She has anger issues. Like you need to leave." She was like, "You are fired. You cannot come here anymore. You need to go. Like you need to go."
Yes.
Literally, I remember like yesterday, like my mom came out of her car with like my Batman bat, which is hilarious. But like with my like, it was like a Batman bat that was like, you know, it's like not a full bat, but it's like half of a bat. And she came out and she was just like screaming like, "Where is that bitch? Where is that bitch?" But literally like my mom always supported like my revolutionary like spirit. So like if you see pictures of me, like every year I was different. I had braids, I had locks, I had weave, I had like everything. The only time like she really let me be, and like I changed my name like all the time. I was Omar. I was Flying Eagle for like 2 years. I was
Jesus.
I appropriated y'all. I appropriated.
But you know what? I went through a Native American appropriation stage too, so I understand.
Yes, I appropriated it.
I understand.
I'm sorry, Dakota.
I don't know which Jackson you thought you were, but that was not okay.
I'm sorry, Dakota. But no, like, my sister was like the bad one. And like, the last time my mom spanked me was when I was like 11 or 12. We were walking to the car and her friend asked, like, "What day is it?" And they didn't know what day it was. And I was like, "Oh, it's the 13th because I got a spanking on the 9th. And she was like, "Oh my God." Like, she was like, "I will never spank you again. I am so, so sorry." Like, she was like so in shock. She was like, "That's how you remember the date?" I was like, "Yeah."
It's a very matter of fact, of course. How do you remember dates?
Exactly. I thought that's how you remember dates too, Mom.
Oh, this is the last time I spanked my son.
So, is there anything else that we have as far as like topics and stuff?
What is it? Something happened with celebrities being problematic. What happened?
When
I was gonna say,
are
like,
celebrities not problematic? Like, it would...
Oh, let me
The
show you
day
guys.
hell freezes over.
I'll show you guys the stuff that I got.
Yeah.
Okay. So I got. Let's see. First of all, I love this. I'm very excited that I got it.
Your makeup looks really great, Dakota.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Really?
Yeah.
We were talking about it in the past.
I actually tried something new today. I'm really glad that you guys like it.
I love your eyes.
I'm actually wearing lashes. I got these really, really small lashes. Like, my lashes are actually longer than them. So what I have on is I literally did it, and then I put on mascara to, like, make it so it was, like, more pieced out. And then I also put these little, like, dots under here, which I've been doing a lot lately, which I like. So, I don't know.
Been doing dots under the eye?
Amazing.
I've been doing that a lot.
No, you haven't.
Tutorial.
Bitch, I can show you pictures, bitch.
I don't think
There's
that
like
you
half a pack of hair in your head.
Like, I don't think that you want to do graphic makeup design work competitions with me.
No, I mean, I'm sure your makeup is better, but I have been plopping a dot under the eye. I just have it. Dot.
Anyway, this is one of the things that I got, which I'm really excited about.
So oppressive, y'all. You are so fucking oppressive.
They are gorgeous. I love
What
yellow.
is her name? What is their name?
What is their name?
What are their pronouns?
Yes, Kat.
Don't listen. Don't be evil and don't be foolish either. Okay? So, yeah, I got this. I'm actually going to be adorning it, and I think I'll be using it for an altar, to be honest. It corresponds specifically with a deity that I've. Yeah, so there's that.
It's beautiful.
I have this now that I just got, which I'll be charging and using as a house guardian.
Ooh, yes, work.
Yeah, it's not a lama dama? Oh.
Don't put it behind your door. That is slavery. Do not put it behind your door. That is slavery.
Don't try me today, okay? Yeah,
gorgeous. Where'd you get that from?
And I got a piece of white coral.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So pretty. Very fantasy part 2. Okay.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah. So I'm really excited about that stuff. So I'm going to be doing some really cool stuff with it. I'm about to finish restructuring my altars, so I'm really excited about it.
Speaking of altars, I'm in the process of setting up one for my ancestors.
Girl! That's good.
I'm just waiting for my mom has to get me some of my grandparents' ashes, and then it will be all set.
Oh my God, I'm so proud of you.
Bro, you're so lucky that you can get some. That's really good.
She's had them for a long time. When my great-grandmother died, she put some of my grandparents' ashes in with her and then kept them.
Well, I'm actually part of the road trip that I'm taking in August with AJ and some other people is we're going to be stopping in Utah for 5 seconds so that I can visit my grandmother and great-grandmother's graves because they're buried next to each other. And I'm going to take some graveyard dirt from each of them because that's something I can obviously use. So I'm really excited about that because I want to go pay my respects and then also have something to take away. So.
I love it.
Kat, the only person besides yourself who has found white Jesus.
Yes.
It's gossip.
The problem is you have to understand that like she already got down with white Jesus. Like she was down with God. And said that it wasn't that impressive. So I just find that to be, you know.
Listen, but at least I found him. At least I know where he is. You know?
Kind of like dating like white Jesus. Aren't all white men like white Jesus? Like.
I mean, white saviors for sure.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's gonna be like the Kat Black story. Like it's literally gonna be like her life, and then like this white man came and just made her like this successful black woman.
I
love it.
I will drag her. I will drag her for that.
He made you.
Imagine I die.
All of us is like I feel like all of us are just waiting for her to get to that point so we can all get our come up being the anti-Kat Black squad.
Yes.
We used to know her. We used to know her.
I don't. She's terrible. She never should be
like Kat is becoming more and more like I feel like Kat's gonna become like more militant throughout the time. Like I feel it. I feel like
you know what your goals are.
I don't think you understand how militant she's already gotten in the time that I've known her. Because the bitch put one goddamn braid in her head and all of a sudden was coming for me over my head.
I'm black now.
I'm black now.
The bitch put her braids halfway in and was like, I am Erykah Badu. I am Mother Africa.
I am.
I'm friends with white people. Like, what?
Yes. Her African name is gonna be Katusha Balakale.
I do like the sound of that. I do.
She will be posting for the 10-year anniversary of Baduism.
Yes. She's gonna make Beardy like tan 5 times a week, like Raven Simone to get dark.
4 to 5 times a week.
Oh,
Raven definitely. It's 2 to 4 times a week for Raven.
She's not gonna make sure he's real tan, and she's gonna be like, "Look, he is Japanese. Okay, y'all need to stop.
Y'all need to stop.
I can see it right now.
White like that.
Wait until she makes him go get his eyes done to look more Asian. That's
Yes.
Fuck.
He's gonna have a GoFundMe. He's gonna have a GoFundMe. Like it's gonna be titled "Take This White Man Out of My Relationship." To get like his features surgically changed.
Was that an episode of Nip Tuck where?
Yes, that was an episode of Nip Tuck.
Okay.
yes, there was an episode of Nip Tuck.
She got it white, and then she wanted it reversed, right? Back to Asian.
No, he.
That was with a white guy. That was like he was like they thought it was going to be about her, and then he was like, "It's about me because I love her so much. So make me look Asian."
That's so terrible.
Wow.
Fucking Nip Tuck.
Well, no, I mean the context was apparently that like I think it was that that was the only thing standing in the way of their relationship was that like he was basically saying like her parents will never accept me unless I'm Asian, so I'm doing this
Nip
for them.
Tuck was actually kind of
But
a
that's not
horrible
true
fucking show when you look back on it.
Oh, wait,
I don't know if you guys remember this, but Nip Tuck was created by fucking Ryan Murphy, so of course it's awful. Duh.
It's actually really problematic, but I loved it at the time.
You know what? Like,
We all made mistakes. It's fine, girl.
I think when I watched it for the I never finished it. I just watched it when it came on fucking Netflix. But
Me
one of those
too.
things.
I marathoned the whole thing when it was on Netflix.
Like
Yeah.
I was into it, and then it just stopped being interesting to me at a certain point.
Of course.
Once they switched characters, essentially, I was like, you know what? I don't like this story anymore.
Oh my god, that was awful.
Yeah.
Also, it like definitely went 2 seasons too long.
Yeah, it was definitely one of those things where it's like, okay, I've seen
Well, I
this
mean,
episode.
you don't know that because you didn't finish it. See, I finished what I start, so I saw.
Well,
I can say that.
I only watched the
think I
last
got-
season.
I think the only season I didn't watch was the last season.
I think that's really convenient that you say that, but you also still.
Well, yeah, no, I didn't finish it. Well, because I was just bored. I mean, that's how I am with it. Like, I watched like 3
Finish
seasons
it.
of Sons of Anarchy, and then I was over it.
You didn't finish it. I just want to make sure that you realize.
I didn't finish it.
Before you try to critique the show that you didn't finish watching, I just feel like you.
Well, I mean, I was there for I don't know every, but most of the problematic trans episodes. Most of
Y'all already know Kat is not committed to anything or anyone,
anything.
except for the white penis, okay?
The white penis is the only thing consistent in my life.
Literally,
That's
I
where
was
her
having,
loyalty lies.
I was
She made
having
a white dick and fame.
White dick, fame, and money.
And Hillary.
You think that qualifies for a My Strange Addiction?
Yes.
Yes.
You know what? I will go on that show. I will go on that show, and I will plug my YouTube channel.
Yes.
I'm not black, and I'm addicted to
That's
white.
what, wait.
I'm just
That's what you could make it though. Like if literally like every in-person conversation you end with like, okay, comment, like, and subscribe. Like you could literally, every single person that you meet, like they're checking you out at the grocery store, and you're like plugging your YouTube channel.
You're like, hey guys, it's Kat.
And I hand them like a business card with my URL on it. Ding.
Yes. Just so you
I'm
know,
literally just picturing you
QR
like
code
rolling
on
through
here,
Los
you can
Angeles.
just scan that with your phone.
I am Kat Black.
And I have like a
love
video on my
white
phone. I'm like,
dick.
hey, you guys want to watch one of my videos?
You remember? I'm pretty sure that's probably already happened with you. Do you guys remember when QR codes were like almost a thing?
Yeah, they kind of still are, but not really.
They are in Japan. They're a thing.
Is that where like they use the barcode and you scan it on your phone?
Yeah.
It's kind of like that.
I just used it yesterday, so.
I mean, it's
Sure you
cute.
did. I'm sure you did on your iPhone 8. Shut up.
I mean, I had to get into my Gundam. There's no other way. So.
There's no other way.
I don't think you understand that like you need a series of really intricate and coordinated QR codes to activate Voltron. Like maybe you don't know that.
Is it a vintage Gundam? Because I feel like the vintage Gundams are much more popular these days. Is it the first one where you slip into like the fighting suit and
By
you
the way, I still
actually...
don't know what a Gundam is. I just want to point that out.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh god, bro. You need to get it. You need to get some Gundam.
No,
I'll send you a video.
AJ
I'll send you a selected
Notice
video.
how y'all said Gundam and this bitch pops right back up? Anybody else notice that? I'm gonna
heard it. She heard
Were
it.
you watching the show,
literally on the entire fucking show. I start talking about, remember when QR codes might have been a thing? We say Gundam, Voltron, Gundam, Gundam. Here comes this bitch materialized out of the
Literally, I'm so glad AJ's here because I want to drag Kat real quick. So,
Yeah.
basically, like when my videos first became popping, like I was going through like a serious meltdown, and I was like in Kat's like DMs, like I was a crack addict, and I was messaging her, and literally like I wrote all this stuff down, and one part of it was like, when is this gonna go like back to normal or be okay? And all this bitch said was, it's never gonna go back to normal, and that was it. Like, that was the end of the conversation.
Girl, do you realize that Charlotte was hanging in limbo, like never to be on the show ever, until I'm the one that went through the teasing Kikis messages to be like, oh my god, look at all these people who never got a response or scheduled for a fucking audition. Let me start working through them. So don't take it personally. It's not just
No,
you.
please don't. It's
Honestly,
honestly,
it's Kat. It's
I'm so bad at responding to emails. That's actually something that like I dealt with recently because I've been doing a lot of business emails back and forth with people, and I had this opportunity come up to work with this
say anything
website.
about business emails, Kat. We're talking about the fact that you're horrible at empathizing.
Yes. If I was a white man, she would have wrote me back an essay, made sure I was okay, sent me some cookies, my laundry, but she literally just wrote like, it's never gonna get better.
No. If you were a cis white man, you would have only gotten the letter. The laundry, the cookies, everything else comes if you're a white trans man.
Yes. But no, seriously, like Kat and Chescale are two of the people that literally just wrote me like she wrote me it's never gonna get better, and then Chescale wrote me like Tumblr is a toxic place, it only gets worse, and then that was it.
Yeah.
Like that's it.
Because me and Cheska have definitely had that conversation, and it's literally like it's always going to be this way. Like it doesn't stop.
You guys are really doing your part to make sure that you encourage, huh? You guys are really you're really trying to sit there and fortify and uplift the people coming after you, aren't you? That's.
You know what? I open doors, I blaze trails, and then I close them for other people. That's what I do.
I make sure I bust down the door for myself, and then I fix it, and I lock it.
Speaking of Jenna Talikova.
Speaking of RuPaul.
What is she doing right now?
That's what I was going to say.
Does she have a rich husband? That's what I imagine. She has a rich husband.
I'm so gagged that you said Jenna Talikova. It took me so long to figure out in my head who that was. Now I get it. Gazi, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Look at the fucking chat.
Gazi. What's my question? Oh, Daniel, how's your sex life? Like, what's it like?
Daniel?
I'm always like whitewashing his name. Okay, Darren, what's your
I love Daniel, how's your sex life? That's everything to me. It's like a super personal question because I'm completely not getting your name right, but I still need this answer.
That's legitimately like that's what some kind of like really annoying boisterous student might ask in one of my classes. Like students don't hold back and they're like, hey, do you have a girlfriend? Like, are you into Japanese girls? Daniel? Like bitches call me Daniel.
Yeah,
and I'm just like
that's everything.
I just don't respond. That's not my name, so
I think that's like why I'm so successful, because I'm literally like, I read like a white woman trying to be black. Like, you know, like, girlfriend, don't make me come for you, Cave Becky.
Not Cave Becky.
When I come for like, but no, Darren, for real, like, what is it like? Like, because, for instance, for me, like, wherever I move, like, there just has to be a plethora of, like, black men. that want all this goody good. So like, how, like what?
Well, you know Don Lemon doesn't want none of that blackness over there in Japan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be there.
No, it needs to be like a heavy
Japanese
This
man.
is all so triggering. This is so. I'm gonna type things out. I'm not gonna say things live on the show.
Oh my God. I'll
Just know going into this area, I'm gonna read out loud every single thing that you say.
Yeah, me too. Type it.
I mean, like, have you tried?
Y'all
like,
are cenophobic, so.
Okay, well he typed I love Japanese men. I
You need to stop.
for Japanese.
Wait. I'm getting
Don't see
another.
my hands.
It says that you're typing. Okay, now you enter. Your favorite noodle dish is your favorite noodle dish is, what does this say? Some young guy?
Oh my God. Yeah.
Sorry, that was an awfully old joke, but it was just worth it. It was worth it.
There is no, like, Darren, really, like, have you signed on to, like, BGC Live in Japan? Like, what is it?
Yes, Japanese BGC.
So I've actually had a conversation about BGC Live, and like with like the only black queen friend that I.
Wait, you had a conversation with them or with someone about them? Because if you talk to them, can you tell them to stop emailing me? I tried to fucking sign up once, and I'm sorry.
Yes, I live for Dakota on BGC Live. Yes. Yes.
No, but you can actually sign up on BGC Live. They seriously have, like, you know, the hottest, like, white person, like, of the week or whatever.
So
but I will make sure that
So with BGC Live, a lot of my friends from college, like, we all share one account specifically to go on the forums and just laugh. Like, just laugh at some of the conversations that are happening. Like, the forums, sometimes it's actually really life-giving and, like, really real, and there's no filter.
What do they say? Like, what do they say?
They're terrible.
I'm not gonna... Yeah.
You're not gonna snitch. Yeah, you better not snitch, bitch. You better not.
I'm not gonna call that shit. But no, but specifically, there's a white guy on the forums who goes by the username Casper Top.
Oh God.
And he just like.
Can I just say, as a white person, I'm so sorry that happened. And if you, your friends, anybody on there, BGC Live, if they need reparations for that, I will find them a rich white person because I am so sorry that happened.
It's ridiculous.
Well, but I was talking to my only other like black queen friend in all of Japan, and he went on BGC Live here, and apparently there's like 3 or 4 people, like Japanese people, like in the country. On the website.
Yeah, so they find
and
out.
So, like,
are they very that?
They're very that, and they all know each other, and like all the black people sort of like know them or have bumped into them somehow because they just have like a radar on us, I guess.
Of course, they're on BGC Live in Japan.
Where do you fit in all of this? You are like telling the tea, but you aren't putting yourself in it.
It's because I'm gonna type things out in the chat.
Do you know how sometimes something could be about you, but then you make it about somebody else? Do you know how that?
Friend.
So it's the reverse of what white people do. Like that's what I do.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
That's true.
No, but like BGC Live chat is really like if you are a therapist that wants to deal with basically like a lot of internalized whiteness and white supremacy, that is a place for you to practice. Like it is like basically, have y'all seen like the movie what's it called? Dear White People, where basically it's just a bunch of like post-traumatic slave syndrome symptoms basically like shaked up in like a bowl and was like, here, this is all of our mess. We're not going to give no historical context to it. We're not going to try to resolve it. It's just look how crazy white supremacy has fucked up all of us black people mentally. That's like, think of like BGC Live chat room just on steroids.
It's so sad. Like every time I go into that website, or not every time, I haven't been in fucking years, but like when I was on there, like even the whole trans section, I'm just like, this is so negative and like scary actually.
Sometimes it's life-giving though. I'll be honest. Sometimes I've like seen some life-giving reads, some life-giving like conversations about very real things. But it always comes back to like a really basic level that's just like, wow, there's a lot of work to be done. A lot.
Yeah. Penny, did you get emails from? There's a guy that I always get emails from, and I'm sure it's like one of those weird cachet things where he messages everybody. But it's like this black porn performer, and he messages everyone, and like he has like 10 pictures on a page, and I'm sure you know because he's fucking everywhere. But like every time I've made a profile on there, I've gotten a message from him, and it clearly doesn't seem like it's to me. It's to everybody on the website.
Wow.
And it's very scandalous.
That's just a crazy, I don't know, like, but I feel like it's not just specific to black people, first and foremost. So I don't want nobody in my inbox talking about there goes Ghazi and Black Cat just going in. No.
Mm-hmm.
But we're just talking about, I don't be going on what would we call it, like the white gay chat rooms. I don't go on there.
Manhunt, Adam for Adam.
I don't go on there, okay? But no, like, seriously,
Catherine, for a cis white woman, you sure do know a lot about the homosexual lifestyle.
Listen, look, I made a profile to find friends.
wanted to find some fun black gays to do her makeup.
Uh-huh.
Exactly.
Hi, I am a single cis white woman looking for a fun gay black man to Vogue for me and to do my makeup.
Yes. Shopping with me. But no, like BGC Live is very like when it comes to people, it's very binary. Like you're either gonna find someone that is extremely all about like meaningless, capitalistic, uber sexual shit, or you're gonna find somebody that's really, really deep and really wants a relationship to the point of stalking and to the point of like just like moving really fast and wanting to meet your parents on the second day. So yeah, it's a great place. It's a great place.
I guess I can air out this story. The last time I was on Tees and Kikis, I guess it was last week. The show ended. We were all like still hanging out, and I went to grab food at like the convenience store that I always do. And I think I told some of you about it. Like there was a guy there who was Chinese, and basically, yeah, AJ, I remember you being there, and we were talking about like, oh well. Anyway, so we were talking about
Jesus.
like this a sort of like solidarity with
this thing where like friends were talking. That's why you weren't there, Kat.
Yeah. I couldn't remember who, but we were talking about like the difficulty of the Japanese language. He was saying he was really impressed with me speaking Japanese, and I thought it was like a normal patronizing Japanese compliment. But then he's like, "No, I'm Chinese," and it's like hard for me too. I left the store, came back on the show, and then he like messaged me on like one of the apps, and pretty shortly after that. And at first I didn't really recognize who it was. I'm like, "Oh, how are you? Like, I hope you're having a good day." And he's like, "No, like we just met at the convenience store. Like I'm one of the staff members." He's like, "Do you remember me?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, totally. That's really good. I hope your job's going really well." And then he just like became really, really, really persistent about sex immediately after that, which is fine. But I sort of denied it, and he like kept messaging me and kept messaging me and kept messaging me, and it was very like Tumblr straight white boys texting, like, "Girl, like I said no, like stop," and it just like kept happening for a couple days. And it was just really weird because it's like literally like the store's like literally outside of my window, like right down there.
Oh
so,
God!
I'm just like, oh my God.
That man's gonna show up at your door.
That's horrible. Like
yeah,
I would just never go to that convenience store ever again.
I saw The Grudge. You need to be careful. He might have a about you.
Actually,
hair.
The Grudge is like the story for The Grudge is set in my neighborhood, girl. So.
Oh fuck! Fuck.
But
you also often refer to yourself as a white, young, blonde ingenue. Almost none of those things is Sarah Michelle Gellar, but she was the star of the film, so I don't know.
Oh no!
Eventually, I was like, "Look, like I'm really not interested. So if you need gay friends, then I can be a friend, but I'm not interested in this at all." I'd be like very blunt. And then he's like, oh, okay, that's fine. And like, that's the last message.
And then he asked to suck your dick, and then no.
We stopped, but then like the other night, it all kind of came together because like I was up late and there was like a rattling at my door and like the door handle was shaking, and I was just like, oh Lord, like what's going on? And I grabbed my knife, and then I take selfies and put it on Tumblr, and then like the door keeps rattling, and then it stops after a while, so I think I'm okay. He doesn't know where I live.
You never checked it?
Oh, so the thing is, I did, but when I would look at the peephole, there'd be nothing out there, so...
Oh, yeah, no, then you never opened the door. Yeah.
Yeah, bitch, I lit some white sage, and I grabbed that knife, and then I was like, okay, I'm fine.
Oh, God, that's so... Like, there was this really... There was this really good chicken place that I used to go to, and it was run, but it was like done in a Mexican style, but it was run by Koreans for some reason. And for the owner there, I used to like practice my Korean, so I talked to him a little bit. And then at one point, he was like, "Oh, so are you alone here in the city?" I'm like, "Yeah, I don't really know what might be here." And then he was insistent of like, we should go out, or like, can I have your number? And then I was like, and so I never went back. He even gave me extra food too, but that's not worth it.
Well, now you know why he gave you extra food.
I know.
That chocolate, girl. You want some of that chocolate? Some of that everything.
I don't think you're helping right now, Kat. I don't think you're helping.
So yeah. Never went back.
So, by the way, you guys, I'm really, really excited. I don't think I got to tell anybody on the show. But I don't know. Well, I have a bunch of projects that I'm working on that I'm really excited about. A lot of which are going to be making large advances in the next week because I'm off. But I did want to say that I bought myself a birthday gift today, so I'm very excited about it. If you don't know, my birthday is Sunday, and I'm happy about it. This is the first birthday that I've had in years that I'm not traveling, so I'm a little bit juxtaposed. But I'm off for a week and a half, and I'm gonna be just hanging out with a bunch of friends and just doing a bunch of cool shit. So it'll be fun. A lot of adventures. I really, really want to go to Six Flags, so I think I'm gonna go next weekend because I'm a giant amusement park person, and I love roller coasters, and I love everything about that. Something about like amusement theme parks, like it just does it for me. So, but I'm really excited because I actually just finally bought myself a Minchiate deck, which is really fucking awesome. So if you know anything about tarot cards, Minchiate is something that's basically completely more badass and incredible. So tarot cards traditionally have I think 78 cards in the deck, and Minchiate cards have I think like 96 because they add in the entire zodiac, the elements, and yeah, they're badass. Like the major arcana instead of being 21 cards is like 41.
Oh my god.
So
those are some intense reads.
Yeah, it's like very specifically, like I realized that when I found the deck, like because I normally lately have been using multiple decks during readings, and I've realized like the components that I'm creating really are kind of self-encapsulated like in this deck. So I'm very excited to get it. I've already ordered it, and so I can't wait to get it. So I'm gonna do a review on it on my channel if you guys want to see it. But it's fucking badass, and it's very it's a very old deck. Like it's a classical Italian deck, and I've been building my family tree on Ancestry.com and learning more about my Italian side of the family, which has been very enlightening. So I think that's been really cool. So I don't know why I brought all that up. I just wanted to let you know.
Is that the deck you were showing us, AJ and I, the other night?
What'd you say?
Is that the deck you were showing AJ and I the other night?
I think so.
That was really pretty. It had like the trees and like the... I think that was the one.
Well, yeah, I think that's it. Here, I'll pull it up on Eclectic and I'll show you. I'll give you guys a link. But yeah, it's really cool. Also, because I really like that the entire minor arcana is all pips. So like the numbers, instead of having like a scene, it's just like 2 discs. You know what I mean? Like I really like that. Also, I really like that instead of pages, they're maids, and instead of the knights are all like some form of centaur.
The clear decks were really cool too, like the ones that were like.
Oh, wasn't that badass? Yeah, we're showing them.
Amazing.
The transparent tarot is something that's super badass that I would love to get for myself at some point too. Here it is. This is. There you go.
Thank you.
So I'm gonna try and do like an in-depth video since I have a tripod now, so I can like really show you guys like high-def images of each card, and then kind of explain how I'll be using it.
Yes, this was what I was talking about, like the little deer and the Aquarius, like the water bear.
Yeah. Oh, so what's going on with you, AJ?
Ooh, girl, I'm chilling.
Did you go get some chicken? Is that why you didn't come back?
I actually did go get some fucking deliciously fried Arabic chicken, bitch. Thanks for asking.
I mean, I knew it. I know that I wasn't going to be wrong. That's why I said it.
Yeah, I had some chicken. I had some herbal supplements, if you will. And I'm just chilling hard right now.
Is that what they're calling watermelon these days?
Oh, here it is. Okay, I figured it out. So yeah,
I think this is watermelon. Actually.
It has 97 cards. It's based off of the Minciate deck from Florence, called the Florentine Minciate, from 1725.
Wow. What's that?
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you okay, AJ?
Why wouldn't I be?
Somebody made a whole fuckload of noise, and I just assumed it was you.
Nope, not this time.
It wasn't me.
Oh, it's Dossie, I think.
Probably.
I can't. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm really, really excited about this deck because it's super cool, and it has a bunch of like really cool, like unique ways that you can read with it. So I'm really excited about that.
I'm excited for you to get it and stuff.
Well, I got it on Amazon because you can't really find the decks under like $200. So I finally found one for like $35, and then there was shipping and all that shit. So I was like, boop, done. And then I was like, you know what? Hold on, let me see. And I went on eBay real quick, and bitch, I found her like with shipping involved and everything, and it was like brand new instead of used, $25.
Wow.
So I was like, buy it now. Thank you so much. Cancel my Amazon order. So yeah, I had to do that, but it was worth it.
Nice.
Hold on, my computer's about to do an update, so I'll be back in like soon.
Time to be determined.
Are you gonna be back in like soon, like AJ is, like as in like come back in like an hour?
Or true. An hour? That's being generous.
I mean, look, I'm trying to be nice. I didn't want to clock it too
48
hard.
hours later.
Clock it all you want, bitch.
She has no concept of your idea of time. You should know that.
True. She is an intergalactic space princess.
Wait. Hold on.
Oh.
Oh, that's problematic.
Problematique.
Oh, okay. As long as it's working for you, girl.
It has nothing to do with you, Ghazi. It has to do with the fact that AJ. How can I explain this? You know how there's two pilots on the ships in the Matrix?
Yes.
That's just not AJ. That's not AJ style at all. She'll fly the ship solo. Han Solo.
I'm glad you know.
Ghazi, just fucking turn your cam on and let's see.
No, I'm gonna show you a video.
I don't like this. I don't like this secretive kind of Kiki shit. Really, like either talk about it or we're not gonna talk about it. We'll go off air.
I don't think that I don't need the girl who just got fucking freshly stoned after running away to the sixth dimension and leaving us hanging to take care of the show. That's not the girl I need giving me advice right now.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, let her know. Let her know.
Let her know.
Girl.
Shut up, Kat. Not co-sign on anything.
That's how Kat is. Kat, you see, the problem is when Kat sold her soul to the white corporate devil, she lost her ability to read. You can't have both. So now she just hops on somebody else's read and tries to piggyback it like a fucking parasitic nurse shark.
I mean,
well, I'm going to have to pause you and then congratulate you on your use of Nerve Shark at 9:41 EST.
Yeah. Well, it's easier to do things on EST when you have ESP. Bam! Oh, I love my... All right, where's the link to this video?
You're fucking terrible.
I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you.
You're terrible.
I like
don't.
Oh, I try to. You know what? I said to somebody at work the other day. We were all like kikiing and laughing in the back, and everybody was like, "Ha ha! You're so funny! You're so funny!" And I was making everybody like I got it really going. And then finally I go, "Just don't forget, the secret to being Dakota is you could never hate me as much as I hate myself." And I walked into the room, and the entire room was like, "Ha ha! Oh!" I like the whole room was so upset. Oh, it was so good. Where's this link, Ghazi? Link or it didn't happen. I've had the camera on you the whole time.
I'm trying to get a perfect timing so you see, you know my life. So you really get the energy. You need to get the energy, okay?
Wait, are you filming him right now?
No, girl, I'm gonna need you to use what is it called? Gender terms like pronouns. Cat, help me. Pronouns like there.
Gender neutral.
Gender neutral pronouns.
First of all, as a non-binary person, let me tell y'all something right the fuck now. As a non-binary person, let me tell you right now, we have reclaimed they as our pronoun. So if you are trying to be a shady little bitch and use it for espionage, you are no longer allowed. You will have to say exactly who and what the fuck you mean.
Right.
Yes. Okay, I'm gonna use the pronoun chair. This is chair.
Someone's gonna be offended.
I'm really
somebody always is offended.
Y'all don't understand because I actually do watch. I used to watch y'all like back in the day because somebody said somebody y'all making fun of like pronouns and somebody said I want to go by the pronoun chair. Who was that? They're not here right now. Anyways, that's the link. I put the perfect time so you can see exactly what it's all about. Like, oh. Yes, straight from the bush, ready to kill white people. That's what I need. Yes. Yes. Get in tune with Mother Earth. Yes, revolution. But capitalism. Ha! Y'all need to see my facial expressions.
I mean, I do live for the capoeira, but the aesthetic of the person I'm seeing does not resonate with me at all.
Good, because I don't need people like you trying to take my man.
Girl, I don't take men, they just come to me.
No, I mean, it's a look. I think that he looks great. I'm trying to figure out why the video is called that.
I didn't even class that, Dakota. Thank you.
Oh, because, okay, so that's how he dries them. Like, that's how he dries them after he washes.
Oh, he does capoeira. Aw, okay.
I don't know if that's really... Is this a tutorial or just a humble brag about how he's in great shape? Sorry, I'm sorry, I forgot. Is this just a humble brag about how Chair is in great shape?
No, but it's like awesome. Like they're from, like he's in Georgia, but like it's like him and a whole bunch of other like pro-black people like have bought this whole piece of land and they like eat and do everything like from that piece of land. Like he hasn't like shopped at a store in like forever. And that's what I need. Like, I just need a revolutionary person that basically is just waiting. It's just waiting for the revolution gong to go off. Actually, it won't be a gong. It'll be an African
Something that I'm trying to figure out, though. Oh, did I ever send you the link about the land in, I think it was Louisiana or Georgia, that was specifically, it was like queer, trans, intersex, people of color for youth.
Was that like an actual thing? Or was that something people were talking about doing?
No, that's a thing. They were funds.
Oh, yes! Work!
Yeah, I like Sigma boosted the fuck out of it, but I just didn't know if I knew you at that time. I don't think I did.
That's a real thing.
Okay. I can live for it even more now.
The shit about places like that, though, like, they're always like, I don't know if appropriated is the right term, but they're always like appropriated because, like, some wealthy white people who just want to be like green will basically buy up their products and be like, oh, can I have some of that jar of yams that y'all make? It's so good. And then it's because of this corporate thing.
Well, the thing about them, though, is like everything that I understood about it was that it was meant to be a retreat for people of color, young, queer, and trans people of color who live in cities and you can't like afford to go anywhere else. So the whole point was, hey, you can come here and like decompress for a week if you need to.
Okay.
It was also like a back to the earth type thing for kids. Like they were going to be hosting a lot of like younger kids, maybe like in a summer camp type thing, like queer, trans, people of color, children of color.
I miss like playing outside, y'all. Like,
That's pretty cool.
You don't understand. I haven't like touched dirt in probably like 2 years.
Darren's door. Is it his stalker?
What?
Somebody just knocked on Darren's door. Is that the shop guy?
That was not my door.
I think it was. It wasn't any of ours, and everybody else is muted.
No, AJ. It was AJ.
I definitely heard it in my earphones, so.
I got so scared for you. Oh my god.
I think you're trying to make
I don't have
something.
a stalker, as far as I know.
As far as you know, that means he's a good stalker.
Exactly. He's not gonna be.
He can stay good. That's fine.
How long do you plan on staying in Japan, Darren?
Until August of 2016.
Oh my god. So when you come back, like, we'll have, like, a new president, huh? Is that how that works?
Because the election is in November of 2016, so no, that's not.
Right.
So wait, we're not gonna
I'm sorry. I was, like, thinking out loud. I didn't even mean for that to come off as cunty. Like,
no, wait, are we gonna get a new president in 2017?
No, 16. It's always an even year.
Okay, 16. Okay.
Every 4 years.
I don't understand this white people's government. Okay.
I'm not saying you have to. I'm just telling you.
Moving forward.
As an emissary.
I mean, as a translator, I'm really neither here nor there. I'm just, you seem interested in understanding. I'm just trying to point out what it is.
I was really excited just now because I really don't want to see, like, even though I know, like, he's a figurehead and he's controlled by corporate America, like, I don't want Obama to leave. Like, I'm really depressed about that. Like, I feel like it should be illegal for white people to be president for, like, the next 80 years.
That's funny.
Like, the next president should be Native American, and then after that, Asian, then Indian.
Oh, I don't even know. I don't think we could ever have a Native American president. I don't think that's ever.
I want a president that doesn't speak English as their first language. Like, doesn't speak English. We need subtitles.
That would be cool.
That'd be awesome.
Well, that's part of what I'm trying to do with. I'm doing this project called The Witches of New York, where it's going to be portraits of all, like a ton of the witches that I know. And there's only going to be one white girl in the whole group.
On purpose?
Yeah.
On purpose? Okay. I love it.
Intentionally, because it's time for us to shift the paradigm, if not create an entirely new paradigm about who these people are, because we're just tired of the fact that Becky's get to overrun the entire thing and star in it as well.
Right.
True. Like, white women save all of us in the movies, don't they? Fuck.
I actually don't know what you're talking about. I know that white women start all the problems in all the movies.
No, like the white savior movies are like, what's that called? Saving Isaiah. The one that was just about the African kids, the white lie.
Oh.
Are you
Side.
talking about The Blind Side?
I mean, there's so many, like The Blind Side, The Help, White Lie, like A Little White Lie, whatever that movie is. And then
Big White Lie, also known as History Book.
Exactly. Like white women are always saving us. Are we not good enough to save for the white man?
I don't know.
Gazi, please be grateful. Just be grateful.
Just be grateful somebody came over and tried to help you.
That's true. We couldn't do it ourselves.
I don't think you understand how much white people don't save each other.
If only white people saved each other, what kind of world we live in?
I'm pretty sure it'd be worse, to be honest.
Yeah, that's likely.
I love it. You know what I hate? I don't like when black people go to Africa like white people do. Like,
you mean like the Real Housewives of Atlanta?
Yes, that was so fucking disgusting. Like, I'm so fucking tired of that bullshit. Like, literally, they've traveled, like, all over the world. They've never went to the locals and helped out. But when they went to Africa, they had to find, like, some kind of orphanage to be at for, like, 2 episodes and be like, this makes my life so much better. Like, sometimes I'm so stressed about, like, missing my nail appointment. But look at these children. They're happy over pencils. I'm so much more thankful for my life. And it's just like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Like, there's not starving children in, like, Thailand or, like, Mexico and Cancun when you went or any of these other places.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe you could also try Atlanta.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, whenever you go to, like, Africa, whenever they do any reality show and they go to Africa, they have to show that part. And it's really upsetting.
When I went to South Africa, go on, Chloe.
I mean, like, think of, like, all these people, like, the Beverly Hills Housewives, where they go to, like, third world countries and help out. Like, literally, you're in Beverly Hills. LA is fucking filled with homeless people. Like, seriously, downtown LA is known as, like, tent city. Because at night, like, all the streets are, like, filled with homeless people in tents. And you're going to, like, other countries to help out, to black and brown countries to help out. It's just like, what the fuck? Like, do it here. But you don't want to make LA look like how it really is. Because LA is, like, it has, like, the pockets of wealthy, but it's surrounded by, like, poverty. Like, surrounded by poverty with pockets of wealth.
Yeah. Like, so
Who do you learn that from?
I was in, like, this program. This program with my university kind of, like, sent me and, like, a group of students who became my friends, like, abroad every year. And, like, one of our projects was, like, being sent to Peru, and it was in conjunction with, this was a few years ago. It was in conjunction with Tom's and, like, this one NGO, and we literally, like, we passed out Tom's, like, in this Peruvian mountain village and stuff. And, like, there was a lot of fucked up shit that happened. Like, it was really messed up, and we all sort of, like, questioned it, and then just started asking the university, like, why did you pay, because it was free for all of us, and so we were like, why did you pay thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, like tens of thousands of dollars, to send us across the world to, like, help out a village of Peruvian people and then, like, snap photos of it when we could have, like, just had something going on in, like, the South. Like, we could have just, if we wanted to, I guess, like, make the dollar stretch in terms of helping someone's life rather than creating an experience, and, like, we should just do that.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Chloe.
It's volunteer tourism. It's an entire industry.
Well, yeah. Well, the thing about volunteer tourism, it actually kind of fucks up the place where the people go to, where they see they're helping, because, like, you know, like, okay, like, you get a bunch of, like, you know, middle class, educated college students to go dig a well for free in, like, some remote village somewhere, when if those people weren't there and the well needed to be built, they would have paid local workers to do it. So basically, you took jobs away from, like, the local people, and now they're worse off for it. Basically, like, that's money that's not going to be in their economy. That's work experience that they're not going to have for themselves, and it's really all for, like, so that people can just, like, they can snap pictures and they can feel good about themselves when they kind of just help perpetuate the problem that they thought they solved.
Yeah. Like, and like I wrote a bunch of papers because this specific thing was like the focus of what I studied in school, and I mean, there's a really good book called The White Man's Burden that's out about this specifically, but yeah, it's like when we did that Tom's shoe drop, like one of the villages that we were at, we literally passed out shoes to this entire village of like children. Like there were hundreds of children coming to get shoes, right? And like we literally passed out shoes in front of the shoe shop of the village, which like literally that like the family that runs that shop, like their business was destroyed for at least a year. At least a year.
Oh, that's horrible. That's fucking horrible.
Like when I went to South Africa,
Wait, actually, Darian, I never got to ask you. What did you go to school for? Like, what did you major in?
My major is in sociology, but my minor is in international development and humanitarian assistance and Japanese. But yeah, so like, in South Africa, like I was just thinking of like reality shows and then sending them to places because we all went into that one like cell that wait, was it? I can't remember now because we went into both. Like a cell where Nelson Mandela was held and a cell where Gandhi was held. But America's Next Top Model like sent all the models to like a specific room. I think it was Mandela's.
They went, they went there, and
yeah,
I remember the episode, and one of the white models got the key to open it, and then one of the black models was like, "What the fuck is this shit? Why does the white girl get to open up Nelson Mandela's cell?"
Oh, girl, no, there was a moment in the cell where like they were. This is like a decade ago. Wow. Yeah. And one of the girls was just like, "Wait, is Nelson Mandela like alive?"
I remember that.
We all went into that cell. Like everyone was just like, before even thinking about Nelson Mandela, it was just like, this is where it happened. Like on America's Next Top Model, it happened right here. This is great.
Oh my God, that is
horrible. That is so horrible.
I worked on a farm in South Africa for a month, and like I didn't really realize how like slave adjacent it was until about a year after the experience, because like it was in a really racist part of South Africa, and the farm was run by white people, and all of their workers were black, and it was really, and some things were said that like I didn't process when I was there, and then now that I'm here, it's like, oh my God. And I spoke to some South Africans, and they're just like, wow, you worked on a farm there, and you work for white people? Oh my God! Like,
yeah, that shit is horrible.
You signed up to be a slave.
Those farmers are so like racist and abusive. It's horrible. And then like white people like will send me these things like when you talk about racism, like, do you know what the blacks are doing to the whites in South Africa? And they'll show me these videos and like news reports of like the black people basically like chopping up the white farmers, or like killing the white farmers and his family, or like burning the house down. And I'm just like, look, I don't give a fuck, and I'm kind of for it. Get out. Like, at the end of the day, like, it's not like this came out of nowhere, and they did this, I'll show you this video, but this guy literally, like, this white farmer was like, he got a note on his, like, gate, and it was like, you need to leave, because I guess he abused his maid, who was a older black woman, and her sons were, like, part of the people that do that shit. So they were like, oh, you want to hit my mother? Like, you need to leave. And they literally wrote this motherfucker a note on his gate. And he didn't leave. So a week later, they killed his daughter, like, in front of his grandchild. And they're like asking him, like, why haven't you gone? And he's like, nobody's moving me from my land. And I'm like, oh, okay, white man. When they come for you, I'm not crying no fucking tears. Because one thing they teach you in, like, IFA, in the spiritual system I follow, is, like, do not feel bad for people that are getting karma, because then that shit will come to you. Like, I don't feel bad for you. Like, you got a note to leave, motherfucker. Like, seriously, if any of us black people got a note from the KKK to leave our house today, either we would arm up or we would leave. Most of us would fucking leave. So the thing, exactly. First of all, you are in a country that is 91% black. Like, but white people seriously have that
white supremacy, like white privilege so embedded in them. It's like, I don't care you killed my daughter. I'm not leaving.
Right.
This is my land.
Even if my life is at risk, I don't, you know, I'm
Literally,
staying
you could
here.
sell that. You could sell that land, make a fortune. This is an old ass white man, and him and his family can live amazingly for 5 generations. But he's literally just being like a greedy, mean asshole.
And it cost somebody in his family their life.
It cost him his daughter, and he doesn't care. And like he's like, I was like, oh, okay, so you really want me to have sympathy for these people? Like, first of all, you stole the land and you kept it. And of course, you know what he said? After they were like asking him about the mother and all this other kind of stuff, he was like, they should have came to me peacefully and had like a peaceful resort. That's what Nelson Mandela would have done.
Wow.
And like and then like all these white farmers were saying the same thing. Like they're going against what Nelson would have stood for. Nelson's probably spitting in his grave, just like the same shit white people say to us here about Martin Luther King.
Yeah, it's exactly like that. Like when I encountered like political issues in South Africa, people would just kind of talk about Nelson, even though their government, which is kind like arguably black controlled in South Africa, like those bitches sold out because they're just really, really corrupt, and they literally just oppress everybody through the power of the state. Like black people in South Africa are just like, fuck the government, like, oh my god. So that creates a really weird environment. But everyone kind of, just to try to like pacify someone being upset, is like Nelson Mandela wouldn't have been upset like this. Like Nelson Mandela.
Yeah, exactly. But it's so funny because like in the news report they were asking like all these government officials who are black, like, what are you guys gonna do? There's an attack on white people. And they're like, it's just crime. There's crime in South Africa. It's not racial and da 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 da. And it's like, because these people, even though they're corrupt and powerful, like they understand that these coups will run up in their house in 3.5 seconds. So they're like basically telling white people like, there's nothing we can do. So y'all need to figure that shit out, white people. Like y'all need to figure that out.
Yeah.
Like seriously, fucking give the people more pay. Don't fucking beat the people that work for you. Give up your land. Give up land back to the fucking people. And like, it's just so stupid. Like everything they fucking have is like stolen. Like every fucking thing. And literally most black people in South Africa live like a really impoverished like life. And all these white, like it's 98, what is it, like 89% of the land and businesses are owned by white people. Like really, you really think that these attacks are not justified?
Yeah.
But people are saying like,
talking about this. Like I wrote so many papers on the specifically land issue tensions between black people and white people in South Africa, and like all the stuff, all of it.
I mean, that's why I'm all about like Mugabe, and people will get on me about like Mugabe. It's like you don't know about him because okay, first people.
Girl.
Let's go in. Let's go in. Okay, first you tell me your issue, and then I'll tell you why you shouldn't have it.
Isn't Mugabe the one that said like, if you have sex, if you like have sex with someone who's like HIV positive or has AIDS, and you take a shower afterwards, you're fine. Like, I'm pretty sure Mugabe said that, and it's just like, girl, don't like in South Africa, do not say that. Do not. Like you affected so many people's lives just saying that. I'm gonna try to pull it up.
Okay, but even if he did, what's that have to do with him as a leader?
Pretty sure that has everything to do with somebody who's a leader. If people are listening to you and you're spreading misinformation about HIV in Africa, I'm pretty sure that's awful. I mean, I just want to point out that one thing.
Yeah, but that's the information that he received from who? And we have to remember saying, like, this is a 90-something-year-old man. And I feel like there's a... How long did it... Okay, when did he say this exactly? Because he's been president... I mean, he's been prime minister for, I think, since, like, either late 70s or early 80s. Because, remember, we had presidents all the way up until, I think, Bill Clinton that didn't even address HIV. So, when exactly in his time did he say this?
Oh, girl, I'm wrong. Sorry. Different politician.
So what else do you not like about him other than that? Since that's not, I mean, what else?
Oh, no, I was just bringing that up.
Okay. So literally, this man, when he became, like, the prime minister of like Zimbabwe, which was actually given to him by white supremacy. He was actually knighted 4 years into his like presidency by the queen. He was literally like white supremacy's like patsy and did everything that they wanted him to do. I don't know what changed him, but my hypothesis or whatever, my theory is that it was his new wife, and she must have been like woke and militant. But because he had a new wife, and when he had this new wife, he was like, all the white people need to get off my fucking land. And when he started telling like white people to get off his land, that is when white supremacy and the media started to basically tear him down, call him a dictator. And then they always talk about the time that he like there was this internalized war in like Zimbabwe, like a civil war, and he killed and like a lot of people died. But the funny thing is, when he was doing that war, that's when he was white supremacy's patsy, and literally America, Great Britain, Australia, Israel, all of them backed him up and gave him weapons and everything for this war that now they're saying that he was like bad for, which happened again in the 80s. But anyways, so that happened. But literally, as soon as he started to kick white people off the land, and that's when the sanctions came from George W. Bush. And if you know anything about like African countries and like the World Bank and sanctions, like very few African countries can be successful after like the Western world put sanctions on them. And then Obama prolonged the sanctions. So that's why Zimbabwe's economy is like a mother effing mess. But these news articles like BBC and CNN say it's a mess because he kicked out the white people and the white people knew what to do with the land, which is total fucking bullshit.
It's actually something I am like, really interested in, because in South Africa, so I just want to clear up, because I know South Africans would be pissed with me. I mixed up his quote with Zuma's quote, who was kind of an iffy politician in South Africa, not Zimbabwe. But I met a lot of like white people who fled to South Africa because they were kicked off their land in Zimbabwe, and like it was a lot. Like honestly, I didn't know how I felt about it, because people would just like literally like start crying as they told me about what happened.
White people?
Like, yeah, white people. But then it's just like, well, in like a greater historical context, like it was really difficult.
He just didn't. Okay, so first and foremost, they had the fucking farmland. They had the land, and his people were going through were starving. We're like literally having issues of like food, and because these white Zimbabwe farmers would take the food and sell them to white provinces, to white countries, because they could get more bang for their buck, right? Organic from Africa, blah blah blah, that bullshit, right? Just like a lot of the stuff that we buy that's organic from Australia is sold from white people. So anyways, he basically told them, hey, we need food here in the country. Can y'all give us some? He was trying to bargain with them. I think at first he was like asking for at least half. Like half of it you can sell wherever you want, but the other half you need to sell within the country. They said no. He said, okay, how about, I think it was like 20 or 25% of your produce you sell within the country, you sell out. They said no. He said, okay, get the fuck out. Like, as you know, you cannot like compromise with powerful white people. So he tried, and they continuously told him no. So what else can he do? His people were starving. His people needed these resources. Get the fuck out. I don't care about your tears. You shouldn't have had it in the first place.
Yeah, I wouldn't say necessarily have a stance on that issue, because I'm not from Zimbabwe. But yeah, I'm just saying it was a lot. I was just sharing my experience. I wasn't really asserting anything.
No, I know you're not, but I was just, I'm always heated about everything because I'm a black man.
I heard that.
Yeah. It's just so frustrating because a lot of the people that white supremacy or this media tells us are actually people that are for us, and we don't know it, and then we're filled with all this stuff to hate them or put them down and all this other kind of crap. And it's really ridiculous.
I actually really agree with that, because you said that on Twitter. I think earlier today I saw that when I went to go send you the link, that it was basically if you need to know what you need to know politically as a black person is if white people are against them, we need to be for them.
Basically.
That's real.
It's just really, really, really messed up. I mean, even a lot of the things that they talk about, like even though China is straight up treating like Africa like a piece of shit, but like there's no, huh?
I said not just Africa.
Oh, of course, but it's like they're nowhere near the imperialism of America. Like they're nowhere near that.
Oh no, of course not.
But America's basically losing their shit because China opened up that bank and the World Bank. If things continue going the way it's going, the World Bank is going to be something of the past.
Well, yeah, it's also just because like China's like through its projects are giving a lot of money to various governments in like southeastern Africa, so they can build their infrastructure and they have like roads and more efficiently functioning government, which I'm on the fence about with regard to state power. But yeah, it's just like the West is seeing China have influence and have sway in Southern Africa now, and so that makes people weird.
Even with Mugabe, that they're close to Mugabe, because the white landowners, what they tried to do was to have the UN and get NATO like to basically fight against like Mugabe, and you know China has a veto power. And I guess once they got to the UN, they didn't know that like China and Mugabe are like super close, and they vetoed it. So now like their last resort, as like wealthy white people do, is going towards the media and trying to get the public to like hate him. But the man is 90 something, like he really doesn't give a fuck. Like I think he's over it. He's like, look, I'm gonna do this shit to the wall, like fuck y'all. And I just find like the way that like white people like put things, or like even like put things on these countries. Like one of this woman that I knew, she was just like, oh my God, have you heard about like the rape in South Africa and India? It's just so horrid. It's so crazy. Like I wouldn't know how if I lived there. And I was like, girl, do you know the #1 country for rape? And she was like, which one is it? Is it India or South Africa? I said, it's America, bitch. It's America. Like 1 out of 5 women college students are going to be either sexually abused or raped. Like 1 out of 5. Like, but you are so into like South Africa and India. Like, what are y'all doing now to make sure that your daughter is okay when she goes to college?
Okay.
But that's how white people are. And she was like, well, you know, in South Africa they have these things that they put in their vaginas to stop them from getting raped and all other kind of stuff. And I'm like, look. That's sensationalizing. It's probably this small thing that happened, and they made it to like, oh, the entire country
does that. Yeah.
It's like that.
Which always happens in international news.
That was a woman who was a doctor, I think, who just invented that. Like as, hey, we could use this. It wasn't like
exactly.
They're trying to make it sound like something was not at all.
I mean, but don't act like we don't have things here to stop from rape. Like we don't like. There's not an app. There's an app actually where you can have, and you have your thumb like on the screen when you're like walking. It was made for like female college students, and if you have your thumb on the screen, and if you take it off the screen for I think if it's more than like 2 minutes, like the police will be called to know your location.
Yeah.
And that app is extremely popular in like American colleges, and it's like, but nobody talks about that. Like nobody wants to talk about that kind of stuff, about how much like, literally, there's so much that we could do to make it education safer for women, because literally it's an attack on women being educated. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah. I'm sort of witnessing like when something in a very niche context happens in Japan, either not hearing about it or just kind of like hearing about it a little bit in Japan, in Japanese news from my students, and then like a week later just seeing a headline, the latest craze in Japan, the latest craze that's sweeping Tokyo is like this weird thing. And it's like, girl, like, no, like, it's not.
And they'll literally show like 10 pictures, right? They'll show like 10 or 7, probably 7 or 5. 7 or 5. Amazing craze. It's so fucking crazy. And like, that's another thing that I had an issue with like this whole, when people were like, oh, Palestine is here, has solidarity with like Ferguson. And they literally showed like a handful of people like with signs talking about like Black Lives Matter and all this other kind of stuff. And I'm like, Palestine has a lot of anti-blackness up in there, like a lot. Like, talk about like, and then black people were like, wait, like there's black people in Palestine, and I'm like,
Yeah, it was my understanding that they actually have a large black population in Palestine.
Yeah,
I mean,
they do.
not large like America, of course, but you know, more than one would think.
Like, the thing is, like, as black people, I think we're so freaking hospitable, and we want friends so bad. We want friends so bad. So it's like all you really have to do is hold up a sign or honk your horn or put up your fist, and it's like, yes, they're solid in the entire country of Palestine, like has solidarity with us, yes. And it's like, bitch, you're not gonna take like a couple seconds to do some research and see exactly how it is to be black and live in Palestine? Like, you're not gonna try to do that, girl. You're not gonna try to do that. Like, can't we just say these group of kids or these group of young people, because it was mostly young people, have solidarity with Ferguson? Why do we have to, whenever we see some people like in a country somewhere, it's that entire motherfucking country like loves us or hates us. You know what I mean? It's this, but we don't do it we don't do it within America, because if there was a couple like white people in like Florida that said that they stand for whatchamacallit, Ferguson, we're not going to say the entire state of fucking Florida loves black people.
Right.
So why are we doing that to entire fucking countries?
Yeah.
Lack
like
of perspective.
There was like a Black Lives Matter demonstration here in Tokyo, and I was actually surprised. Like over 100 people showed up, black and Japanese, and like that. So that happened in the city, and all these photos were taken. But like at the same time, and so like I saw the headlines like Japan stands in solidarity with Ferguson, and then like at the same time, all of us were kind of upset because a major television show was like greenlighting a blackface program that was going to be on like primetime television, and thankfully that was actually struck down thanks to activists. Like, I'm actually really surprised a lot of people raised hell enough for Japanese people to suddenly care about politics. So that was nice, but small minority.
Do you guys want to hear something really interesting that I just watched a small documentary about? So, in Romania, there are witches, quite a few. They're very commonplace. It's considered a regular profession. And so, basically, there was this whole thing where the documentary kind of centered around who was, they had stated, but is obviously arguably one of the biggest witches in Romanian history, passed away a few years ago. And so this was about her daughter who had continued, the family business. And so it was centered around that, and like it kind of was showing her with a few of her clients. It was interesting. And then it like swerves, and it's like, oh, actually, we're going to talk about this. And so what it was about was, in Romania, out of nowhere, with no reasoning, they just banned all witches in the country from being able to advertise on TV. Okay. So what was really interesting was it was either her brother or her brother-in-law, the woman who it was centered around, basically is a lawyer and was like, oh no, this is not about to happen. Like, no, this is not, we're not. And he, if I remember correctly, he even says, like, I don't believe in any of this. Like, my mother was a good person, and I believe she believed what she said, but I'm not a part of any of this. But what you're not going to do is tell us, for no reason that we can't, like, we don't have freedom of speech in some way. So then they find out the real gag is the reason they did it was part of the agreement for them to join the European Union.
What?
Yeah. So there was
That's really shady.
Yeah. So part of them joining the European Union included like really strict laws that they had to pass on like telecommunications and like what was allowed content wise.
And that was among them.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now there's this whole thing that's going into it. Now it's sort of like coming from there, looking like, oh, whoa, wait, what's going on with the European Union, and why can't like witches advertise in Europe? What's going on? So to be continued, but I just thought that was such a gag.
That is a gag, actually.
That's so ugly.
Fuck the EU.
I mean, yeah, but.
Were you here earlier when I talked about what happened? I don't think any of you guys were. Earlier
on the show?
That I just read an article about how I'm sure that you probably have a better idea. AJ, Ghazi, Chloe, Darian, that basically the way that things have been going financially with the European Union is that basically Germany is in charge and has been a big bully and has been fucking over people like Italy and Greece the entire time.
Right.
So they've just been doing all this shit with austerity measures and just fucking their shit up. So out of nowhere, nobody knew that this was going to happen. Greece has filed an action with the United Nations to sue Germany for reparations of in the tune of $300-something billion.
What the?
Has
for the Holocaust.
No, not for the Holocaust. Specifically for invading them and fucking shit up during World War II. And they're basically saying the reason that our structures are so fucked up and the reason that we can't keep our shit together is because you guys destroyed our country in the process. And this was less than 100 years ago. So you pay to get this shit back online.
Mm-hmm.
I hope they get it.
You know what? I'm actually going to look it up right now and get you guys more details because when I saw, I was like, yes, Greece, drag Germany, yes.
All these things are taking of course, when it's white countries having issues, it's our infrastructure, we need $300 billion. But when the UN actually passed around the Coachella virus and killed 10,000 people and 200,000 people infected, and then Haiti's asking for money, the UN is what? No, or even anything. And that's what pissed me off about the Black Lives Matter protest leaders going to the UN and telling them about Mike Brown. I was like, oh, okay, these bunch of Negroes are dumb as fuck. These are not, it's always these dumb, I'm sorry to call them that, but not dumb, but basically not really understanding of how white supremacy is and white supremacy works. No, just dumb. How do you go from one white-controlled, white supremacist justice system to another white-controlled, white supremacist justice system asking for justice? How stupid can you fucking be? And then on top of it, that same year, they just got off from killing 10,000 black people. How stupid are you? How fucking stupid? And these are the people that are leading the motherfucking movements. Get your motherfucking ass off Twitter and put a motherfucking book to your dumbass eyes because your ass running all up and down, raising thousands of dollars to go fly to the fucking UN, and now you're crying like a bunch of bitches on Twitter. I hope they see this. A bunch of bitches on Instagram and Twitter talking about why isn't the UN returning our emails? What's the UN doing? We did this and we did all this information and showed them about Mike Brown and they're not doing anything. Because you're a bunch of dumbass bitches. That's what you are. Because you shouldn't have went to motherfucking UN. You should have went to motherfucking Africa and asked them for assistance for what the fuck they need to do to control these motherfucking savages killing you in the motherfucking streets. And it's but we don't get that. We have to run from one big white daddy to another big white daddy asking for help. Fuck out of here. Now I'm back to my good controlled white voice. Hello everyone.
Hello. How are you doing?
Very waspy. Very waspy.
Please don't come for me.
I was waiting for that.
Poor girl. No, you can go back. Kat said, I just came back in. Y'all have had your fun. Let me hang out. Let me live. Let me breathe.
Please let me live. Please let me live.
I actually have a topic if you guys don't mind.
I mind.
Oh, then I digress.
No, please share your topic.
Okay, so actually just ran up on it, so I wanted to talk about it. Gamergate booth kicked out of Canadian Comic Expo.
Yes, thank God.
I know, right? The Honey Badger Brigade, a group of men and women sympathetic to men's rights activism and calling itself a collective. Yeah, it's a gag. Calling itself a collective in favor of artistic expression, had its booth removed from the ongoing Calgary Expo today for reportedly disrupting panels and associating with Gamergate. Calgary Expo is one of Canada's most popular geek conventions, and like most events, it allows folks to associate with geek culture, artists and developers, etc., to register as exhibitors to show and sell their wares on the show floor. The Honey Badger Brigade signed up to be an exhibitor. Gamergate, a polarizing movement more associated with harassment than its the word, what the fuck? Unsensible? I don't know that word. Desire to change ethics in video game journalism has been around since last summer. As an anonymous movement, Gamergate's specific goals are by nature impossible to define, but one thing is undeniable. It caused a lot of pain to a lot of people. Several tweets from this morning suggested one of the exhibitors was proudly demonstrating banners and shirts for Gamergate. It was quickly revealed that this was the Honey Badger Brigade. The Honey Badger Brigade raised more than $9,000 to fund this effort as a part of a Feed the Badger campaign. Here's how they pitched it to people. In April of this year, the Honey Badgers plan to put on a booth at the Calgary Comics and Entertainment Expo. We plan to infiltrate nerd culture cunningly disguised as their own. Each of us has been carefully crafted a persona of nerdiness through decades of dedication to comic science fiction, fantasy, comedy games, and other geekery, waiting for this moment, our moment to slip among the unaware. Once there, we will start distributing the totalitarian message that the nerd and gamer culture is. Perfectly wonderful, just as it is, and should be left alone to go its own way.
Which is so funny to me, because it's the same shit that these fucking stupid little piss baby white boys have been saying forever. Well, if we just let the market just do its own thing naturally, then justice will prevail. No, girl. No, that's not how that happens.
That's never how it's ever happened.
So this is the same thing. Well, why do we have to mess with it? Just let the chips fall where they may. Well, maybe you have a basket for the chips to fall in, and everybody else got pushed down a flight of stairs while the chips were being pulled out of the bag.
Right.
That's what girl.
This is what I don't understand.
The analogies abound with you, Dakota. They're down.
Organizations. Why are there?
Normally my analogies are a little bit more, eloquent. I'm just really tired right now, so I got chips and stairs.
No, that was perfect. It was so quick. It was just so quick.
I mean, they're always on the tip of my tongue, but sometimes they do rely on slapstick, so I'm so sorry about that.
I just don't understand why people. How can you be asking for permission to oppress people? Why are you asking for permission to be racist? Why are you asking for permission to be sexist? Why? What in your mind is telling you that it is completely appropriate and acceptable to ask, to request, to demand that you be allowed, to hurt people? I don't understand. That's what I don't understand. I don't get it.
Hold on, I need just a moment, okay?
Yes.
I'm a saying I do not fucking like sausage.
I wasn't expecting that.
Ending.
No, God, thank you.
It is literally the perfect fucking end. I was like, this is terrible.
I was like, this is really
the whole time, I was like, why did Kat send this to me? And then when that kid screamed, and I don't like sausage, and everybody went, oh, and he went, ah, and went to go run away, and then tripped and busted his ass. That was perfect. That's kind of brilliant.
And then they posted it online.
You guys have seen the Jesus version of sausage, right?
Yeah, I posted it on my Tumblr. I was like, this makes me so uncomfortable.
I did live for the girl who swung her hair.
I hate it so much because it literally says, when they posted it on Facebook, the title for it was, why isn't this viral?
I haven't seen this.
Number two, it's literally, you started out, you're like, okay. You're like, white girl, white boy.
This is the best video ever.
And then just at the very end, one black kid.
I was like, oh, of course, it's okay because he's here.
Right.
Wow. And that's why he was involved. That's why he was
Oh, he doesn't know any of their names. They literally pulled him over and were like, "Yo, here's $5. Do the sausage thing with us, but about Jesus." And he's like,
Exactly.
"All right, I go to church."
I love the fact that like white Christian children were like, why aren't we popular? Why aren't we the ones that are like,
Right?
like this is us. This is the oppression of the white Christian all over again. Like,
All over again. Why isn't this viral?
Exactly. Like we made it. It should be viral. Like there's no such thing as racism. Like I'm white. I'm on YouTube, and like I'm not as big as like Chick-fil-A. Like what white supremacy are you talking about?
Okay, here's the thing, though. This is something that I always feel like is really, really needed to point out. There is such a long history of the Christian persecution complex, and people act like that's as new as a lot of other developments, and it's not. That is actually something that has been developed over centuries by the Catholic Church to explain the stories of the saints, who it was actually the exact opposite. Saints who were martyred because of the fact that they were supposedly, because they were Christian and wouldn't give up their faith, quote unquote, most of them were actually pagan deities and folk heroes who were actually massacred, and then they adopted their beliefs into as a saint. So the hagiographies are full of these ideas of like, look at all of these hundreds of people that we look at and think are great and venerate because, oh my God, look, they just wouldn't give up Jesus, and so they got killed. And it's constantly, they constantly use in the hagiographies, they constantly are talking about how, oh, this pagan king was crazy and, wanted to sleep with his daughter, and so she refused, and so he killed her, and she loved Jesus, so now she's a saint. It's like, what?
Yeah. And she loved Jesus. Gotta throw that in on the end. And she loved Jesus.
And she loved Jesus.
And she discovered white Jesus, and that's why she didn't want to have sex with her father at the end.
Like in European history, like I feel like the UK or whatever, there was like basically if you couldn't pay for your wedding, if you were like poor basically and you couldn't pay for your wedding, you would give like your girl who was like a virgin to either the person that was marrying y'all, the priest or whatever who was marrying you, or the person that was like the head of the town. So her first night of like losing her virginity would be with one of them. And that would be your way of like paying your motherfucking like wedding bill.
Goodness.
That's terrible. That's whiteness, y'all.
Yes. That's whiteness, y'all. I mean, all you have to say to like shut white people down whenever they talk about like how savage, like, oh, like African history is so savage, just be like the Christian Crusades, like the second one with the children, the children, my like, you want to really talk about it? Let's talk about those 60,000 kids that you guys sent to like the icy mountains to get some golden fucking gauntlet, and you were really selling them off as like child prostitutes. Let's talk about it.
I don't know if I want to talk about that.
I've never heard of the Golden Goblet child prostitution ring. That is intense.
Like that is intense. Or like I love when like white feminists come at me and they're just like, why do you like African? I get this like all the fucking time. Why do you like African history? And you say you like defending of women because African history is just filled with like patriarchy and sexism and da 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 da. And I'm like, oh really? Name one like female emperor of like Rome and Greece that wasn't married to someone. Okay, well, like all these ancient African civilizations have one thing in common. They all had female like emperors. Someone that was like a female emperor just because she was a fucking female emperor, not because she was married to someone. Not because her husband just died and now she's reigning until they find someone new. Because that's the only like Roman female emperor. But basically she was like I think it was like for like 5 months or like a year and a half or something. And then they found a male emperor to take her place. But it's like, please don't come over to my history and put this bullshit around it because I could really go into yours and it could be really bad for you. Like, really bad. I mean, fuck emperors. Like, name one, like, female president. Like, I don't even have to go into emperors. Name a female president.
I mean, I don't know if you have to really talk about female presidents. I think you could just talk about the fact that it was established, I think 2 years ago, that saying vagina at a congressional hearing was inappropriate would have you be removed.
Wow. That's. I love this one interview of this guy. I don't know if he was Muslim, but he was like defending Islam, and he was just like, it's crazy. He was like, he went off, like he came in on Fox News, and they were like, okay, talk about your book, and he basically was like, fuck my book.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
It was hilarious. Like he didn't even talk about his book. He was like, y'all need to stop saying all this stuff about Islamic countries and putting them all in the same. Like there's over like 20 Islamic countries or something, and he was like, and the majority of them have all had like female presidents. The majority of them, the women can drive. The majority of them, this, this, and this. He was like, but how many have y'all had? But y'all want to consistently put, you know, when you find these countries that.
That's the thing. When they get all Islamophobic, you have to be like, oh, I'm so sorry. Pretty much every Muslim country.
It was CNN and fucking Kuhn Don Layman.
Oh, I remember that because that was with what's that guy's name? Roz or something?
Rev Islam or something. Something
Yeah,
like that.
something like that. He let them have it. He's like, what's a Muslim country? And they gagged.
I hate
love when people come and gag them on Fox News. I'm like, yes, bitch. You better let them know.
He read them, and I can't stand Don Layman. Like he's like, wait a minute here, wait a minute. Let's talk about the information though. Wait a minute, and it's just like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I hate him. Like a black man defending white supremacy is the most sickening thing I've ever seen in my life.
Well, because he's benefiting from it. Why would not support it?
Exactly.
He's actually one of the singular black people who is actually.
I mean, I think it's really important to point out.
Same.
I think there's something that you guys are really missing here, and that is that white dick is a hell of a drug. Just
you know what? Okay, you know
And
what?
it will change your life.
Do you have a confession, Cat Black?
I transitioned from white dick.
The white dick specifically.
Specifically. This is why I did all of this.
I'm not
Same,
saying
same.
that's not why I'm transitioning, but I'm also not saying that is why I'm transitioning.
I'm neither going to confirm or deny.
Cat, be quiet. I'm Cat.
That's such a language.
For us to be friends, Cat, Verity has to be Asian. Verity is Asian. Stop it.
I can see you holding the eraser now, Gazi.
He's also Mexican. He's also Mexican, but he's.
Oh, is he really?
People will come to me about Dakota, and I'll be like, listen, Dakota is Native American, 100%.
100%.
You need to stop. You need to stop right now. Like,
do that. I can't. No, I don't even claim my Native American heritage. I honor it, but when you're white passing and you have Native American heritage, I don't think you should ever really talk about it.
Exactly. That's not.
Ooh, I need to do it, Dakota, so I can keep my following. Okay? Thank you.
He's got to defend his image.
This bitch just said I gotta put on red face so she can keep a couple thousand followers. I don't know about that.
I love the concept. I love
I
it.
learned from the best. I learned from Cat Black. Okay.
I feel like. Wait, what are you saying, Darian? Are you saying that? What are you saying?
He likes a red face concept. I mean,
I'm saying I love the concept. I do. You know, the execution, not so much, but the concept is there. You know.
Yeah.
Oh, so you think the idea is great and I look horrible? That's what you just said.
I think you're twisting my words. You're twisting my words right now.
It doesn't take much. Your words seem to be pretty flexible.
My words are contoured. They're contoured, but they're not twisted.
No.
I mean, right, which means you can slap some fucking paint on it, but I can see right through it, attack it with a makeup wipe, and I will do a much better job in the future.
There you go. And that's how it is. Speaking of Native Americans, though, I wanted to ask you guys, I don't know if anybody's watched this, but has anybody in here watched Red Road?
Nope.
No.
What's that?
Tell us about it.
It's on Netflix. That has Jason Momoa. That's why.
Oh, I did hear about that. Oh my god, I'll watch anything that has him in it. He is so fine.
Right? I'm like,
Who is it?
bitch, like you're not even a great actor.
What do you mean, who is that? Cal Drogo, girl.
Oh, okay.
Bitch, do me raw and like treat me wrong. Like just treat me wrong and dog me the fuck out. Like
I don't care.
But I was watching it and I don't know if I'm getting offended for people, but there are like several little like problematic moments that I was having when I was watching it, and I was like, should I be offended by this? I don't know if I'm offended by this, but but it's very much like every like native, well, not every native character, but like, because basically the story is like it's a town where there is a native community, and the native community is just being painted basically as, you know, rabble rousers, or just the people that are just trying to make everything hard for the good white people in the area. And I don't know, like I was watching it, I was like having conversations with myself, and I was like, this is problematic. Am I getting offended by this? Because it's like there's like almost no Native American characters that are positive. Even Jason Momoa's character, because he's supposed to be Native American in this. So.
Are you surprised? Isn't that
I'm
always?
not, but I'm also like, part of me thinks like, I mean, I don't know anybody's heritage on the show, but part of me is like, it's like the ME from Law and Order is in it, which I love her as an actress.
Fantastic.
She's great. Like, I love her. And so I'm like, but I'm like, and I think she's supposed to be like part Native. I guess my biggest thing was like, and I know that, you know, there are black people who have Native ancestry, but I didn't see very many people who, at the very least, I guess this is problematic, looked very Native to me, except for a couple of the actors. Like, a lot of the people that were playing these characters were black, which I guess makes sense because there are black Native Americans. I don't know. I don't know where to go.
The character design maybe was like, you know, these ethnic people are bringing problems to these good white people that are just trying.
It's very that. It's very that. And I think the problem I was having with it is it was like anyone who looks vaguely ethnic in this show is Native. Like,
I mean, but
everybody's
that's kind of going to be our legacy. You know that, right, Kat? Like, when we pass away.
Yeah, absolutely.
Your movie is going to start, and it's going to be like starring whoever is a black actress at the time to depict the story of Kat Black, somebody that brought separation between the races and agitated racism in America.
Well, I would throw money at that Kickstarter. I would. I want that film made now.
Imagine if I was like, listen, nobody knows who I am, but I'm going to make a movie about my life.
Yeah.
I'm going to raise the funds on Kickstarter.
I think it could be done. It could be done.
My movie's going to be like Gazi Kodzo, the starter of racism, the inventor of racism.
That perpetuates.
Fine. Everything in America was equal. We were a melting pot until this Negro came about.
So I just want to point something out. I'm researching right now whether or not there were any female leaders in ancient Greece or Rome, just because I actually didn't know that, what you were saying. But I found this really great article, and it's 15 interesting women of ancient Rome. And I'm reading about Hortensia right now, and this is actually kind of super badass.
Hortensia?
Well, Hortensia was an orator, and she made her biggest impact with a speech that she gave before the Second Triumvirate, which was Mark Antony, Octavian, and Lepidus. And this was in 42 BC. So basically, at this point, the Second Triumvirate, the ones that I just told you about, were at war with Brutus and Cassius, and basically all of Caesar's assassins. So what happened was they killed the rich and confiscated their property to raise money, but they still didn't have sufficient revenue. So basically, they decided to impose a tax on almost 1,500 of the wealthiest women in Rome. So because they didn't have any say in politics at all, the women were furious at being taxed for a war they had nothing to do with. The women arrived at the forum with Hortensia as a representative to make a speech to the triumvirs. Here's a quote from her speech. "You have already deprived us of our fathers, our sons, our husbands, and our brothers, whom you accused of having wronged you. If you take away our property also, you reduce us to a condition unbecoming our birth, our manners, our sex. Why should we pay taxes when we have no part in the honors, the commands, the statecraft for which you contend against each other with such harmful results? Because this is a time of war, do you say? When have there not been wars, and when have taxes ever been imposed on women who are exempted by their sex among all mankind?"
Right, 22 seconds, darling.
Wait, get into this though. Antony, Octavian, and Lepidus were not pleased by this display, but were unable to get Hortensia to leave the rostra. Eventually, they agreed to tax only 400 women and to borrow the rest from men. So
Which I guess was progress.
I guess that's actually awful. I just heard like the first 3 sentences and I was like, ooh, this seems like it might be a good speech. It's actually awful. This is basically just a white feminist.
Exactly. White women have been fighting for money since before Christ, child. You are not taking away our money. This is not our birthright. Our birthright. I'm a woman. I can't be poor. Who cares if there is a war? You're not gonna
That's
have
a very passable voice, Gazi. That's a very
yeah.
All I'm saying is that if you ever do decide to tell us that you do have a confession, then I feel like that's the voice that needs to come in.
I am so like when it comes to pronouns, call me what you want. Okay, I understand. I've heard that my femininity is not good for the black community because I can trick these men into falling for me.
Trick them. You can trick them.
That's not a lie. That's not a lie, honestly.
No,
go on.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Explain to me how that's not a lie. Oh, deep-throated, bass-voiced one.
Right.
How many straight men have you tricked?
I trick them, you know? I pussy stun. I do, absolutely.
So basically, you sidle up to a glory hole and say, "Hey, Queen, it's B. Arthur. Put your dick in."
You know what? It's so funny that like straight people always say like how gay people like lesbians are always trying to trick them into being like gay, but the sheer fact is like straight people try to get us into being straight way more than we get them try to being gay. Like it's always like, have you ever tried to be?
No one wants them. Like God, you're the least evolved form of humanity. Why would anyone want to touch you? Like think about it, like a cishet white person. Who wants to touch that?
I know.
When they do
that's gross.
When they do it, it's like comedy. It's like when these straight, like how many lesbians know, like when straight men come up on them and be like, "Come on, baby, you want the real thing." Like it's supposed to be funny and cute and campy when they do it, but when we do it, it's like that sorcery, that homo sorcery. Like,
I mean, have you seen? I'm
I'm
sure.
not gonna lie to you that I tried practicing homo sorcery when I was 12, and it's very like Wicca. I mean, it's a phase that you go through when you're into the crap, and then you realize that you know what, it's really actually not all it was cracked up to be.
Yeah.
That's very real.
That is the gospel truth.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Like, was I 12 trying to seduce the captain of the football team with a couple yams, some clear quartz, and a spider leg? Absolutely, I was.
Yes.
Yes, I was. Yes, I was. I was sitting there and I was saying that chant over and over and over again. I ground up 7 spiders, and I had 3 yams and 2 pieces of clear quartz, and I had some toilet water from the bathroom that he had used. And I kept saying over and over again, "Si se puede, si se puede, si se puede." And you know what? That's not what the real situation was. It was not.
Yam craft dress.
We
Okay.
did not. In the end, as much work as I put in, we did not, in fact, puede.
We did not, in fact. We did not, in fact. Oh my gosh, Dakota. When like, okay, so. Me like reading up on stuff now, like when I was a kid, like when I was really young, I used to play with like you just said how you did your like the football guide. Like I remember like even younger when I was like a little kid doing things like that for like tests or whatever. But like now looking and learning about stuff, there was lots of stuff that it was kind of crazy. A lot of stuff like I innately knew to do as a young kid that I'm reading about now that's been doing, you know what I mean? But nobody like taught me anything. But I used to always use like I could never like.
That's the thing about intuition is I'm not really sure where it comes from, and I don't know how comfortable I am questioning that. But I do think that it either just comes from like an ancestral input, or I think a lot of it can manifest from past lives. But I really don't know how invested I am with past lives or any theories around it. Simply because I think because I'm such an Aries and because just of my personality type, I really don't care about anything that's not in front of me right now. Like, I have, I'll be honest with you guys, I've kind of like loosely mentioned this before. I have a pretty deep gift for spiritual mediumship and, you know, dead people specifically. that I completely do not use whatsoever and have cut off completely in my life and probably will never open up because they're dead. Like, I don't want to deal with that. I'd rather just deal with living people and helping them. Like, I don't really have time for that. There's a lot of people who are wholly dedicated to that idea, and I'm really happy for them, but I just can't be bothered with things that aren't here in front of me.
I mean, but like, when they want you, child, they'll get you to do what they need.
No, they won't, girl.
He's like, girl. I got my roots and everything ready for them. They better not try it.
My roots. Okay.
Everything.
Yes, Kuta Kinte.
Like, my ancestors do not play I'm sorry, if they
No, ancestors are different. I'm talking about people not related to me that want to fucking come and, have a Kiki. I'm like, no.
Have a Kiki.
Oh, yeah,
no.
Have a post-mortem Kiki.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, though, is, they just want to show up and, oh, girl, bye. That's the thing. Who has time? Who has time? Like, I have to live. And you want me to deal with your problems and you're dead. Please stop, ma'am.
Please stop.
That's the thing, is that it's like, I'm getting sleepy, so now I'm just going to start being brutally honest when I shouldn't. But when I was a child, I saw spirits constantly, and it terrified me. And they would wake me up in the middle of the night, and basically they would be asking me for help. I could feel them touching me. They would look at me, and it was like a real person was there. And then I'd realize that, I'd wake up my little brother. He didn't see anybody, and it just fucked with me. So basically, a family member helped it go away, which is great. So, and I've never wanted to reopen anything. I'm good.
That's good.
Girl, look, I'm with you because dead people can't pay. So, child, get out my face.
It has nothing to do with that. It's just, I don't know. I have this thing where it's like I'm not scared of death. I'm not repulsed by death. I'm not averted to it. I just don't want anything to do with it because it's just not mine right now. Like, I'm so comfortable with it as a reality. I know it's going to happen. But what I don't understand is why I should have to deal with that while I'm in life.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Maybe my opinion will change. Maybe my thoughts will change on it. But for right now, I'm good.
It's valid.
Yeah, but, that's the whole thing, though, too, is, I've been going through this major period of discovery right now with my lineage on my father's side, because I pretty much have a good idea now mapped out of my mother's side, my birth mother, but now I'm learning all these things about my father's side and realizing how, as I'm researching more and more and more, that I really do sort of have a home in Italian witchcraft, and I think I may need to start really trying to I think I might need to restructure my practice and involve a lot of those things in it.
That's going to be real complicated work.
Well, the thing is that I realize more and more that so much of my practice is just what I've put together so far, and not really on an informed basis, just sort of on a, hey, this is just intuitive, this makes sense to me. And like I told you about the Minchiate cards, once I kind of realized oh, I'm using 4 decks to make this deck. That was the same thing as why I initially felt drawn to the Orishas, or why I felt drawn to using Lotteria cards, or why I felt drawn to working with the Saints, or everything that's happened so far I didn't realize was just literally the Western Hemisphere expression of what was happening, as far as Italian witchcraft and when I could be involved in that avenue. So there's so many parallels that I was missing, not realizing, so I was trying to find it where I could find it around me. So I'm going to be investigating that quite a lot, so there will be videos about it. But it's odd, because it's okay, so on one side I have Italian witchcraft and saint worship, and on the other side I have wild witchery, mountain woman, and Native American heritage. And it's how do I fuse these things and create a practice that is in touch with my roots, honoring my ancestors, and is useful for me and makes sense,
Yeah.
My life is just so much better now that I talked to my ancestors. I need to have a video about it and just be like, look, I was a Christian for so long, and look how much of a failure I was. As soon as I started this, look at me now.
Look at me now.
How problematic would it be, Dakota, to do a how to alter video, how to do an alter video and do it straight up like one of these makeup gurus, like just
Well,
like.
I actually did just like that with the music and everything and the bokeh effects.
Yes.
Actually, I'm shooting a video tomorrow called "How to Be a Witch," where I'm going to break down how to start out as a witch and basically breaking apart and destroying all of the stereotypes, misinformation, and people who are vying for control and fame, and basically being like, "Yo, here's what you need to know." And here's what I recommend. And I think as a follow-up to that, I will do a video on how to establish an ancestor altar and get yourself started.
I feel like your video How to Be a Witch will be very, very popular.
Yeah.
It's a good Google search video.
When you do that also one, let me know, because that's the number one question I get. And personally, I just don't feel comfortable because, for one, like, I'm new, and then two, the pictures of like my grandparents like have their names on it, and like I'm not in tune enough to know what things my grandparents or ancestors are sensitive about and are not sensitive about. So I just don't, you know what I mean? Like I show them like in the corner of my video, but I don't go all in depth like this was my grandma's thing, this, and you know what I mean? Because I don't know how they would react to that.
Right. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show a universal basic setup, and then I'm going to show my setup to show the evolution, and then explain like here's where you're going to start, and then here's what you need to do from there. So, you know, I think a lot of it is just like I just feel so much like this really strong calling that like I'm really responsible for reestablishing autonomy and sovereignty for a lot of witches. I'm really like gonna have to be that person who's like, hey, stop buying fucking books, stop doing all this shit. Like, do that later on when you want to learn about something specific, but stop letting people tell you how to get started. Like, understand that the point of you being a witch and you honoring your actual nature is that you have intuition and you need to listen to it. You know, your blood and your bones is what connects you to the earth, and your ancestors are a part of that, so you need to ask them for help. Like, just doing a lot of those things because no one ever tells anyone that. Like, that's literally not in any beginner book.
That's true.
And also this, like, idea that's continuously perpetrated that, like, you know, working with your ancestors is, like, a solely African practice. I just don't like that. Because it's actually a worldwide universal practice that started in Africa like every other major religion. So that doesn't mean that it's, like... Because there's this idea that, like, oh, that's something that only, like, you know, brown people do. And I'm like, wait, hold on. You will take...
It's pretty like natural. Like
it's natural. It's a natural part of spirituality. But my thing is, why is that always the stopping point for all these other white people? Like, you'll take a brown person's gods, you'll take a brown person's traditions, you'll take a brown person's, you know, cultural and ritual accoutrements and costumes. You'll take all that, the music, everything. But you won't take the tradition of ancestor worship. Oh, okay. Is that because it makes you scared? Because it's the one thing that tells you everything else that you just took is not yours?
Exactly. And it's really spooky. And the church made sure of it. And, you know, it's just all about, like if you talk to black people about ancestors, they get, like, really crazy about, like, what do you mean ancestors? What are you talking about? And it's so crazy because when you think about it, naturally it's something that you would try to tap into, right? If you had an elder or a mother or a grandmother that got you through and helped you through things, when that person passes away, naturally when you're going through hard times and need something, you would think, okay, what did my grandmother, what did my mother help me with? These are people that raised me, da-da-da, and you'll tap into that. And the church had to disconnect that because when you do tap into something like ancestry, it kind of makes you, you said the term, not like responsible, but kind of
autonomous.
Yes. And those kind of people are very hard to control.
Well, that's the whole point. That's the whole point of who and what we are, is that we are independent, we have sovereignty over ourselves, and we are 100% autonomous. We don't. No one can tell us what we're supposed to do or what we're doing is right or wrong or how we're supposed to. Roll by.
Yeah. Yep. It's all about control, baby. All about control.
control.
But white people would take that concept of autonomy to mean appropriation. And I think you should, like when you do your video, make that distinction yet again because people don't get it, apparently.
No, I'm all grown up. Sorry, had to.
I'm glad you did.
You know what? I'm glad I did too. I have no regrets. None.
Oh my god. Alright, are we done? Can we end the show?
I think we can end the show. For
Good.
Sure.
Well, we had a great show, everybody. Everything was great. And I just want to remind you, like we said last week, there is no God. There is only you. If you don't like your life, it's your fault. And what you allow is what will continue. So pull yourself up by your bootstraps and just do better.
You better. You've got to do that.
Damn bootstrap.
Oh my god.
Things get better.
Gazi literally just said BRB, and immediately all I had to say was, and this bitch came running across her house. Wait, hold on. What did that honky bitch say?
Yourself up by your goddamn bootstrap.
That's a very
Nobody's responsible
RuPaul.
for you but you.
That's a RuPaul ideology. Okay, guys. Well, we will be back again next week. Probably not on time, but just check us out at 3 Eastern time just to make sure. Just to see what happens, because, miracles might happen even though there is no God. So, all right, we will see you next week. Be well, be blessed, and I hope someone loves you. All right, bye.
Bye.
Bye.